Chapter 1. The cop climbed out of his car exactly 4 minutes before he got shot. He moved like he knew his fate in advance. He pushed the door against the resistance of a stiff hinge and swiveled slowly on the worn vinyl seat and planted both feet flat in the road. Then he grasped the door frame with both hands and heaved himself up and out. He stood in the cold, clear air for a second, and then turned and pushed the door shut again behind him. Held still for a second longer. Then he stepped forward and leaned against the side of the hood up near the headlight. The car was a 7-year-old Chevy Caprice. It was black and had no police markings, but it had 3 radio antennas and plain chrome hubs. Most cops you talk to swear the Caprice was the best police vehicle ever built. This guy looked like he agreed with them. He looked like a veteran plainclothes detective with the whole of the motor pool at his disposal. Like he drove the ancient Chevy because he wanted to. Like he wasn't interested in the new Fords. I could see that kind of stubborn old-timer personality in the way he held himself. He was wide and bulky in a plain dark suit made from some kind of heavy wool. He was tall but stooped, an old man. He turned his head and looked north and south along the road, and then craned his thick neck to glance back over his shoulder at the college gate. He was 30 yards away from me. The college gate itself was purely a ceremonial thing. 2 tall brick pillars just rose up from a long expanse of tended lawn behind the sidewalk. Connecting the pillars was a high double gate made from iron bars, bent and folded and twisted into fancy shapes. It was shiny black. It looked like it had just been repainted. It was probably repainted after every winter. It had no security function. Anybody who wanted to avoid it could drive straight across the lawn. It was wide open anyway. There was a driveway behind it with little knee-high iron posts set 8 feet back on either side. They had latches. Each half of the gate was latched into one of them, wide open. The driveway led on down to a huddle of mellow brick buildings about 100 yards away. The buildings had steep mossy roofs and were overhung by trees. The driveway was lined with trees. The sidewalk was lined with trees. There were trees everywhere. Their leaves were just about coming in. They were tiny and curled and bright green. 6 months from now they would be big and red and golden, and photographers would be swarming all over the place taking pictures of them for the college brochure. 20 yards beyond the cop and his car and the gate was a pickup truck parked on the other side of the road. It was tight against the curb. It was facing towards me, 50 yards away. It looked a little out of place. It was faded red and had a big bull bar on the front. The bar was dull black and looked like it had been bent and straightened a couple of times. There were 2 men in the cab. They were young, tall, clean-cut, fair-haired. They were just sitting there, completely still, gazing forward, looking at nothing in particular. They weren't looking at the cop. They weren't looking at me. I was set up to the south. I had an anonymous brown panel van parked outside a music store. The store was the kind of place you find near a college gate. It had used CDs in racks out on the sidewalk, and posters in the windows behind them advertising bands people have never heard of. I had the van's rear doors open. There were boxes stacked inside. I had a sheaf of paperwork in my hands. I was wearing a coat because it was a cold April morning. I was wearing gloves because the boxes in the van had loose staples where they'd been torn open. I was wearing a gun because I often do. It was wedged in my pants at the back under the coat. It was a Colt Anaconda, which is a huge stainless steel revolver chambered for the .44 Magnum cartridge. It was 13.5 inches long and weighed almost 4 pounds. Not my first choice of weapon. It was hard and heavy and cold, and I was aware of it all the time. I paused in the middle of the sidewalk and looked up from my papers and heard the distant pickup's engine start. It didn't go anywhere. It stayed where it was, just idling. White exhaust pooled around its rear wheels. The air was cold. It was early, and the street was deserted. I stepped behind my van and glanced down the side of the music store towards the college buildings. Saw a black Lincoln town car waiting outside one of them. There were 2 guys standing next to it. I was 100 yards away, but neither one of them looked like a limo driver. Limo drivers don't come in pairs, and they don't look young and heavy, and they don't act tense and wary. These guys looked exactly like bodyguards. The building the Lincoln was waiting outside looked like some kind of small dormitory. It had Greek letters over a big wooden door. I watched, and the big wooden door opened up, and a young thin guy stepped out. He looked like a student. He had long messy hair and was dressed like a homeless person, but carried a bag that looked like shiny expensive leather. One of the bodyguards stood point while the other held the car door, and the young thin guy tossed his bag onto the back seat and slid right in after it. He pulled the door shut behind himself. I heard it slam, faint and muffled from 100 yards away. The bodyguards glanced around for a second and then got in the front together, and a moment later the car moved away. 30 yards behind it, a college security vehicle snuffled slowly in the same direction, not like it was intending to make up a convoy, but like it just happened to be there anyway. There were 2 rent-a-cops in it. They were slumped down low in their seats, and they looked aimless and bored. I took my gloves off and tossed them into the back of my van, stepped out into the road where my view was better. I saw the Lincoln come up the driveway at a moderate speed. It was black and shiny and immaculate. It had plenty of chrome on it, plenty of wax. The college cops were way behind it. It paused at the ceremonial gate and turned left and came south towards the black police caprice. Towards me. What happened next occupied 8 seconds, but it felt like the blink of an eye. The faded red pickup moved off the curb 20 yards back. It accelerated hard. It caught up with the Lincoln and pulled out and past it, exactly level with the cop's caprice. It came within a foot of the cop's knees. Then it accelerated again and pulled a little way ahead, and its driver swung the wheel hard, and the corner of the bull bar smashed square into the Lincoln's front fender. The pickup driver kept the wheel turned and his foot hard down and forced the Lincoln off the road onto the shoulder. The grass tore up and the Lincoln slowed radically and then hit a tree head-on. There was the boom of metal caving and tearing and headlight glass shattering, and there was a big cloud of steam, and the tree's tiny green leaves shook and quivered noisily in the still morning air. Then the 2 guys in the pickup came out shooting. They had black machine pistols and were firing them at the Lincoln. The sound was deafening, and I could see arcs of spent brass raining down on the blacktop. Then the guys were pulling at the Lincoln's doors, hauling them open. One of them leaned into the back and started dragging the thin kid out. The other was still firing his gun into the front. Then he reached into his pocket left-handed and came out with some kind of grenade, tossed it inside the Lincoln and slammed the doors and grabbed his buddy and the kid by the shoulders and turned them away and hauled them down into a crouch. There was a loud, bright explosion inside the Lincoln. All 6 windows shattered. I was more than 20 yards away and felt every bit of the concussion. Pebbles of glass blew everywhere. They made rainbows in the sun. Then the guy who had tossed the grenade scrambled up and sprinted for the passenger side of the pickup, and the other straight-armed the kid inside the cab and crowded right in after him. The doors slammed shut, and I saw the kid trapped in there on the center seat. I saw terror in his face. It was white with shock, and through the dirty windshield I saw his mouth opening in a silent scream. I saw the driver working the gears and heard the engine roaring and the tires squealing, and then the truck was coming directly towards me. It was a Toyota. I could see Toyota on the grill behind the bull bar. It rode high on its suspension, and I could see a big black differential at the front. It was the size of a soccer ball. 4-wheel drive, big fat tires, dense and faded paint that hadn't been washed since it left the factory. It was coming straight at me. I had less than a second to decide. I flipped the tail of my coat and pulled out the Colt, aimed very carefully, and fired once at the Toyota's grill. The big gun flashed and roared and kicked in my hand. The huge .44 slug shattered the radiator. I fired again at the left front tire, blew it out in a spectacular explosion of black rubber debris. Yards of blown tread whipped through the air. The truck slewed and stopped with the driver's side facing me, 10 yards away. I ducked behind the back of my van and slammed the rear doors and came out on the sidewalk and fired again at the left rear tire. Same result, rubber everywhere. The truck crashed down on its left side rims at a steep angle. The driver opened his door and spilled out on the blacktop and scrambled up on one knee. He had his gun in the wrong hand. He juggled it across, and I waited until I was fairly sure he was going to point it at me. Then I used my left hand to cradle my right forearm against the Colt's 4-pound weight and aimed carefully at center mass like I'd been taught a long time ago and pulled the trigger. The guy's chest seemed to explode in a huge cloud of blood. The skinny kid was rigid inside the cab, just staring in shock and horror. But the second guy was out of the cab and scrambling around the front of the hood towards me. His gun was coming round at me. I swiveled left and paused a beat and cradled my forearm, aimed at his chest, fired. Same result. He went down on his back behind the fender in a cloud of red vapor. Now the skinny kid was moving in the cab. I ran for him and pulled him out right over the first guy's body, ran him back to my van. He was limp with shock and confusion. I shoved him into the passenger seat and slammed the door on him and spun round and headed for the driver's side. In the corner of my eye, I saw a third guy coming straight for me, reaching into his jacket. Some tall, heavy guy, dark clothes. I braced my arm and fired and saw the big red explosion in his chest. At exactly the same split second, I realized it was the old cop from the Caprice, and he'd been reaching into his pocket for his badge. The badge was a gold shield in a worn leather holder, and it flew up out of his hand and tumbled end over end and landed hard against the curb right in front of my van. Time stood still. I stared at the cop. He was on his back in the gutter. His whole chest was a mess of red. It was all over him. There was no welling or pumping, no sign of a heartbeat. There was a big ragged hole in his shirt. He was completely still. His head was turned, and his cheek was hard against the blacktop. His arms were flung out, and I could see pale veins in his hands. I was aware of the blackness of the road and the vivid green of the grass and the bright blue of the sky. I could hear the thrill of the breeze and the new leaves over the gunshots still roaring in my ears. I saw the skinny kid staring out through my van's windshield at the downed cop and then staring at me. I saw the college security cruiser coming left out of the gate. It was moving slower than it should have been. Dozens of shots had been fired. Maybe they were worried about where their jurisdiction began and where it ended. Maybe they were just scared. I saw their pale pink faces behind their windshield. They were turned in my direction. Their car was doing maybe 15 miles an hour. It was crawling straight at me. I glanced at the gold shield in the gutter. The metal was worn smooth by a lifetime of use. I glanced at my van. Stood completely still. One thing I learned a long time ago is that it's easy enough to shoot a man. But there's absolutely no way to unshoot one. I heard the college car rolling slowly towards me, heard its tires crushing grit in the blacktop. Everything else was silence. Then time restarted, and a voice in my head screamed, "Go, go, go!" And I ran for it. I scrambled into the van and threw the gun down on the middle seat and fired up the engine and pulled a U-turn so hard we came up on 2 wheels. The skinny kid was thrown all over the place. I got the wheels straight and stamped on the gas and took off south. I had a limited view in the mirror, but I saw the college cops light up their roof bar and come right after me. The kid next to me was totally silent. His mouth was hanging open. He was concentrating on staying in his seat. I was concentrating on accelerating as hard as I could. Traffic was mercifully light. It was a sleepy New England town early in the morning. I got the van wound up to about 70 miles an hour and tightened my hands on the wheel until my knuckles showed white and just stared at the road ahead, like I didn't want to see what was behind me. "How far back are they?" I asked the kid. He didn't respond. He was slack with shock and crunched up in the corner of his seat, as far away from me as he could get. He was staring at the roof. He had his right hand braced against the door. Pale skin, long fingers. "How far back?" I asked again. The engine was roaring loud.
"You killed a cop," he said. "That old guy was a cop, you know."
"I know."
"You shot him."
"Accident," I said. "How far back are the others?"
"He was showing you his badge."
"How far back are the others?" He stirred himself and turned round and ducked his head a little so he could line up the view out of the small rear windows.
100 feet,
he said. He sounded vague and scared.
"Real close. One of them is hanging out the window with a gun."
Right on cue, I heard the distant pop of a handgun over the roar of the engine and the whine of the tires. I picked up the Colt from the seat beside me. Dropped it again. It was empty. I had fired 6 times already. A radiator, 2 tires, 2 guys. And 1 cop. "Glove compartment," I said.
"You should stop," he said. "Explain to them. You were helping me. It was a mistake."
He wasn't looking at me. He was staring out of the back windows. "I shot a cop," I said. I kept my voice completely neutral. That's all they know. That's all they want to know. They aren't going to care about how or why. The kid said nothing. "Glove compartment," I said again. He turned again and fumbled the lid open. There was another Anaconda in there, identical, shiny stainless steel, fully loaded. I took it from the kid, wound my window all the way down. Cold air rushed in like a gale. It carried the sound of a handgun firing right behind us, fast and steady. "Shit," I said. The kid said nothing. The shots kept coming, loud and dull and percussive. How were they missing? "Get down on the floor," I said. I slid sideways until my left shoulder was jammed hard against the door frame and craned my right arm all the way around until the new gun was out of the window and pointing backward. I fired once, and the kid stared at me in horror, and then slid forward and crouched down in the space between the front edge of his seat and the dash with his arms wrapped around his head. A second later, the rear window 10 feet behind where his head had been exploded. "Shit," I said again. Steered for the side of the road to improve my angle. Fired behind us again. "I need you to watch," I said. "Stay down as far as you can." The kid didn't move. "Get up," I said. "Now, I need you to watch." He raised himself a little and twisted round until his head was just high enough to see out the back. I saw him register the shattered rear window. Saw him realize that his head had been right in line with it. "I'm going to slow down a little," I said. "Going to pull in so they'll pull out to pass me."
"Don't do it," the kid said. "You can still put this right."
I ignored him, dropped the speed to maybe 50, and pulled right, and the college car instinctively drifted left to come up on my flank. I fired my last 3 chambers at it, and its windshield shattered, and it slewed all the way across the road like maybe the driver was hit, or a tire had gone. It plowed nose first into the opposite shoulder and smashed through a line of planted shrubs, and then it was lost to sight. I dropped the empty gun on the seat beside me and wound the window up and accelerated hard. The kid said nothing, just stared into the rear of the van. The broken window back there was making a weird moaning sound as the air sucked out through it. "Okay," I said. I was out of breath. "Now we're good to go." The kid turned to face me.
"Are you crazy?"
he said. "You know what happens to people who shoot cops?" I said back. He had no reply to that. We drove on in silence for maybe 30 whole seconds, more than half a mile, blinking and panting and staring straight ahead through the windshield like we were mesmerized. The inside of the van stank of gunpowder. "It was an accident," I said. "I can't bring him back, so get over it."
"Who are you?"
he asked. No. Who are you? I asked back. He went quiet. He was breathing hard. I checked the mirror. The road was completely empty behind us, completely empty ahead of us. We were way out in open country, maybe 10 minutes from a highway cloverleaf.
I'm a target, he said, for abduction.
It was an odd word to use.
They were trying to kidnap me, he said.
You think? He nodded.
It's happened before.
Why?
Money, the kid said. Why else?
You rich?
My father is.
Who is he?
Just a guy.
But a rich guy, I said.
He's a rug importer.
Rugs, I said. What, like carpets?
Oriental rugs.
You can get rich importing Oriental rugs?
Very,
the kid said. You got a name?
Richard, he said. Richard Beck.
I checked the mirror again. The road was still empty behind, still empty ahead. I slowed a little and steadied the van in the center of my lane and tried to drive on like a normal person. So who were those guys? I asked. Richard Beck shook his head.
I have no idea.
They knew where you were going to be, and when.
I was going home for my mother's birthday. It's tomorrow.
Who would know that?
I'm not sure. Anybody who knows my family. Anybody in the rug community, I guess. We're well known.
There's a community, I said. Rugs?
We all compete, he said. Same sources, same market. We all know each other.
I said nothing. Just drove on 60 miles an hour.
You got a name?
He asked me. No, I said. He nodded like he understood. Smart boy.
What are you going to do?
He asked. I'm going to let you out near the highway, I said. You can hitch a ride or call a cab, and then you can forget all about me. He went very quiet. I can't take you to the cops, I said. That's just not possible. You understand that, right? I killed one, maybe 3. You saw me do it. He stayed quiet. Decision time. The highway was 6 minutes ahead. They'll throw away the key, I said. I screwed up. It was an accident, but they aren't going to listen. They never do. So don't ask me to go anywhere near anybody. Not as a witness, not as nothing. I'm out of here like I don't exist. We absolutely clear on that? He didn't speak. And don't give him a description, I said. Tell him you don't remember me. Tell him you were in shock. Or I'll find you and I'll kill you. He didn't answer. I'll let you out somewhere, I said. Like you never saw me. He moved, turned sideways on his seat, and looked straight at me.
Take me home, he said. All the way. We'll give you money. Help you out. We'll hide you if you want. My folks will be grateful. I mean, I'm grateful. Believe me, you saved my ass. The cop thing, it was an accident, right? Just an accident. You got unlucky. It was a pressure situation. I can understand that. We'll keep it quiet. I don't need your help, I said. I just need to get rid of you. But I need to get home, he said. We'd be helping each other.
The highway was 4 minutes ahead. Where's home? I asked.
Abbott, he said.
Abbott what?
Abbott, Maine, he said. On the coast, between Kennebunkport and Portland.
We're heading in the wrong direction.
You can turn north on the highway.
It's got to be 200 miles minimum.
We'll give you money. We'll make it worth your while.
I could let you out near Boston, I said. Got to be a bus to Portland. He shook his head violently like a seizure.
No way, he said. I can't take the bus. I can't be alone. Not now. I need protection. Those guys might still be out there.
Those guys are dead, I said. Like the damn cop.
They might have associates.
It was another odd word to use. He looked small and thin and scared. There was a pulse jumping in his neck. He used both hands to pull his hair away from his head and turned towards the windshield to let me see his left ear. It wasn't there. There was just a hard knob of scar tissue. It looked like a small piece of uncooked pasta, like a raw tortellini floret.
"They cut it off and mailed it," he said. "The first time."
"When?"
"I was 15.
"Your dad didn't pay up?"
"Not quickly enough."
I said nothing. Richard Beck just sat there showing me his scar, shocked and scared and breathing like a machine. "You okay?" I asked.
"Take me home," he said, like he was pleading. "I can't be alone now."
The highway was 2 minutes ahead.
"Please," he said, "help me."
"Shit," I said for the third time.
"Please, we can help each other. You need to hide out."
"We can't keep this van," I said. "We have to assume the description is on the air all over the state." He stared at me, full of hope. The highway was 1 minute ahead. "We'll have to find a car," I said.
"Where?"
"Anywhere. There are cars all over the place." There was a big sprawling out-of-town shopping mall nestled south and west of the highway interchange. I could already see it in the distance. There were giant tan buildings with no windows and bright neon signs. There were giant parking lots about half filled with cars. I pulled in and drove once around the whole place. It was as big as a town. There were people everywhere. They made me nervous. I came round again and headed in past a line of trash containers to the rear of a big department store.
"Where are we going?"
Richard asked. "Staff parking," I said. "Customers are in and out all day long, unpredictable, but store people are in there for the duration, safer." He looked at me like he didn't understand. I headed for a line of 8 cars parked head-on against a blank wall. There was an empty slot next to a dull-colored Nissan Maxima about 3 years old. It would do. It was a pretty anonymous vehicle. The lot was a backwater, quiet and private. I pulled beyond the empty slot and backed up into it, put the van's rear doors tight against the wall. "Gotta hide the busted window," I said. The kid said nothing. I put both empty Colts into my coat pockets and slid out, tried the Maxima's doors. "Find me some wire," I said, "like heavy electrical cable or a coat hanger."
"You're gonna steal this car?"
I nodded, said nothing.
"Is that smart?"
"You'd think so if it was you who'd accidentally shot a cop." The kid looked blank for a second, and then came to and scouted around. I emptied the anacondas and tossed the 12 spent shell cases into a garbage container. The kid came back with a 3-foot length of electrical wire from a trash pile. I stripped the insulation with my teeth and made a little hook in the end and shoved it past the rubber ceiling strip round the Maxima's window. "You're the lookout," I said. He stepped away and scanned the lot, and I fed the wire down inside the car and jiggled it around and jiggled the door handle until it popped open. I tossed the wire back in the trash and bent down under the steering column and pulled off the plastic shroud, sorted through the wires in there until I found the 2 I needed and touched them together. The starter motor whined, and the engine turned over and caught and ran steadily. The kid looked suitably impressed. "Misspent youth," I said.
"Is this smart?"
he asked again. I nodded. "Smart as we can get. It won't be missed until 6 tonight, maybe 8, whenever the store closes. You'll be home long before then." He paused with his hand on the passenger door, and then kind of shook himself and ducked inside. I racked the driver's seat back and adjusted the mirror and backed out of the slot. Took it easy through the mall lot. There was a cop car crawling around about 100 yards away. I parked again in the first place I saw, and sat there with the engine running until the cop moved away. Then I hustled for the exit and around the cloverleaf, and 2 minutes later, we were heading north on a wide, smooth highway at a respectable 60 miles an hour. The car smelled strongly of perfume, and there were 2 boxes of tissues in it. There was some kind of furry bear stuck on the rear window with clear plastic suckers where its paws should have been. There was a Little League glove on the back seat, and I could hear an aluminum bat rattling around in the trunk. "Mom's taxi," I said. The kid didn't answer. "Don't worry," I said. "She's probably insured. Probably a solid citizen."
"Don't you feel bad?" he said. "About the cop?"
I glanced at him. He was thin and pale and crunched up again as far from me as he could get. His hand was resting against the door. His long fingers made him look a little like a musician. I think he wanted to like me, but I didn't need him to. "Shit happens," I said. "No need to get all worked up about it."
"What the hell kind of answer is that?"
"The only kind. It was minor collateral damage. Means nothing unless it comes back to bite us. Bottom line, we can't change it, so we move on." He said nothing. "Anyway, it was your dad's fault," I said.
"For being rich and having a son?"
"For hiring lousy bodyguards." He looked away, said nothing. "They were bodyguards, right?" He nodded, said nothing. "So don't you feel bad?" I asked. "About them?"
"A little," he said. "I guess. I didn't know them well."
"They were useless," I said.
"Well, it happened so fast."
"The bad guys were waiting right there," I said. "A ratty old pickup like that just hanging around in a prissy little college town? What kind of bodyguards don't notice a thing like that? They never heard of threat assessment?"
"You saying you noticed?"
I nodded. "I noticed."
"Not bad for a van driver."
"I was in the Army. I was a military cop. I understand bodyguarding. And I understand collateral damage." The kid nodded uncertainly.
"You got a name yet?"
he asked. "Depends," I said. "I need to understand your point of view. I could be in all kinds of trouble. At least one cop is dead, and now I just stole a car." He went quiet. I matched him, mile for mile. Gave him time to think. We were almost out of Massachusetts.
"My family appreciates loyalty," he said. "You did their son a service. And you did them a service. Saved them some money at least. They'll show their gratitude. I'm sure the last thing they'll do is rat you out."
"You need to call them?" He shook his head.
"They're expecting me. As long as I show up, there's no need to call them."
"The cops will call them. They think you're in big trouble."
"They don't have the number. Nobody does."
"The college must have your address. They can find your number." He shook his head again.
"The college doesn't have the address. Nobody does. We're very careful about stuff like that."
I shrugged and kept quiet and drove another mile. "So what about you?" I said. "You gonna rat me out?" I saw him touch his right ear, the one that was still there. It was clearly a completely subconscious gesture.
"You saved my ass," he said. "I'm not going to rat you out."
"Okay," I said. "My name is Reacher." We spent a few minutes cutting across a tiny corner of Vermont, and then struck out north and east across New Hampshire. Settled in for the long, long drive. The adrenaline drained away, and the kid got over his state of shock, and we both ended up a little down and sleepy. I cracked the window to get some air in, and some perfume out. It made the car noisy, but it kept me awake. We talked a little. Richard Beck told me he was 20 years old. He was in his junior year. He was majoring in some kind of contemporary art expression thing that sounded a lot like finger painting to me. He wasn't good at relationships. He was an only child. There was a lot of ambivalence about his family. They were clearly some kind of a tight, close-knit clan, and half of them wanted out, and the other half needed to be in. He was clearly very traumatized by the previous kidnap. It made me wonder whether something had been done to him apart from the ear thing. Maybe something much worse. I told him about the Army. I laid it on pretty thick about my bodyguarding qualifications. I wanted him to feel he was in good hands, at least temporarily. I drove fast and steady. The Maxima had just been filled. We didn't need to stop for gas. He didn't want lunch. I stopped once to use a men's room. Left the engine running so I wouldn't have to fiddle with the ignition wires again. Came back to the car and found him inert inside it. We got back on the road and passed by Concord in New Hampshire and headed towards Portland in Maine. Time passed. He got more relaxed the closer we got to home. But he got quieter, too. Ambivalence. We crossed the state line, and then about 20 miles short of Portland, he squirmed round and checked the view out of the back very carefully, and told me to take the next exit. We turned onto a narrow road heading due east towards the Atlantic. It passed under I-95 and then ran more than 15 miles across Granite Headlands to the sea. It was the kind of landscape that would have looked great in summer, but it was still cold and raw. There were trees stunted by salt winds and exposed rock outcrops where gales and storm tides had scoured the dirt away. The road twisted and turned like it was trying to fight its way as far east as it could get. I glimpsed the ocean ahead. It was as gray as iron. We pushed on past inlets to the left and right. I saw small beaches made of gritty sand. Then the road curved left and immediately right and rose up onto a headland shaped like the palm of a hand. The palm narrowed abruptly into a single finger, jutting directly out to sea. It was a rock peninsula, maybe 100 yards wide and half a mile long. I could feel the wind buffeting the car. I drove out onto the peninsula and saw a line of bent and stunted evergreen trees that were trying to hide a high granite wall, but weren't quite tall enough or thick enough to succeed. The wall was maybe 8 feet tall. It was topped with big coils of razor wire. It had security lights mounted at intervals. It ran laterally all the way across the 100-yard width of the finger. It canted down suddenly at the ends and ran all the way into the sea, where its massive foundations were built on huge stone blocks. The blocks were mossy with seaweed. There was an iron gate set in the wall dead center. It was closed.
"This is it,"
Richard Beck said.
"This is where I live."
The road led straight to the gate. Behind the gate, it changed to a long, straight driveway. At the end of the driveway was a gray stone house. I could see it there at the end of the finger, right out in the ocean. Just inside the gate was a one-story lodge. Same design and same stone as the house, but much smaller and lower. It shared its foundations with the wall. I slowed and stopped the car in front of the gate.
"Honk the horn,"
Richard Beck said. The Maxima had a little bugle shape on the airbag lid. I pressed on it with one finger, and the horn beeped politely. I saw a surveillance camera on the gate post tilt and pan. It was like a little glass eye looking at me. There was a long pause, and the lodge door opened. A guy in a dark suit stepped out. Clearly, the suit came from a big and tall store, and was probably the largest size that it ever offered. But even so, it was very tight in the shoulders and short in the arms for its owner. He was way bigger than me, which put him firmly in the freak category. He was a giant. He walked up close to his side of the gate and stared out. He spent a long time looking at me and a short time looking at the kid. Then he unlocked the gate and pulled it open.
"Drive straight up to the house," Richard said. "Don't stop here. I don't like that guy very much."
I drove through the gate, didn't stop. But I drove slow and looked around. The first thing you do going into a place is to look for your way out. The wall ran all the way into rough water on both sides. It was too high to jump, and the razor wire along the top made it impossible to climb. There was a cleared area, maybe 30 yards deep behind it, like no man's land, or a minefield. The security lights were set to cover all of it. There was no way out except through the gate. The giant was closing it behind us. I could see him in the mirror. It was a long drive up to the house. Gray ocean on 3 sides. The house was a big old pile. Maybe some sea captain's place from way back when killing whales made people respectable fortunes. It was all stone, with intricate beadings and cornices and folds. All the north-facing surfaces were covered in gray lichens. The rest was spotted with green. It was 3 stories high. It had a dozen chimneys. The roofline was complex. There were gables all over the place with short gutters and dozens of fat iron pipes to drain the rainwater away. The front door was oak and was banded and studded with iron. The driveway widened into a carriage circle. I followed it round counterclockwise and stopped right in front of the door. The door opened, and another guy in a dark suit stepped out. He was about my size, which made him a lot smaller than the guy in the lodge. But I didn't like him any better. He had a stone face and blank eyes. He opened the Maxima's passenger door like he'd been expecting to see it, which I guessed he was, because the big guy in the lodge must have called ahead.
"Would you wait here?" Richard asked me.
He slipped out of the car and walked away into the gloom inside the house, and the guy in the suit closed the oak door from the outside and took up station right in front of it. He wasn't looking at me, but I knew I was somewhere in his peripheral vision. I broke the wire connection under the steering column and turned the motor off and waited. It was a reasonably long wait, probably close to 40 minutes. Without the engine running, the car grew cold. It rocked gently in the sea breeze eddying round the house. I stared straight ahead through the windshield. I was facing northeast, and the air was whipped and clear. I could see the coastline curving in from the left. I could see a faint brown smudge in the air about 20 miles away. Probably pollution coming up out of Portland. The city itself was hidden behind a headland. Then the oak door opened again, and the guard stepped smartly aside, and a woman came out. She was Richard Beck's mother. No doubt about that. No doubt at all. She had the same slight build and the same pale face, the same long fingers. She was wearing jeans and a heavy fisherman's sweater. She had wind-blown hair and was maybe 50 years old. She looked tired and strained. She stopped about 6 feet from the car, like she was giving me the opportunity to realize it would be more polite if I got out and met her halfway. So I opened the door and slid out. I was stiff and cramped. I stepped forward, and she put out her hand. I took it. It was ice-cold and full of bones and tendons.
"My son told me what happened,"
she said. Her voice was low and sounded a little husky, like maybe she smoked a lot or had been crying hard.
"I can't begin to express how grateful I am that you helped him."
"Is he okay?" I asked. She made a face like she wasn't sure.
"He's lying down now."
I nodded, let go of her hand. It fell back to her side. There was a short, awkward silence.
"I'm Elizabeth Beck,"
she said. "Jack Reacher," I said.
"My son explained your predicament,"
she said. It was a nice, neutral word. I said nothing in reply.
"My husband will be home tonight,"
she said.
"He'll know what to do."
I nodded. There was another awkward pause. I waited.
"Would you like to come in?"
she asked. She turned and walked back into the hallway. I followed her. I passed through the door, and it beeped. I looked again and saw that a metal detector had been installed tight against the inside jamb.
"Would you mind?"
Elizabeth Beck asked. She made a sort of sheepish, apologetic gesture towards me, and then towards the big, ugly guy in the suit. He stepped up and made ready to pat me down. "2 guns," I said, "empty, in my coat pockets." He pulled them out with the kind of easy, practiced moves that suggested he had patted plenty of people down before. He laid them on a side table and squatted and ran his hands up my legs, and then stood and went over my arms, my waist, my chest, my back. He was very thorough and not very gentle.
"I'm sorry,"
Elizabeth Beck said. The guy in the suit stood back, and there was another awkward silence.
"Do you need anything?"
Elizabeth Beck asked. I could think of a lot of things I needed, but I just shook my head. I'm kind of tired, I said. Long day. I really need a nap. She smiled briefly, like she was pleased, like having her own personal cop killer asleep somewhere would relieve her of a social pressure.
"Of course," she said.
"Duke will show you to a room."
She looked at me for a second longer. Underneath the strain and the pallor, she was a handsome woman. She had fine bones and good skin. 30 years ago, she must have been fighting him off with a stick. She turned away and disappeared into the depths of the house. I turned to the guy in the suit. I assumed he was Duke. "When do I get the guns back?" I asked. He didn't answer, just pointed me to the staircase and followed me up. Pointed to the next staircase, and we came out on the 3rd floor. He led me to a door and pushed it open. I went in and found a plain square room paneled with oak. There was heavy old furniture in it. A bed, an armoire, a table, a chair. There was an oriental carpet on the floor. It looked thin and threadbare. Maybe it was a priceless old item. Duke pushed past me and walked across it and showed me where the bathroom was. He was acting like a bellboy in a hotel. He pushed past me again and headed back to the door. "Dinner's at 8, he said. Nothing more. He stepped out and closed the door. I didn't hear a sound, but when I checked, I found it was locked from the outside. There was no keyhole on the inside. I stepped to the window and looked out at the view. I was at the back of the house, and all I could see was ocean. I was facing due east, and there was nothing between me and Europe. I looked down. 50 feet below were rocks with waves foaming all around them. The tide looked like it was coming in. I stepped back to the door and put my ear against it and listened hard. Heard nothing. I scanned the ceiling and the cornices and the furniture, very carefully, inch by inch. Nothing there. No cameras. I didn't care about microphones. I wasn't going to make any noise. I sat on the bed and took my right shoe off, flipped it over and used my fingernails to pull a pin out of the heel, swiveled the heel rubber like a little door and turned the shoe the right way up and shook it. A small black plastic rectangle fell out on the bed and bounced once. It was a wireless email device. Nothing fancy. It was just a commercial product. But it had been reprogrammed to send only to one address. It was about the size of a large pager. It had a small cramped keyboard with tiny keys. I switched the power on and typed a short message. Then I pressed Send Now. The message said, "I'm in." Chapter 2. Truth is, by that point, I had been in for 11 whole days. Since a damp, shiny Saturday night in the city of Boston, when I saw a dead man walk across a sidewalk and get into a car. It wasn't a delusion. It wasn't an uncanny resemblance. It wasn't a double or a twin or a brother or a cousin. It was a man who had died a decade ago. There was no doubt about it, no trick of the light. He looked older by the appropriate number of years and was carrying the scars of the wounds that had killed him. I was walking on Huntington Avenue with a mile to go to a bar I had heard about. It was late. Symphony Hall was just letting out. I was too stubborn to cross the street and avoid the crowd. I just threaded my way through it. There was a mass of well-dressed, fragrant people, most of them old. There were double-parked cars and taxis at the curb. Their engines were running and their windshield wipers were thumping back and forth at irregular intervals. I saw the guy step out of the foyer doors on my left. He was wearing a heavy cashmere overcoat and carrying gloves and a scarf. He was bareheaded. He was about 50. We almost collided. I stopped. He stopped. He looked right at me. We got into one of those crowded sidewalk things where we both hesitated, and then both started moving, and then both stopped again. At first I thought he didn't recognize me. Then there was a shadow in his face. Nothing definitive. I held back, and he walked across in front of me and climbed into the rear seat of a black Cadillac DeVille waiting at the curb. I stood there and watched as the driver eased out into the traffic and pulled away. I heard the hiss of the tires on the wet pavement. I got the plate number. I wasn't panicking. I wasn't questioning anything. I was ready to believe the evidence of my own eyes. 10 years of history was overturned in a second. The guy was alive, which gave me a huge problem. That was day one. I forgot all about the bar. I went straight back to my hotel and started calling half-forgotten numbers from my military police days. I needed somebody I knew and trusted, but I had been out for 6 years by then, and it was late on a Saturday night, so the odds were against me. In the end, I settled for somebody who claimed he had heard of me, which might or might not have made a difference to the eventual outcome. He was a warrant officer named Powell. "I need you to trace a civilian plate," I told him, "purely as a favor." He knew who I was, so he didn't give me any grief about not being able to do it for me. I gave him the details, told him I was pretty sure it was a private registration, not a livery car. He took my number and promised to call me back in the morning, which would be day 2. He didn't call me back. He sold me out instead. I think in the circumstances anybody would have. Day 2 was a Sunday, and I was up early. I had room service for breakfast and sat waiting for the call. I got a knock on the door instead, just after 10 o'clock. I put my eye to the peephole and saw 2 people standing close together so they would show up well in the lens. 1 man, 1 woman. Dark jackets, no overcoats. The man was carrying a briefcase. They each had some kind of official ID held up high and tilted so it would catch the hallway light. "Federal agents," the man called, just loud enough for me to hear him through the door. In a situation like that, it doesn't work to pretend you're not in. I'd been the guys in the hallway often enough. One of them stays right there, and the other goes down to get a manager with a pass key. So I just opened up and stood back to let them in. They were wary for a moment. They relaxed as soon as they saw I wasn't armed and didn't look like a maniac. They handed over their IDs and shuffled around politely while I deciphered them. At the top they said United States Department of Justice. At the bottom they said Drug Enforcement Administration. In the middle were all kinds of seals and signatures and watermarks. There were photographs and typed names. The man was listed as Stephen Elliott. 1 L like the old poet. April is the cruelest month. That was for damn sure. The photograph was a pretty good likeness. Stephen Elliott looked somewhere between 30 and 40 and was thick-set and dark and a little bald and had a smile that looked friendly in the picture and even better in person. The woman was listed as Susan Duffy. Susan Duffy was a little younger than Stephen Elliott. She was a little taller than him, too. She was pale and slender and very attractive, and had changed her hair since her photograph was taken. "Go ahead," I said. "Search the room. It's a long time since I had anything worth hiding from you guys." I handed back their IDs, and they put them away in their inside pockets and made sure they moved their jackets enough to let me see their weapons. They had them in neat shoulder rigs. I recognized the ribbed grip of a Glock 17 under Elliott's armpit. Duffy had a 19, which is the same thing, only a little smaller. It was snug against her right breast. She must have been left-handed.
"We don't want to search the room,"
she said. "We want to talk about a license plate," Elliott said. "I don't own a car," I said. We were all still standing in a neat little triangle just inside the door. Elliott still had the briefcase in his hand. I was trying to figure out who was the boss. Maybe neither one of them. Maybe they were equals, and fairly senior. They were well-dressed, but looked a little tired. Maybe they had worked most of the night and flown in from somewhere. From Washington, D.C., maybe.
"Can we sit down?"
Duffy asked. "Sure," I said. But a cheap hotel room made that awkward. There was only 1 chair. It was shoved under a small desk, crammed between a wall and the cabinet that held the television set. Duffy pulled it out and turned it round so it faced the bed. I sat on the bed up near the pillows. Elliot perched on the foot of the bed and laid his briefcase down on it. He was still giving me the friendly smile, and I couldn't find anything phony about it. Duffy looked great on the chair. The seat height was exactly right for her. Her skirt was short, and she was wearing dark nylons that went light where her knees bent. "You're Reacher, right?" Elliot asked. I took my eyes off Duffy's legs and nodded. I felt I could count on them to know that much. "This room is registered to somebody called Calhoun," Elliot said. "Paid for with cash, one night only." "Habit," I said. "You leaving today?" "I take it one day at a time." "Who's Calhoun?" "John Quincy Adams' vice president," I said. "It seemed appropriate for this location. I used up the presidents long ago. Now I'm doing vice presidents. Calhoun was unusual. He resigned to run for the Senate." "Did he get in?" "I don't know." "Why the phony name?" "Habit," I said again. Susan Duffy was looking straight at me. Not like I was nuts, like she was interested in me. She probably found it to be a valuable interrogation technique. Back when I interrogated people, I did the same thing. 90% of asking questions is about listening to answers.
"We spoke to a military cop called Powell,"
she said.
"You asked him to trace a plate?"
Her voice was low and warm and a little husky. I said nothing.
"We have traps and flags in the computers against that plate,"
she said.
"Soon as his inquiry hit the wires, we knew all about it. We called him and asked him what his interest was. He told us the interest came from you."
"Reluctantly, I hope," I said. She smiled.
"He recovered fast enough to give us a false phone number for you, so you needn't worry about old unit loyalties."
"But in the end he gave you the right number."
"We threatened him,"
she said. "Then MPs have changed since my day," I said. "It's important to us," Elliot said. "He saw that."
"So now you're important to us,"
Duffy said. I looked away. I've been around the block more times than I care to count, but the sound of her voice saying that still gave me a little thrill. I began to think maybe she was the boss, and a hell of an interrogator. "A member of the public calls in a plate," Elliot said. "Why would he do that? Maybe he's got an offender bender with the car the plate was on. Maybe it was a hit and run. But wouldn't he go to the cops for that? And you just told us you don't have a car anyway."
"So maybe you saw somebody in the car,"
Duffy said. She let the rest of it hang. It was a neat catch-22. If the person in the car was my friend, then I was probably her enemy. If the person in the car was my enemy, then she was ready to be my friend. "You guys had breakfast?" I asked.
"Yes,"
she said. "So have I said.
"We know," she said. "Room service. A short stack of pancakes with an egg on top over easy, plus a large pot of coffee black. It was ordered for $7.45 and delivered at $7.44, and you paid cash and tipped the waiter $3.
"Did I enjoy it?"
"You ate it."
Elliot snapped the locks on his briefcase and lifted the lid, pulled out a stack of paper secured with a rubber band. The paper looked new, but the writing on it was blurred. Photocopies of faxes, probably made during the night. "Your service record," he said. I could see photographs in his briefcase, glossy black and white 8x10s. Some kind of surveillance situation. "You were a military cop for 13 years, Elliot said. Fast-track promotion all the way from second lieutenant to major. Citations and medals. They liked you. You were good. Very good." "Thank you." "More than very good, actually. You were their special go-to guy on numerous occasions." "I guess I was." "But they let you go." "I was RIF'd," I said.
"Rift?"
Duffy repeated. RIF, Reduction in Force. They love to make acronyms out of things. The Cold War ended, military spending got cut, the Army got smaller. So they didn't need so many special go-to guys. "The Army still exists," Elliot said. "They didn't chop everybody." "No. So why you in particular?" "You wouldn't understand." He didn't challenge me.
You can help us,
Duffy said.
Who did you see in the car?
I didn't answer. Were there drugs in the Army? Elliot asked. I smiled. Armies love drugs, I said. They always have. Morphine, Benzedrine. The German Army invented ecstasy. It was an appetite suppressant. CIA invented LSD, tested it on the U.S. Army. Armies march on their veins. Recreational? Average age of a recruit is 18. What do you think? Was it a problem? We didn't make it much of a problem. Some grunt goes on furlough, smokes a couple of joints in his girlfriend's bedroom. We didn't care. We figured we'd rather see them with a couple of blunts than a couple of six-packs. Outside of our care, we liked them docile rather than aggressive. Duffy glanced at Elliot, and Elliot used his fingernails to scrape the photographs up out of his case. He handed them to me. There were 4 of them. All 4 were grainy and a little blurred. All 4 showed the same Cadillac DeVille I had seen the night before. I recognized it by the plate number. It was in some kind of parking garage. There were 2 guys standing next to the trunk. In 2 of the pictures, the trunk lid was down. In 2 of them, it was up. The 2 guys were looking down at something inside the trunk. No way of telling what it was. One of the guys was a Hispanic gangbanger. The other was an older man in a suit. I didn't know him. Duffy must have been watching my face.
Not the man you saw?
She said. I didn't say I saw anybody. The Hispanic guy is a major dealer, Elliot said. Actually, he's the major dealer for most of Los Angeles County. Not provable, of course, but we know all about him. His profits must run to millions of dollars a week. He lives like an emperor. But he came all the way to Portland, Maine to meet with this other guy. I touched one of the photographs. This is Portland, Maine? Duffy nodded.
A parking garage downtown. About 9 weeks ago. I took the pictures myself.
So was this other guy.
We're not exactly sure. We traced the Cadillac's plate, obviously. It's registered to a corporation called Bizarre Bazaar. Main office is in Portland, Maine. Far as we can tell, it started out way back as some kind of hippy-dippy import-export trader with the Middle East. Now it specializes in importing Oriental rugs. Far as we can tell, the owner is a guy called Zachary Beck. We're assuming that's him in the photographs.
Which makes him huge, Elliot said. If this guy from L.A. is prepared to fly all the way back east to meet with him, he's got to be a couple of rungs up the ladder. And anybody a couple of rungs above this L.A. guy is in the stratosphere, believe me. So Zachary Beck's a top boy, and he's fooling with us. Rug importer, drug importer, he's making jokes. I'm sorry, I said. I never saw him before.
Don't be sorry,
Duffy said. She hitched forward on the chair.
It's better for us if he isn't the guy you saw. We already know about him. It's better for us if you saw one of his associates. We can try to get to him that way.
You can't get to him head on? There was a short silence. It seemed to me there was some embarrassment in it. We've got problems, Elliot said. Sounds like you got probable cause against the L.A. player, and you've got photographs that put him side by side with this Beck guy.
The photographs are tainted,
Duffy said.
I made a mistake.
More silence.
The garage was private property, she said. It's under an office building. I didn't have a warrant. Fourth Amendment makes the pictures inadmissible.
Can't you lie? Can't you say we're outside the garage?
Physical layout makes that impossible. Defense counsel would figure it in a minute, and the case would collapse.
We need to know who you saw, Elliot said. I didn't answer.
We really need to know,
Duffy said. She said it in the kind of soft voice that makes men want to jump tall buildings. But there was no artifice there, no pretense. She wasn't aware of how good she was sounding. She really needed to know. Why? I asked.
Because I need to put this right.
Everybody makes mistakes.
We sent an agent after Beck,
she said.
Undercover. A woman. She disappeared.
Silence. When? I asked.
7 weeks ago.
You looked for her?
We don't know where to look. We don't know where Beck goes. We don't even know where he lives. He has no registered property. His house must be owned by some phantom corporation. It's a needle in a haystack.
Haven't you tailed him?
We've tried. He has his bodyguards and drivers. They're too good.
For the DEA?
For us. We're on our own. The Justice Department disowned the operation when I screwed up.
Even though there's an agent missing?
They don't know there's an agent missing. We put her in after they closed us down. She's off the books.
I stared at her.
This whole thing is off the books,
she said. So how are you working it?
I'm a team leader. Nobody's looking over my shoulder day to day. I'm pretending I'm working on something else, but I'm not. I'm working on this.
So nobody knows this woman is missing?
Just my team,
she said.
7 of us. And now you.
I said nothing.
We came straight here,
she said.
We need a break. Why else would we fly up here on a Sunday?
The room went quiet. I looked from her to Elliot and back to her. They needed me. I needed them. And I liked them. I liked them a lot. They were honest, likable people. They were like the best of the people I used to work with. I'll trade, I said. Information for information. We'll see how we get along. And then we'll take it from there.
What do you need?
I told her I needed 10-year-old hospital records from a place called Eureka in California. I told her what kind of thing to look for. I told her I would stay in Boston until she got back to me. I told her not to put anything on paper. Then they left, and that was it for day 2. Nothing happened on day 3. Or day 4. I hung around. I find Boston acceptable for a couple of days. It's what I call a 48 town. Anything more than 48 hours, and it starts to get tiresome. Of course, most places are like that for me. I'm a restless person. So by the start of day 5, I was going crazy. I was ready to assume they had forgotten all about me. I was ready to call it quits and get back on the road. I was thinking about Miami. It'd be a lot warmer down there. But late in the morning, the phone rang. It was her voice. It was nice to hear.
We're on our way up, she
said.
Meet you by that big statue of whoever it is on a horse, halfway around the Freedom Trail. 3 o'clock.
It wasn't a very precise rendezvous, but I knew what she meant. It was a place in the North End near a church. It was springtime and too cold to want to go there without a purpose, but I got there early anyway. I sat on a bench next to an old woman feeding house sparrows and rock doves with torn-up crusts of bread. She looked at me and moved to another bench. The birds swarmed around her feet, pecking at the grit. A watery sun was fighting rain clouds in the sky. It was Paul Revere on the horse. Duffy and Elliot showed up right on time. They were wearing black raincoats, all covered in little loops and buckles and belts. They might as well have worn signs round their necks saying, "Federal agents from Washington, D.C." They sat down, Duffy on my left and Elliot on my right. I leaned back and they leaned forward with their elbows on their knees.
Paramedics fished a guy out of the Pacific surf,
Duffy said.
10 years ago, just south of Eureka, California. White male, about 40. He had been shot twice in the head and once in the chest. Small caliber. Probably 22s. Then they figure he was thrown off a cliff into the ocean.
He was alive when they fished him out? I asked, although I already knew the answer.
Barely,
she said.
He had a bullet lodged near his heart and his skull was broken, plus one arm and both legs and his pelvis, from the fall. And he was half drowned. They operated on him for 15 straight hours. He was in intensive care for a month and in the hospital recuperating for another 6.
ID?
Nothing on him. He's in the records as a John Doe.
Did they try to ID him?
No fingerprint match,
she said.
Nothing on any missing persons lists. Nobody came to claim him.
I nodded. Fingerprint computers tell you what they're told to tell you. What then? I asked.
He recovered, she said. 6 months had passed. They were trying to work out what to do with him when he suddenly discharged himself. They never saw him again.
Did he tell them anything about who he was?
They diagnosed amnesia, certainly about the trauma, because that's almost inevitable. They figured he might be genuinely blank about the incident in the previous day or two. But they figured he must be able to remember things from before that, and they got the strong impression he was pretending not to. There's a fairly extensive case file. Psychiatrists, everything. They interviewed him regularly. He was very resolute. Never said a word about himself.
What was his physical condition when he left?
Pretty fair. He had visible scars from the GSWs. That's about all.
Okay, I said. I leaned my head back and looked up at the sky.
Who was he?
Your guess, I said. Small caliber shots to the head and chest, Elliot said. Dumped in the ocean. It was organized crime, an assassination. Some kind of hitman got to him. I said nothing, looked up at the sky.
Who was he?
Duffy said again. I kept on looking up at the sky and dragged myself 10 years backward through time, to a whole different world. You know anything about tanks? I asked.
Military tanks? Tracks and guns? Not really.
There's nothing to them, I said. I mean, you like them to be able to move fast, you want some reliability, you don't object to some fuel economy. But if I've got a tank, and you've got a tank, what's the only thing I really want to know?
What?
Can I shoot you before you can shoot me? That's what I want to know. If we're a mile apart, can my gun reach you, or can your gun reach me?
So?
Of course, physics being physics, the likely answer is if I can hit you at a mile, then you can hit me at a mile. So it comes down to ammunition. If I stand off another 200 yards so your shell bounces off me without hurting me, can I develop a shell that doesn't bounce off you? That's what tanks are all about. The guy in the ocean was an Army intelligence officer who had been blackmailing an Army weapons specialist.
Why was he in the ocean?
Did you watch the Gulf War on TV? I asked. I did, Elliot said. Forget about the smart bombs, I said. The real star of the show was the M1A1 Abrams main battle tank. It scored about 400 and zip against the Iraqis, who were using the best anybody ever had to give them. But having the war on TV meant that we'd shown our hand to the whole world, so we better get on with dreaming up some new stuff for the next time around. So we got on with it.
And?
Duffy asked. If you want a shell to fly farther and hit harder, you can stuff more propellant into it, or make it lighter, or both. Of course, if you're stuffing more propellant into it, you've got to do something pretty radical elsewhere to make it lighter. Which is what they did. They took the explosive charge out of it. Which sounds weird, right? Like, what's it gonna do, go clang and bounce off? But they changed the shape. They dreamed up this thing that looks like a giant lawn dart, built-in fins and all. It's cast from tungsten and depleted uranium, the densest metals you can find. It goes real fast and real far. They called it the long rod penetrator. Duffy glanced at me with her eyelids low and smiled and blushed all at the same time. I smiled back. They changed the name, I said. Now it's called the APF-SDS. I told you they like initials. Armor-piercing, fin-stabilized, discarding sabot. It's powered by its own little rocket motor, basically. It hits the enemy tank with tremendous kinetic energy. The kinetic energy changes to heat energy, just like they teach you in high school physics. It melts its way through in a split second and sprays the inside of the enemy tank with a jet of molten metal, which kills the tankers and blows up anything explosive or flammable. It's a very neat trick, and either way, you shoot, you score, because if the enemy armor is too thick or you fired from too far away, the thing just sticks partway in like a dart and spalls, which means it fragments the inner layer of the armor and throws scabs of scalding metal around inside like a hand grenade. The enemy crew come apart like frogs in a blender. It was a brilliant new weapon.
What about the guy in the ocean?
He got the blueprints from the guy he was blackmailing, I said, piece by piece, over a long period of time. We were watching him. We knew exactly what he was doing. He was aiming to sell them to Iraqi intelligence. The Iraqis wanted to level the playing field for the next time round. The U.S. Army didn't want that to happen. Elliot stared at me. So they had the guy killed? I shook my head. We sent a couple of MPs down to arrest him. Standard operating procedure, all legal and above board, believe me. But it went wrong. He got away. He was going to disappear. The U.S. Army really didn't want that to happen. So then they had him killed. I looked up at the sky again. Didn't answer. That wasn't standard procedure, Elliot said. Was it? I said nothing. It was off the books, he said. Wasn't it? I didn't answer.
But he didn't die,
Duffy said.
What was his name?
Quinn, I said. Turned out to be the single worst guy I ever met.
And you saw him in Beck's car on Saturday?
I nodded. He was being chauffeured away from Symphony Hall. I gave them all the details I had, but as I talked, we all knew the information was useless. It was inconceivable that Quinn would be using his previous identity. So all I had to offer was a physical description of a plain-looking white man about 50 years old with two .22 GSW scars on his forehead. Better than nothing, but it didn't really get them anywhere. Why didn't his prints match? Elliot asked. He was erased, I said, like he never existed. Why didn't he die? Silence 22, I said, our standard issue weapon for covert close work, but not a very powerful weapon. Is he still dangerous? Not to the Army, I said. He's ancient history. This was all 10 years ago. The APF SDS will be in the museum soon. So will the Abrams tank. So why try to trace him? Because depending on exactly what he remembers, he could be dangerous to the guy who went to take him out. Elliot nodded, said nothing.
Did he look important?
Duffy asked.
On Saturday, in Beck's car.
He looked wealthy, I said. Expensive cashmere overcoat, leather gloves, silk scarf. He looked like a guy who was accustomed to being chauffeured around. He just jumped right in like he did it all the time.
Did he greet the driver?
I don't know.
We need to place him, she said. We need context. How did he act? He was using Beck's car, but did he look entitled? Or like somebody was doing him a favor?
He looked entitled, I said, like he uses it every day of the week.
So is he Beck's equal?
I shrugged. He could be Beck's boss. Partner at best, Elliot said. Our L.A. guy wouldn't travel to meet with an underling. I don't see Quinn as somebody's partner, I said. What was he like? Normal, I said, for an intelligence officer, in most ways. Except for the espionage, Elliot said. Yes, I said, except for that. And whatever got him killed off the books. That, too. Duffy had gone quiet. She was thinking hard. I was pretty sure she was thinking of ways she could use me. And I didn't mind at all.
Will you stay in Boston? She asked. Where we can find you?
I said I would, and they left. And that was the end of day 5. I found a scalper in a sports bar and spent most of days 6 and 7 at Fenway Park watching the Red Sox struggle through an early-season homestand. The Friday game went 17 innings and ended very late. So I slept most of day 8 and then went back to Symphony Hall at night to watch the crowd. Maybe Quinn had season tickets to a concert series. But he didn't show. I replayed in my mind the way he had glanced at me. It might have been just that rueful, crowded sidewalk thing, but it might have been more. Susan Duffy called me again on the morning of day 9, Sunday. She sounded different. She sounded like a person who had done a lot more thinking. She sounded like a person with a plan.
Hotel lobby at noon,
she said. She showed up in a car, alone. The car was a Taurus built down to a very plain specification. It was grimy inside, a government vehicle. She was wearing faded denim jeans with good shoes and a battered leather jacket. Her hair was newly washed and combed back from her forehead. I got in on the passenger side, and she crossed 6 lanes of traffic and drove straight into the mouth of a tunnel that led to the Mass Pike.
"Zachary Beck has a son," she said.
She took an underground curve fast, and the tunnel ended, and we came out into the weak midday April light right behind Fenway.
"He's a college junior," she said. "Some small no-account liberal arts place, not too far from here as it happens. We talked to a classmate in exchange for burying a cannabis problem. The son is called Richard Beck. Not a popular person, a little strange. Seems very traumatized by something that happened about 5 years ago."
"What kind of something?"
"He was kidnapped."
I said nothing.
"You see," Duffy said. "You know how often regular people get kidnapped these days?"
"No," I said.
"Doesn't happen," she said. "It's an extinct crime. So it must have been a turf war thing. It's practically proof his dad's a racketeer."
"That's a stretch."
"Okay, but it's very persuasive. And it was never reported. FBI has no record of it. Whatever happened was handled privately. And not very well. The classmate says Richard Beck is missing an ear."
"So?" She didn't answer. She just drove west. I stretched out on the passenger seat and watched her from the corner of my eye. She looked good. She was long and lean and pretty, and she had life in her eyes. She was wearing no makeup. She was one of those women who absolutely didn't need to. I was very happy to let her drive me around. But she wasn't just driving me around. She was taking me somewhere, that was clear. She had come with a plan.
"I studied your whole service record," she said, "in great detail. You're an impressive guy."
"Not really," I said.
"And you've got big feet," she said. "That's good, too."
"Why?"
"You'll see," she said.
"Tell me," I said.
"We're very alike," she said, "you and me. We have something in common. I want to get close to Zachary Beck to get my agent back. You want to get close to him to find Quinn."
"Your agent is dead. 8 weeks, it'd be a miracle. You should face it." She said nothing. "And I don't care about Quinn." She glanced right and shook her head.
"You do," she said. "You really do. I can see that from here. It's eating you up. He's unfinished business. And my guess is you're the sort of guy who hates unfinished business."
Then she paused for a second.
"And I'm proceeding on the assumption that my agent is still alive, unless and until you supplied definitive proof to the contrary."
"Me?" I said.
"I can't use one of my people," she said. "You understand that, right? This whole thing is illegal as far as the Justice Department is concerned. So whatever I do next has to stay off the books. And my guess is you're the sort of guy who understands off-the-books operations, and is comfortable with them, even prefers them maybe."
"So?"
"I need to get somebody inside Beck's place. And I've decided it's going to be you. You're going to be my very own long-rod penetrator."
"How?"
"Richard Beck is going to take you there."
She came off the pike about 40 miles west of Boston and turned north into the Massachusetts countryside. We passed through picture-perfect New England villages. Fire departments were out in the curbs polishing their trucks. Birds were singing. People were putting stuff on their lawns and pruning their bushes. There was the smell of wood smoke in the air. We stopped at a motel in the middle of nowhere. It was an immaculate place with quiet brick facings and blinding white trim. There were 5 cars in the lot, blocking access to the 5 end rooms. They were all government vehicles. Stephen Elliott was waiting in the middle room with 5 men. They had hauled their desk chairs in from their own rooms and were sitting in a neat semicircle. Duffy led me inside and nodded to Elliott. I figured it was a nod that meant,
"I told him and he hasn't said no. Yet."
She moved to the window and turned so that she faced the room. The daylight was bright behind her. It made her hard to see. She cleared her throat. The room went quiet.
"Okay, listen up, people," she said. "One more time, this is off the books. This is not officially sanctioned,
and this will be done on our own time and at our own risk. Anybody wants out, just leave now."
Nobody moved. Nobody left. It was a smart tactic. It showed me she and Elliot had at least 5 guys who would follow them to hell and back.
"We have less than 48 hours, she said. "Day after tomorrow, Richard Beck heads home for his mother's birthday. Our source says he does it every year. Cuts classes and all. His father sends a car with 2 pro bodyguards because the kid is terrified of a repeat abduction. We're going to exploit that fear. We're going to take down the bodyguards and kidnap him."
She paused. Nobody spoke.
"Our aim is to get into Zachary Beck's house," she said. "We can assume the supposed kidnappers themselves wouldn't exactly be welcome there. So what will happen is that Reacher will immediately rescue the kid from the supposed kidnappers. It will be a tight sequence. Kidnap, rescue, like that. The kid comes over all grateful, and Reacher is greeted like a hero round the family hearth."
People sat quiet at first. Then they stirred. The plan was so full of holes it made a Swiss cheese look solid. I stared straight at Duffy. Then I found myself staring out the window. There were ways of plugging the holes. I felt my brain start to move. I wondered how many of the holes Duffy had already spotted. I wondered how many of the answers she had already got. I wondered how she knew I loved stuff like this.
"We have an audience of 1, she said. "All that matters is what Richard Beck thinks. The whole thing will be phony from beginning to end, but he's got to be absolutely convinced it's real."
Elliot looked at me. "Weaknesses?" "2, I said. "First, how do you take the bodyguards down without really hurting them? I assume you're not that far off the books." "Speed, shock, surprise," he said. "The kidnap team will have machine pistols with plenty of blank ammunition, plus a stun grenade. Soon as the kid is out of the car, we toss a flashbang in. Lots of sound and fury. They'll be dazed, nothing more. But the kid will assume they're hamburger meat." "Okay," I said. "But second, this whole thing is like method acting, right? I'm some kind of passerby, and coincidentally I'm the type of guy who can rescue him, which makes me smart and capable. So why wouldn't I just haul his ass round to the nearest cops, or wait for the cops to come to us? Why wouldn't I stick around and give evidence and make all kinds of witness statements? Why would I want to immediately drive him all the way home?" Elliot turned to Duffy.
"He'll be terrified," she said. "He'll want you to."
"But why would I agree? It doesn't matter what he wants. What matters is what is logical for me to do. Because we don't have an audience of 1. We have an audience of 2. Richard Beck and Zachary Beck. Richard Beck there and then, and Zachary Beck later. He'll be looking at it in retrospect. We gotta convince him just as much."
"The kid might ask you not to go to the cops, like last time."
"But why would I listen to him? If I was Mr. Normal, the cops would be the first thing on my mind. I'd want to do everything strictly by the book."
"He would argue with you."
"And I would ignore him. Why would a smart and capable adult listen to a crazy kid? It's a hole. It's too cooperative, too purposeful, too phony, too direct. Zachary Beck would rumble it in a minute."
"Maybe you get him in a car and you're being chased."
"I'd drive straight to a police station."
"Shit,"
Duffy said. "It's a plan," I said. "But we need to get real." I looked out of the window again. It was bright out there. I saw a lot of green stuff. Trees, bushes, distant wooded hillsides dusted with new leaves. From the corner of my eye, I saw Elliot and Duffy looking down at the floor of the room. Saw the 5 guys sitting still. They looked like a capable bunch. 2 of them were a little younger than me, tall and fair. 2 were about my age, plain and ordinary. 1 was a lot older, stooped and gray. I thought long and hard. Kidnap, rescue, Beck's house. I need to be in Beck's house. I really do. Because I need to find Quinn. Think about the long game. I looked at the whole thing from the kid's point of view. Then I looked at it again from his father's point of view. "It's a plan," I said again. but it needs perfecting. So I need to be the sort of person who wouldn't go to the cops. Then I paused. No. Better still, right in front of Richard Beck's eyes, I need to become the sort of person who can't go to the cops.
How?
Duffy said. I looked straight at her. I'll have to hurt somebody. By accident, in the confusion. Another passerby, some innocent party, some kind of ambiguous circumstance. Maybe I run somebody over, some old lady walking her dog. Maybe I even kill her. I panic and I run.
Too difficult to stage, she said, and not really enough to make you run anyway. I mean, accidents happen in circumstances like these.
I nodded. The room stayed quiet. I closed my eyes and thought some more, and saw the beginnings of a sketchy scene take shape right there in my mind. Okay, I said. How about this? I'll kill a cop. By accident. Nobody spoke. I opened my eyes. It's a grand slam, I said. You see that? It's totally perfect. It puts Zachary Beck's mind at rest about why I didn't act normally and go to the cops. You don't go to the cops if you've just killed one of their own, even if it's an accident. He'll understand that. And it'll give me a reason to stay on at his house afterwards, which I'll need to do. He'll think I'm in hiding. He'll be grateful about the rescue, and he's a criminal anyway, so his conscience won't get in his way. There were no objections, just silence, and then a slow, indefinable murmur of assessment, agreement, consent. I scoped it out, beginning to end. Think about the long game. I smiled. And it gets better, I said. He might even hire me. In fact, I think he'll be very tempted to hire me. Because we're creating the illusion that his family's suddenly under attack, and he'll be down by 2 bodyguards, and he'll know I'm better than they were anyway because they lost and I didn't. And he'll be happy to hire me because as long as he thinks I'm a cop killer and he's sheltering me, he'll think he owns me. Duffy smiled too.
So let's go to work, she said. We've got less than 48 hours.
The 2 younger guys were tagged as the kidnap team. We decided they would be driving a Toyota pickup from the DEA's stock of impounded vehicles. They would be using confiscated Uzis filled with 9mm blanks. They would have a stun grenade filched from the DEA SWAT stores. Then we started to rehearse my role as the rescuer. Like all good scam artists, we decided I should stick as close to the truth as possible. So I would be an ex-military drifter in the right place at the right time. I would be armed, which in the circumstances would be technically illegal in Massachusetts, but would be in character and plausible. I need a big old-fashioned revolver, I said. I have to be carrying something appropriate for a citizen, and the whole thing has to be a big drama, beginning to end. The Toyota comes at me, I need to disable it. I need to shoot it up. So I need 3 real bullets and 3 blanks, in strict sequence. The 3 real bullets for the truck, the 3 blanks for the people. We could load any gun like that, Elliot said. But I'll need to see the chambers, I said, right before I fire. I won't fire a mixed load without a visual check. I need to know I'm starting in the right place. So I need a revolver, a big one, not some small thing, so I can see clearly. He saw my point, made a note. Then we nominated the old guy as the local cop. Duffy proposed he should just blunder into my field of fire. No, I said, it has to be the right kind of mistake, not just a careless shot. Beck Sr. needs to be impressed with me in the right kind of way. I need to do it deliberately but recklessly, like I'm a madman but a madman who can shoot. Duffy agreed, and Elliot thought through a mental list of available vehicles and offered me an old panel van. Said I could be a delivery guy. Said it would give me a legitimate reason to be hanging out in the street. We made lists, on paper and in our heads. The 2 guys my age were sitting there without an assigned task, and they were unhappy about it. You're backup cops, I said. Suppose the kid doesn't even see me shoot the first one. He might have fainted or something. You need to chase us in a car, and I'll take you out when I'm certain he's watching." "Can't have backup cops," the old guy said. "I mean, what's going on here? Suddenly the whole place is swarming with cops for no good reason?"
"College cops," Duffy said. "You know, those rent-a-cop guys colleges have. They just happen to be there. I mean, where else would you find them?"
"Excellent," I said. "They can start from right inside the campus. They can control the whole thing by radio from the rear." "How will you take them out?" Elliot asked me, like it was an issue. I nodded. I saw the problem. I would have fired 6 shots by then. "I can't reload," I said. "Not while I'm driving. Not with blanks. The kid might notice." "Can you ram them? Force them off the road?" "Not in a crummy old van. I'll have to have a second revolver, preloaded, waiting inside the van, in the glove compartment, maybe." "You're running around with 2 6-shooters, the old guy said. "That's a little odd in Massachusetts." I nodded. "It's a weak point. We're going to have to risk a few." "So I should be in plain clothes," the old guy said, "like a detective. Shooting at a uniformed cop is beyond reckless. That'd be a weak point, too." "Okay," I said. "Agreed. Excellent. You're a detective, and you pull out your badge, and I think it's a gun. That happens." "But how do we die?" he asked. "We just clutch our stomachs and fall over like an old Wild West show?" "That's not convincing," Elliot said. "This whole thing has got to look exactly right, for Richard Beck's benefit."
"We need Hollywood stuff," Duffy said. "Kevlar vests and condoms filled with fake blood that explode off a radio signal."
"Can we get it?"
"From New York or Boston, maybe."
"We're tight for time."
"Tell me about it,"
Duffy said. That was the end of day 9. Duffy wanted me to move into the motel and offered to have somebody drive me back to my Boston hotel for my luggage. I told her I didn't have any luggage, and she looked at me sideways but didn't say anything. I took a room next to the old guy. Somebody drove out and got pizza. Everybody was running around and making phone calls. They left me alone. I lay on my bed and thought the whole thing through again, beginning to end, from my point of view. I made a list in my head of all the things we hadn't considered. It was a long list. But there was one item bothering me above all. Not exactly on the list, kinda parallel to it. I got off my bed and went to find Duffy. She was out in the lot, hurrying back to her room from her car. "Zachary Beck isn't the story here," I told her. "He can't be. If Quinn's involved, then Quinn's the boss. He wouldn't play second fiddle. Unless Beck is a worse guy than Quinn, and I don't even want to think about that."
"Maybe Quinn changed," she said. "He was shot twice in the head. Maybe that kind of rewired his brains. Diminished him somehow."
I said nothing. She hurried away. I went back to my room. Day 10 started with the arrival of the vehicles. The old guy got a 7-year-old Chevy Caprice to act as his police unmarked. It was the one with the Corvette motor in it, from the final model year before General Motors stopped making them. It looked just right. The pickup was a big thing painted faded red. It had a bull bar on the front. I saw the younger guys talking about how they would use it. My ride was a plain brown panel van. It was the most anonymous truck I had ever seen. It had no side windows and 2 small rear windows. I checked inside for a glove compartment. It had one. "Okay?" Elliot asked me. I slapped its side like van people do, and it boomed faintly in response. "Perfect," I said. "I want the revolvers to be big .44 Magnums. I want 3 heavy soft-nosed bullets and 9 blanks. Make the blanks as loud as you can get." "Okay," he said. "Why soft-nose?" "I'm worried about ricochets," I said. "I don't want to hurt anybody by accident. Soft-nosed slugs will deform and stick to what they hit. I'm going to fire 1 into the radiator and 2 at the tires. I want you to pump the tires way high so they'll explode when I hit them. We've got to make it spectacular." Elliot hurried away, and Duffy came up to me.
"You'll need these," she said.
She had a coat and a pair of gloves for me.
You'll look more realistic if you're wearing them. It'll be cold, and the coat will hide the gun.
I took them from her and tried on the coat. It fit pretty well. She was clearly a good judge of sizes.
The psychology will be tricky, she said. You're going to have to be flexible. The kid might be catatonic. You might need to coax some reaction out of him. But ideally, he'll be awake and talking. In which case, I think you need to show a little reluctance about getting yourself more and more involved. Ideally, you need to let him talk you into driving him all the way home. But at the same time, you need to be dominant. You need to keep events moving along so he doesn't have time to dwell on exactly what he's seeing.
Okay, I said. In which case I'm going to change my ammunition requisition. I'm going to make the second bullet in the second gun a real one. I'll tell him to get down on the floor, and then I'll blow out the window behind him. He'll think it was the college cops shooting at us. Then I'll tell him to get up again. It'll increase his sense of danger, and it'll get him used to doing what I tell him, and it'll make him a little happier to watch the college cops get it in the neck. Because I don't want him fighting me, trying to stop me. I might wreck the van and kill both of us.
In fact, you need to bond with him, she said. He needs to speak well of you later. Because I agree, getting hired on up there would hit the jackpot. It would give you access. So try to impress the kid, but keep it very subtle. You don't need him to like you. You just need to make him think you're a tough guy who knows what he's doing.
I went to find Elliot, and then the two guys playing the college cops came to find me. We arranged that they would fire blanks at me first, then I would fire one blank at them, then I would shoot out the van's rear window, and then I would fire another blank, and finally I would fire my last 3 blanks in a spaced group. On the final shot, they would blow out their own windshield with a real bullet from one of their own guns, and then they would go sliding off the road like they had lost a tire or been hit. Don't get confused which load is which, one of them said. You either, I said back. We had more pizza for lunch, and then went out to cruise the target area. We parked a mile short and went over a couple of maps. Then we risked 3 separate passes in 2 cars right past the college gate. I would have preferred more time to study, but we were worried about being conspicuous. We drove back to the motel in silence and regrouped in Elliot's room. Looks okay, I said. Which way will they turn?
Maine is north of here, Duffy said. We can assume he lives somewhere near Portland.
I nodded. But I think they'll go south. Look at the maps. You get to the highway faster that way, and standard security doctrine is to get on wide, busy roads as soon as possible.
It's a gamble.
They'll go south, I said. Anything else? Elliot asked. I'd be nuts to stick with a van, I said. Old man Beck will figure if I was doing this for real, I'd ditch it and steal a car.
Where?
Duffy asked. The map shows a mall next to the highway.
Okay, we'll stash one there.
Spare keys under the bumper? Elliot asked. Duffy shook her head.
Too phony. We need this whole thing to be absolutely convincing. He'll have to steal it for real.
I don't know how, I said. I've never stolen a car. The room went quiet. All I know is what I learned in the Army, I said. Military vehicles are never locked, and they don't have ignition keys. They start off a button. Okay, Elliot said. No problem is insuperable. We'll leave it unlocked. But you'll act like it is locked. You'll pretend to jimmy the door. We'll leave a load of wire and a bunch of coat hangers nearby. Maybe you could ask the kid to find something for you, make him feel involved. It'll help the illusion. Then you screw around with it, and hey, the door pops open. We'll loosen the shroud on the steering column. We'll strip the right wires and only the right wires. You find 'em and touch 'em together, and you're an instant bad guy.
Brilliant,
Duffy said. Elliot smiled. I do my best.
Let's take a break, Duffy said. Start again after dinner.
The final pieces fell into place after dinner. 2 of the guys got back with the last of the equipment. They had a matched pair of Colt Anacondas for me. They were big, brutal weapons. They looked expensive. I didn't ask where they got them from. They came with a box of real .44 Magnums and a box of .44 blanks. The blanks came from a hardware store. They were designed for a heavy-duty nail gun, the sort of thing that punches nails straight into concrete. I opened each anaconda cylinder and scratched an X against one of the chambers with the tip of a nail scissor. A Colt revolver's cylinder steps round clockwise, which is different from a Smith & Wesson, which rotates counterclockwise. The X would represent the first chamber to be fired. I would line it up at the 10 o'clock position where I could see it, and it would step round and fall under the hammer with the first pull of the trigger. Duffy brought me a pair of shoes. They were my size. The right one had a cavity carved into the heel. She gave me a wireless email device that fits snugly into the space.
"That's why I'm glad you got big feet," she said. "Made it easier to fit."
"Is it reliable?"
"It better be," she said. "It's new government issue. All departments are doing their concealed communications with it now."
"Great," I said. In my career, more foul-ups have been caused by faulty technology than any other single cause.
"It's the best we can do," she said. "They'd find anything else. They're bound to search you. And the theory is, if they're scanning for radio transmissions, all they'll hear is a brief burst of modem screech. They'll probably think it's static."
They had 3 blood effects from a New York theatrical costumier. They were big and bulky. Each one was a foot-wide square of Kevlar that was to be taped to the victim's chest. They had rubber gore reservoirs and radio receivers and firing charges and batteries. "Wear loose shirts, guys," Elliot said. The radio triggers were separate buttons I would have to tape to my right forearm. They were wired to batteries I would have to carry in my inside pocket. The buttons were big enough to feel through my coat and my jacket and my shirt, and I figured I would look okay supporting the Colt's weight with my left hand. We rehearsed the sequence. First, the pickup driver. That button would be nearest my wrist. I would trigger it with my index finger. Second, the pickup passenger. That button would be in the middle finger. Third, the old guy playing the cop. That button would be nearest my elbow, ring finger. "You'll have to lose them afterwards," Elliot said. "They'll search you for sure at Beck's house. You'll have to stop at a men's room or something and get rid of them." We rehearsed endlessly in the motel lot. We laid out the road in miniature. By midnight, we were as solid as we were ever going to get. We figured we would need all of 8 seconds, beginning to end.
"You have the critical decision,"
Duffy said to me.
"It's your call. If there's anything wrong when the Toyota is coming at you, anything at all, then you abort and you watch it go on by. We'll clean it up somehow. But you'll be firing 3 live rounds in a public place, and I don't want any stray pedestrians getting hit, or cyclists, or joggers. You'll have less than a second to decide."
"Understood," I said, although I really didn't see any easy way of cleaning it up if it had already got that far. Then Elliot took a last couple of phone calls and confirmed they had a college security cruiser on loan and were putting a plausible old Nissan Maxima behind the mall's flagship department store. The Maxima had been impounded from a small-time marijuana grower in New York State. They still had tough drug laws down there. They were putting phony Massachusetts plates on it and filling it with the kind of junk a department store saleslady might be expected to haul around with her.
"Bed now," Duffy called. "Big day tomorrow."
That was the end of day 10. Duffy brought donuts and coffee to my room for breakfast on day 11, early. Her and me, alone. We went through the whole thing, one last time. She showed me photographs of the agent she had inserted 58 days ago. She was a blonde 30-year-old who had got a clerk's job with Bizarre Bazaar using the name Teresa Daniel. She was petite and looked resourceful. I looked hard at the pictures and memorized her features. But it was another woman's face I was seeing in my mind.
"I'm assuming she's still alive,"
Duffy said.
"I have to."
I said nothing.
"Try hard to get hired," she said. "We checked your recent history the same way Beck might. You come out pretty vague. Plenty missing that would worry me. But I don't think it would worry him."
I gave the photographs back to her. "I'm a shoo-in," I said. "The illusion reinforces itself. He's left short-handed, and he's under attack all at the same time. But I'm not going to try too hard. In fact, I'm going to come across a little reluctant. I think anything else would seem phony.
Okay, she said. You've got 7 objectives, of which numbers 1, 2, and 3 are take a lot of care. We can assume these are extremely dangerous people.
I nodded. We can do more than assume it. If Quinn's involved, we can absolutely guarantee it.
So act accordingly, she said. Gloves off, from the start.
Yes, I said. I put my arm across my chest and started massaging my left shoulder with my right hand. Then I stopped myself, surprised. An army psychiatrist once told me that type of unconscious gesture represents feelings of vulnerability. It's defensive. It's about covering up and hiding. It's the first step towards curling yourself into a ball on the floor. Duffy must have read the same books, because she picked up on it and looked straight at me.
You're scared of Quinn, aren't you?
She said. I'm not scared of anybody, I said, but certainly I preferred it when he was dead.
We can cancel,
she said. I shook my head. I'd like the chance to find him, believe me.
What went wrong with the arrest?
I shook my head again. I won't talk about that, I said. She was quiet for a beat, but she didn't push it. Just looked away and paused and looked back and started up with the briefing again. Quiet voice, efficient diction.
Objective number 4 is find my agent, she said, and bring her back to me.
I nodded.
5, bring me solid evidence I can use to nail Beck.
Okay, I said. She paused again.
6, find Quinn and do whatever you need to do with him. And then 7, get the hell out of there.
I nodded, said nothing.
We won't tail you, she said. The kid might spot us. He'll be pretty paranoid by then. And we won't put a homing device on the Nissan, because they'd probably find it later. You'll have to email us your location soon as you know it.
Okay, I said.
Weaknesses?
She asked. I forced my mind away from Quinn. 3 weaknesses that I can see, I said. 2 minor and 1 major. First minor one is that I'm going to blow the back window out of the van, but the kid will have about 10 minutes to realize the broken glass is in the wrong place, and there isn't a corresponding hole in the windshield.
So don't do it.
I think I really need to. I think we need to keep the panic level high.
Okay, we'll put a bunch of boxes back there. You should have boxes anyway if you're a delivery man. They might obscure his view. If they don't, just hope he doesn't put 2 and 2 together inside 10 minutes.
I nodded. And second, old man Beck is going to call the cops down here sometime somehow. Maybe the newspapers, too. He's going to be looking for corroborating information.
We'll give the cops a script to follow. And they'll give the press something. They'll play ball for as long as they need to. What's the major weakness?
The bodyguards, I said. How long can you hold them? You can't let them get near a phone or they'll call Beck. So you can't formally arrest them. You can't put them in the system. You'll have to hold them incommunicado, completely illegally. How long can you keep that going? She shrugged.
4 or 5 days tops. We can't protect you any longer than that. So be real fast.
I plan to be, I said. How long will the battery last on my email thing?
About 5 days, she said. You'll be out by then. We can't give you a charger. It would be too suspicious. But you can use a cell phone charger if you can find one.
Okay, I said. She just looked at me. There was nothing more to say. Then she moved close and kissed me on the cheek. It was sudden. Her lips were soft. They left a dusting of donut sugar on my skin.
Good luck, she said. I don't think we've missed anything.
But we had missed a lot of things. There were glaring errors in our thinking, and they all came back to haunt me. Chapter 3. Duke the bodyguard came back to my room 5 minutes before 7 in the evening, which was way too early for dinner. I heard his footsteps outside and a quiet click as the lock turned. I was sitting on the bed. The email device was back in my shoe, and my shoe was back on my foot. "Get a nap, asshole?" he asked. "Why am I locked up?" I asked back. "Because you're a cop killer," he said. I looked away. Maybe he'd been a cop himself before he went private. He could have been. Lots of ex-cops wind up in the security business, as consultants or private eyes or bodyguards. Certainly he had some kind of agenda, which could be a problem for me. But it meant he was buying Richard Beck's story without question, which was the upside. He looked at me for a second with nothing much in his face. Then he led me out of the room and down the 2 flights of stairs to the ground floor and through dark passageways toward the side of the house that faced north. I could smell salt air and damp carpet. There were rugs everywhere. Some places they were laid 2 deep on the floor. They glowed with muted colors. He stopped in front of a door and pushed it open and stepped back so I was channeled into a room. It was large and square and paneled with dark oak. Rugs all over the floor. There were small windows and deep recesses. Darkness and rock and gray ocean outside. There was an oak table. My 2 Colt Anacondas were lying on it, unloaded. Their cylinders were open. There was a man at the head of the table. He was sitting in an oak chair with arms and a tall back. He was the guy from Susan Duffy's surveillance photographs. In the flesh, he was mostly unremarkable. Not big, not small. Maybe 6 feet, maybe 200 pounds. Gray hair, not thin, not thick. Not short, not long. He was about 50. He was wearing a gray suit made out of expensive cloth, cut without any attempt at style. His shirt was white and his tie was no color at all, like gasoline. His hands and face were pale, like his natural habitat was underground parking garages at night, hawking samples of something from his Cadillac's trunk. "Sit down," he said. His voice was quiet and strained, like it was all high up in his throat. I sat opposite him at the far end of the table. "I'm Zachary Beck," he said. "Jack Reacher," I said. Duke closed the door gently and leaned his bulk against it from the inside. The room went quiet. I could hear the ocean. It wasn't a rhythmic wave sound like you hear at the beach. It was a continuous random crashing and sucking of surf on the rocks. I could hear pools draining and gravel rattling and breakers coming in like explosions. I tried to count them. People say every 7th wave is a big one. "So," Beck said. He had a drink on the table in front of him, some kind of amber liquid in a short, heavy glass, oily, like scotch or bourbon. He nodded to Duke. Duke picked up a second glass. It had been waiting there for me on a side table. It had the same oily amber liquid in it. He carried it awkwardly with his finger and thumb right down at the base. He walked across the room and bent a little to place it carefully in front of me. I smiled. I knew what it was for. "So," Beck said again. I waited. "My son explained your predicament," he said. It was the same phrase his wife had used. "The law of unintended consequences," I said. "It presents me with difficulties," he said. "I'm just an ordinary businessman, trying to work out where my responsibilities lie." I waited. "We're grateful, naturally," he said. "Please don't misunderstand that." "But—" "There are legal issues, aren't there?" He said it with a little annoyance in his voice, like he was being victimized by complexities beyond his control. "It's not rocket science," I said. "I need you to turn a blind eye, at least temporarily. Like one good turn deserves another. If your conscience can accommodate that kind of thing." The room went quiet again. I listened to the ocean. I could hear a full spectrum of sounds out there. I could hear brittle seaweed dragging on granite and a drawn-out undertow sucking back towards the east. Zachary Beck's gaze was moving all over the place. He was looking at the table, then at the floor, then into space. His face was narrow, not much of a jaw. His eyes were set fairly close together. His brow was lined with concentration. His lips were thin, and his mouth was pursed. His head was moving a little. The whole thing was a reasonable facsimile of an ordinary businessman struggling with weighty issues.
Was it a mistake?
He asked. The cop? I said. In retrospect, obviously. At the time, I was just trying to get the job done. He spent a little more time thinking, and then he nodded.
Okay, he said. In the circumstances, we might be willing to help you out. If we can. You did a great service for the family.
I need money, I said.
Why?
I'm going to need to travel.
When?
Right now.
Is that wise?
I shook my head. Not really. I'd prefer to wait here a couple of days until the initial panic is over. But I don't want to push my luck with you.
How much money?
$5,000 might do it. He said nothing to that, just started up with the gazing thing again. This time there was a little more focus in his eyes.
I've got some questions for you, he said, before you leave us, if you leave us. 2 issues of paramount. First, who were they?
Don't you know?
I have many rivals and enemies.
That would go this far?
I'm a rug importer, he said. I didn't intend to be, but that's the way things worked out. Possibly you think I just deal with department stores and interior decorators. But the reality is I deal with all kinds of unsavory characters in various foreign hellholes where enslaved children are forced to work 18-hour days until their fingers bleed. Their owners are all convinced I'm ripping them off and raping their cultures. And the truth is I probably am, although no more than they are. They aren't fun companions. I need a certain toughness to prosper. And the point is, so do my competitors. This is a tough business all round. So between my suppliers and my competitors, I can think of 6 separate people who would kidnap my son to get at me. After all, one of them did, 5 years ago, as I'm sure my son told you.
I said nothing.
I need to know who they were,
he said, like he really meant it. So I paused a beat and recounted the whole event for him, second by second, yard by yard, mile by mile. I described the 2 tall, fair-haired DEA guys in the Toyota accurately and in great detail.
They mean nothing to me, he said.
I didn't answer.
Did you get the Toyota's license plate?
He asked. I thought back and told him the truth. I only saw the front, I said. There was no plate.
Okay, he said. So they were from a state that doesn't require a front license plate. That narrows it down a little, I guess.
I said nothing. A long moment later, he shook his head.
Information is in very short supply, he said. An associate of mine contacted the police department down there in a roundabout way. 1 town cop is dead, 1 college cop is dead, 2 unexplained strangers in a Lincoln town car are dead, and 2 unexplained strangers in a Toyota pickup truck are dead. The only surviving eyewitness is a 2nd college cop, and he's still unconscious after a car wreck nearly 5 miles away. So right now, nobody knows what happened. Nobody knows why it happened. Nobody has made a connection to an attempted kidnap. All anybody knows is there was a bloodbath down there for no apparent reason. They're speculating about gang warfare.
What happens when they run the Lincoln's plate? I asked. He hesitated.
It's a corporate registration, he said. It doesn't lead directly here.
I nodded. Okay. But I want to be on the West Coast before that other college cop wakes up. He got a good look at me.
And I want to know who stepped out of line here.
I glanced at the anacondas on the table. They had been cleaned and lightly oiled. I was suddenly very glad I had ditched the spent shells. I picked up my glass, wrapped my thumb and all 4 fingers around it, and sniffed the contents. I had no idea what they were. I would have preferred a cup of coffee. I put the glass back on the table. "Is Richard okay?" I asked.
"He'll live," Beck said. "I'd like to know who exactly is attacking me."
"I told you what I saw," I said. "They didn't show me ID. They weren't known to me personally. I just happened to be there. What's your second paramount issue?" There was a long pause. The surf crashed and boomed outside the windows.
"I'm a cautious man," Beck said, "and I don't want to offend you.
But
I'm wondering who you are exactly."
"I'm the guy who saved your boy's other ear," I said. Beck glanced at Duke, who stepped forward smartly and took my glass away. He used the same awkward pincer movement with his thumb and his index finger, right down at the base. "And now you've got my fingerprints," I said. "Nice and clear." Beck nodded again, like a guy making a judicious decision. He pointed at the guns where they lay on the table.
"Nice weapons,"
he said. I said nothing back. He moved his hand and nudged one of them with his knuckles. Then he sent it sliding across the wood towards me. The heavy steel made a hollow, reverberant sound on the oak.
"You want to tell me why there's a mark scratched against one of the chambers?"
I listened to the ocean. "I don't know why," I said. "They came to me like that."
"You bought them used?"
"In Arizona," I said.
"From a gun store?"
"From a gun show," I said.
"Why?"
"I don't like background checks," I said.
"Didn't you ask about the scratches?"
"I assumed they were reference marks," I said. "I assumed some gun nut had tested them and marked the most accurate chamber. Or the least accurate."
"Chambers differ?"
"Everything differs," I said. "That's the nature of manufacturing."
"Even with $800 revolvers?"
"Depends on how discriminating you want to be," I said. "You feel the need to measure down to the 100,000th of an inch, then everything in the world is different."
"Does it matter?"
"Not to me," I said. "I point a gun at somebody, I don't care which individual blood cell I'm targeting." He sat quiet for a moment. Then he went into his pocket and came out with a bullet. Shiny brass case, dull lead point. He stood it upright in front of him, like a miniature artillery shell. Then he knocked it over and rolled it under his fingers on the table. Then he placed it carefully and flicked it with his fingertip so that it rolled all the way along to me. It came in a wide, graceful curve. It made a slow drowning sound on the wood. I let it roll off the end of the table and caught it in my hand. It was an unjacketed Remington .44 Magnum. It was heavy, probably more than 300 grains. It was a brutal thing. Probably cost the best part of $1. It was warm from his pocket.
"You ever played Russian roulette?"
he asked. "I need to get rid of the car I stole," I said.
"We've already got rid of it," he said.
"Where?"
"Where it won't be found."
He went quiet. I said nothing, just looked at him, like I was thinking,
Is that the sort of thing an ordinary businessman does?
As well as registering his limousines through shell corporations, and instantly recalling the price of a Colt Anaconda, and trapping a guest's prints on a whiskey tumbler.
"You ever played Russian roulette?"
he asked again. "No," I said, "I never did."
"I'm under attack," he said, "and I just lost 2 guys. Time like this, I need to be adding guys, not losing them."
I waited. 5 seconds. 10. I made out like I was struggling with the concept. "You asking to hire me?" I said. "I'm not sure I can stick around."
"I'm not asking anything," he said.
I'm deciding. You look like a useful guy. You could have that $5,000 to stay, not to go. Maybe.
I said nothing.
Hey, if I want you, I've got you, he said. There's a dead cop down in Massachusetts, and I've got your name and I've got your prints.
But
I don't know who you are.
Get used to it, I said. How do you know who anybody is?
I find out, he said. I test people. Suppose I asked you to kill another cop, as a gesture of good faith.
I'd say no. I'd repeat that the first one was an unfortunate accident I regret very much, and I'd start wondering about what kind of an ordinary businessman you really are.
My business is my business. It needn't concern you.
I said nothing.
Play Russian roulette with me, he said.
What would that prove?
A federal agent wouldn't do it.
Why are you worried about federal agents?
That needn't concern you either.
I'm not a federal agent, I said.
So prove it. Play Russian roulette with me. I mean, I'm already playing Russian roulette with you in a manner of speaking, just letting you into my house without knowing exactly who you are.
I saved your son.
And I'm very grateful for that. Grateful enough that I'm still talking to you in a civilized manner. Grateful enough that I might yet offer you sanctuary and employment. Because I like a man who gets the job done.
I'm not looking for work, I said. I'm looking to hide out for maybe 48 hours and then move on.
We'd look after you. Nobody would ever find you. You'd be completely safe here. If you pass the test.
Russian roulette is the test?
The infallible test, he said. In my experience.
I said nothing. The room was silent. He leaned forward in his chair.
You're either with me or against me, he said. Either way, you're about to prove it. I sincerely hope you choose wisely.
Duke moved against the door. The floor creaked under his feet. I listened to the ocean. Spray smashed upward, and the wind whipped it, and heavy foam drops arced lazily through the air and tapped against the window glass. The seventh wave came booming in, heavier than the others. I picked up the anaconda in front of me. Duke pulled a gun out from under his jacket and pointed it at me in case I had something other than roulette on my mind. He had a Steyr SPP, which is most of a Steyr TMP submachine gun cut down into pistol form. It's a rare piece from Austria, and it was big and ugly in his hand. I looked away from it and concentrated on the Colt. I thumbed the bullet into a random chamber and closed the cylinder and spun it free. The ratchet purred in the silence. "Play," Beck said. I spun the cylinder again and raised the revolver and touched the muzzle to my temple. The steel was cold. I looked Beck straight in the eye and held my breath and eased the trigger back. The cylinder turned and the hammer cocked. The action was smooth, like silk rubbing on silk. I pulled the trigger all the way. The hammer fell. There was a loud click. I felt the smack of the hammer pulse all the way through the steel to the side of my head. But I felt nothing else. I breathed out and lowered the gun and held it with the back of my hand resting on the table. Then I turned my hand over and pulled my finger out of the trigger guard. "Your turn," I said.
"I just wanted to see you do it," he said. The room went quiet. I smiled. "You want to see me do it again?" I said. Beck said nothing. I picked up the gun again and spun the cylinder and let it slow and stop, raised the muzzle to my head. The barrel was so long, my elbow was forced up and out. I pulled the trigger, fast and decisive. There was a loud click in the silence. It was the sound of an $800 piece of precision machinery working exactly the way it should. I lowered the gun and spun the cylinder a third time, raised the gun, pulled the trigger. Nothing. I did it a fourth time, fast. Nothing. I did it a fifth time, faster. Nothing.
"Okay," Beck said. "Tell me about Oriental rugs," I said. "Nothing much to tell," he said. "They go on the floor. People buy them, sometimes for a lot of money." I smiled, raised the gun again. "Odds are 6-1, I said. I spun the cylinder a sixth time. The room went completely silent. I put the gun to my head, pulled the trigger. I felt the smack of the hammer falling on an empty chamber. Nothing else. "Enough," Beck said. I lowered the Colt and cracked the cylinder and dumped the bullet out on the table, lined it up carefully and rolled it all the way back to him. It droned on the wood. He stopped it with the heel of his hand and sat there and said nothing for 2 or 3 minutes. He was looking at me like I was an animal in a zoo, like maybe he wished there were some bars between him and me. "Richard tells me you were a military cop," he said. 13 years, I said. "Were you good?" "Better than those bozos you sent to pick him up." "He speaks well of you." "So he should," I said. "I saved his ass, at considerable cost to myself." "You gonna be missed anywhere?" "No." "Family?" "I haven't got any." "Job?" "I can't go back to it now," I said. "Can I?" He played with the bullet for a moment, rolling it under the pad of his index finger. Then he scooped it up into his palm. "Who can I call?" he said. "For what?" He jiggled the bullet in his palm like shaking dice. "An employment recommendation," he said. "You had a boss, right?" Mistakes, coming back to haunt me. "Self-employed," I said. He put the bullet back on the table. "Licensed and insured?" he said. I paused a beat. "Not exactly," I said. "Why not?" "Reasons," I said. "Got a registration for your truck?" I might have mislaid it. He rolled the bullet under his fingers, gazed at me. I could see him thinking. He was running things through his head, processing information, trying to make it fit with his own preconceptions. I willed him onward. An armed tough guy with an old panel van that doesn't belong to him, a car thief, a cop killer. He smiled. "Used records," he said. "I've seen that store." I said nothing, just looked him in the eye. "Let me take a guess," he said. "You were fencing stolen CDs." His type of guy. I shook my head. "Bootlegs," I said. "I'm not a thief. I'm ex-military trying to scrape a living, and I believe in free expression." "Like hell," he said. "You believe in making a buck." His type of guy. "That too," I said. "Were you doing well?" "Well enough." He scooped the bullet into his palm again and tossed it to Duke. Duke caught it one-handed and dropped it into his jacket pocket. "Duke is my head of security," Beck said. "You'll work for him, effective immediately." I glanced at Duke, then back at Beck. "Suppose I don't want to work for him," I said. "You have no choice. There's a dead cop down in Massachusetts, and we have your name in your prints. You'll be on probation until we get a feel for exactly what kind of a person you are. But look on the bright side. Think about $5,000. That's a lot of bootleg CDs." The difference between being an honored guest and a probationary employee was that I ate dinner in the kitchen with the other help. The giant from the Gatehouse Lodge didn't show, but there was Duke and one other guy I took to be some kind of all-purpose mechanic or handyman. There was a maid and a cook. The 5 of us sat round a plain deal table and had a meal just as good as the family was getting in the dining room. Maybe better, because maybe the cook had spat in theirs, and I doubted if she would spit in ours. I had spent enough time around grunts and NCOs to know how they do things. There wasn't much conversation. The cook was a sour woman of maybe 60. The maid was timid. I got the impression she was fairly new. She was unsure about how to conduct herself. She was young and plain. She was wearing a cotton shift and a wool cardigan. She had clunky flat shoes on. The mechanic was a middle-aged guy, thin, gray, quiet. Duke was quiet, too, because he was thinking. Beck had handed him a problem, and he wasn't sure how he should deal with it. Could he use me? Could he trust me? He wasn't stupid, that was clear. He saw all the angles, and he was prepared to spend a little time examining them. He was around my age, maybe a little younger, maybe a little older. He had one of those hard, ugly, corn-fed faces that hides age well. He was about my size. I probably had heavier bones. He was probably a little bulkier. We probably weighed within a pound or two of each other. I sat next to him and ate my food and tried to time it right with the kind of questions a normal person would be expected to ask. "So tell me about the rug business," I said, with enough tone in my voice to let him know I was saying I assumed Beck was into something else entirely. No, he said, like he meant not in front of the help. And then he looked at me in a way that had to mean, anyway, I'm not sure I want to be talking to a guy crazy enough to chance shooting himself in the head 6 straight times. "The bullet was a fake, right?" I said. "What?" "No powder in it," I said. "Probably just cotton wadding." "Why would it be a fake?" "I could have shot him with it." "Why would you want to do that?" "I wouldn't, but he's a cautious guy. He wouldn't take the risk." "I was covering you." "I could have got you first. Used your gun on him." He stiffened a little, but he didn't say anything. Competitive. I didn't like him very much, which was okay with me, because I guessed he was going to wind up as a casualty before too long. "Hold this," he said. He took the bullet out of his pocket and handed it to me. "Wait there," he said. He got up off his chair and walked out of the kitchen. I stood the bullet upright in front of me, just like Beck had. I finished up my meal. There was no dessert, no coffee. Duke came back with one of my anacondas swinging from his trigger finger. He walked past me to the back door and nodded me over to join him. I picked the bullet up and clamped it in my palm. Followed him. The back door beeped as we passed through it. Another metal detector. It was neatly integrated into the frame. But there was no burglar alarm. Their security depended on the sea and the wall and the razor wire. Beyond the back door was a cold, damp porch, and then a rickety storm door into the yard, which was nothing more than the tip of the rocky finger. It was 100 yards wide and semicircular in front of us. It was dark, and the lights from the house picked up the grayness of the granite. The wind was blowing, and I could see luminescence from the whitecaps out in the ocean. The surf crashed and eddied. There was a moon and low torn clouds moving fast. The horizon was immense and black. The air was cold. I twisted up and back and picked out my room's window way above me. "Bullet," Duke said. I turned back and passed it to him. "Watch," he said. He loaded it into the Colt, jerked his hand to snap the cylinder shut, squinted in the moonlit grayness, and clicked the cylinder round until the loaded chamber was at the 10 o'clock position. "Watch," he said again. He pointed the gun with his arms straight, aiming just below the horizontal at the flat granite tables where they met the sea. He pulled the trigger. The cylinder turned and the hammer dropped and the gun kicked and flashed and roared. There was a simultaneous spark on the rocks and an unmistakable metallic whang of a ricochet. It feathered away to silence. The bullet probably skipped 100 yards out into the Atlantic. Maybe it killed a fish. "It wasn't a fake," he said. "I'm fast enough." "Okay," I said. He opened the cylinder and shook the empty shell case out. It clinked on the rocks by his feet. "You're an asshole," he said. "An asshole cop killer." "Were you a cop?" He nodded. "Once upon a time." "Is Duke your first name or your last?" "Last." "Why does a rug importer need armed security?" "Like he told you, it's a rough business. There's a lot of money in it." "You really want me here?" He shrugged. "I might. If somebody's sniffing around, we might need some cannon fodder. Better you than me." I saved the kid. So what? Get in line. We've all saved the kid one time or another. Or Mrs. Beck, or Mr. Beck himself. How many guys have you got? Not enough, he said. Not if we're under attack. What is this, a war? He didn't answer, just walked past me towards the house. I turned my back on the restless ocean and followed him. There was nothing doing in the kitchen. The mechanic had disappeared, and the cook and the maid were cleaning up. They were stacking dishes into a machine large enough to do duty in a restaurant. The maid was all fingers and thumbs. She didn't know what went where. I looked around for coffee. There still wasn't any. Duke sat down again at the empty deal table. There was no activity, no urgency. I was aware of time slipping away. I didn't trust Susan Duffy's estimate of 5 days' grace. 5 days is a long time when you're guarding two healthy individuals off the books. I would have been happier if she had said 3 days. I would have been more impressed by her sense of realism. Go to bed, Duke said. You'll be on duty as of 6:30 in the morning. Doing what? Doing whatever I tell you. Is my door going to be locked? Count on it, he said. I'll unlock it at 6:15. Be down here by 6:30. I waited on my bed until I heard him come up after me and lock the door. Then I waited some more until I was sure he wasn't coming back. Then I took my shoe off and checked for messages. The little device powered up, and the tiny green screen was filled with a cheerful italic announcement, "You've got mail." There was one item only. It was from Susan Duffy. It was a one-word question. Location? I hit reply and typed Abbott, Maine. Coast, 20 miles south of Portland, lone house on Long Rock Finger. That would have to do. I didn't have a mailing address or exact GPS coordinates, but she should be able to pin it down if she spent some time with a large-scale map of the area. I hit send now. Then I stared at the screen. I wasn't entirely sure how email worked. Was it instantaneous communication like a phone call, or would my reply wait somewhere in limbo before it got to her? I assumed she would be watching for it. I assumed she and Elliot would be spelling each other round the clock. 90 seconds later, the screen announced, "You've got mail again." I smiled. This might work. This time, her message was longer. Only 21 words, but I had to scroll down the tiny screen to read it all. It said, "We'll work the maps, thanks. Prints show 2 bodyguards in our custody are ex-Army. All under control here. You. Progress." I hit reply and typed, "Hired, probably." Then I thought for a second and pictured Quinn and Teresa Daniel in my mind and added, "Otherwise no progress yet." Then I thought some more and typed, "Re-2 bodyguards, ask MP Powell, quote, 10:29, 10:30, 10:24, 10:36, unquote, from me specifically." Then I hit send now. I watched the machine announce, "Your message has been sent," and looked away at the darkness outside the window and hoped Powell's generation still spoke the same language mine did. 10:29, 10:30, 10:24, and 10:36 were 4 standard military police radio codes that meant nothing much in themselves. 10:29 stood for weak signal. It was a procedural complaint about failing equipment. 10:30 meant, "I am requesting non-emergency assistance." 10:24 meant, "Suspicious person." 10:36 meant, "Please forward my messages." The 10:30 non-emergency call meant the whole string would attract no attention from anybody. It would be recorded and filed somewhere and ignored for the rest of history. But taken together, the string was a kind of underground jargon. At least it used to be, way back when I was in uniform. The weak signal part meant keep this quiet and under the radar. The request for non-emergency assistance backed it up. Keep this away from the hot files. Suspicious person was self-explanatory. Please forward my messages meant put me in the loop. So if Powell was on the ball, he would understand the whole thing to mean check these guys out on the quiet and gimme the skinny. And I hoped he was on the ball, because he owed me. He owed me big time. He had sold me out. My guess was he'd be looking for ways to make it up to me. I looked back at the tiny screen. "You've got mail." It was Duffy saying, "Okay, be fast." I replied, "Trying," and switched off and nailed the device back into the heel of my shoe. Then I checked the window. It was a standard two-part sliding thing. The bottom casement would slide upward in front of the top casement. There was no insect screen. The paint on the inside was thin and neat. The paint on the outside was thick and sloppy from where it had been continually redone to beat the climate. There was a brass catch. It was an ancient thing. There was no modern security. I slipped the catch and pushed the window up. It caught on the thick paint, but it moved. I got it open about 5 inches, and cold sea air blew in on me. I bent down and looked for alarm pads. There weren't any. I heaved it all the way up and examined the whole of the frame. There was no sign of any security system at all. It was understandable. The window was 50 feet up above the rocks in the ocean, and the house itself was unreachable because of the high wall and the water. I leaned out the window and looked down. I could see where I'd been standing when Duke fired the bullet. I stayed half in and half out of the window for about 5 minutes, leaning on my elbows, staring at the black ocean, smelling the salt air, and thinking about the bullet. I had pulled the trigger 6 times. It would have made a hell of a mess. My head would have exploded. The rugs would have been ruined, and the oak paneling would have splintered. I yawned. The thinking and the sea air were making me sleepy. I ducked back inside and slammed the casement down and went to bed. I was already up and showered and dressed when I heard Duke unlock the door at 6:15 the next morning, day 12, Wednesday, Elizabeth Beck's birthday. I had already checked my email. There were no messages, none at all. I wasn't worried. I spent 10 quiet minutes at the window. The dawn was right there in front of me, and the sea was calm. It was gray and oily and subdued. The tide was out. Rocks were exposed. Pools had formed here and there. I could see birds on the shore. They were black guillemots. Their spring feathers were coming in. Gray was changing to black. They had bright red feet. I could see cormorants and black-backed gulls wheeling in the distance, herring gulls swooping low, searching for breakfast. I waited until Duke's footsteps had receded and went downstairs and walked into the kitchen and met the giant from the gatehouse face to face. He was standing at the sink, drinking water from a glass. He had probably just swallowed his steroid pills. He was a very big guy. I stand 6 feet 5 inches tall, and I have to center myself quite carefully to walk through a standard 30-inch doorway. This guy was at least 6 inches taller than me and probably 10 inches wider across the shoulders. He probably outweighed me by 200 pounds, maybe by more. I got that core shudder I get when I'm next to a guy big enough to make me feel small. The world seems to tilt a little.
"Duke is in the gym,"
the guy said. "There's a gym?" I said.
"Downstairs,"
he said. His voice was light and high-pitched. He must have been gobbling steroids like candy for years. His eyes were dull and his skin was bad. He was somewhere in his middle 30s, greasy blonde, dressed in a muscle shirt and sweatpants. His arms were bigger than my legs. He looked like a cartoon.
"We work out before breakfast,"
he said. "Fine," I said. "Go right ahead."
"You too."
"I never work out," I said.
"Duke's expecting you. You work here, you work out."
I glanced at my watch. 6:25 in the morning. Time ticking away. "What's your name?" I asked. He didn't answer, just looked at me like I was setting some kind of trap for him. That's another problem with steroids. Too many of them can rewire your head. And this guy's head didn't look like it had started from a very positive place to begin with. He looked mean and stupid. No better way to put it. And not a good combination. There was something in his face. I didn't like him. I wasn't doing very well as far as liking my new colleagues went. "It's not a difficult question," I said.
Paulie,
He said. I nodded. "Pleased to meet you, Paulie. I'm Reacher."
I know,
He said.
you were in the Army.
"You got a problem with that?"
I don't like officers.
I nodded. They had checked. They knew what rank I had held. They had some kind of access. "Why not?" I asked. "Did you fail the OCS exam?" He didn't answer. "Let's go find Duke," I said. He put his glass of water down and led me out to a back hallway and through a door to a set of wooden cellar stairs. There was a whole basement under the house. It must have been blasted out of solid rock. The walls were raw stone, patched and smoothed with concrete. The air was a little damp and musty. There were naked light bulbs hanging in wire cages close to the ceiling. There were numerous rooms. One was a good-sized space with white paint all over it. The floor was covered with white linoleum. There was a smell of old sweat. There was an exercise bicycle and a treadmill and a weights machine and a heavy bag hanging from a ceiling joist with a speed bag near it. Boxing gloves on a shelf. There were dumbbells stored in wall racks and free weights stacked loose on the floor next to a bench. Duke was standing right next to it. He was wearing his dark suit. He looked very tired, like he had been up all night. He hadn't showered. His hair was a mess, and his suit was creased and wrinkled, especially low down on the back of the coat. Paulie went straight into some kind of complicated stretching routine. He was so muscle-bound that his legs and arms had limited articulation. He couldn't touch his shoulders with his fingers. His biceps were too big. I looked at the weights machine. It had all kinds of handles and bars and grips. It had strong black cables that led through pulleys to a tall stack of lead plates. He would have to be able to lift about 500 pounds to move them all. "You working out?" I said to Duke. "None of your business," he replied. "Me either," I said. Paulie turned his giant neck and glanced at me. Then he lay down on his back on the bench and shuffled around until his shoulders were positioned underneath a bar resting on a stand. The bar had a bunch of weights on either end. He grunted a bit and wrapped his hands around the bar and flicked his tongue in and out like he was preparing for a major effort. Then he pressed upward and lifted the bar off the stand. The bar bent and wobbled. There was so much weight on it that it curved way down at the ends, like old film of Russian weightlifters at the Olympics. He grunted again and heaved it up until his arms were locked straight. He held it like that for a second and then crashed it back into the stand. He turned his head and looked straight at me, like I was supposed to be impressed. I was and I wasn't. It was a lot of weight, and he had a lot of muscle. But steroid muscle is dumb muscle. It looks real good, and if you want to pit it against dead weight, it works just fine. But it's slow and heavy and tires you out just carrying it around.
Can you bench press 400 pounds?
He called. He was a little out of breath. "Never tried," I said.
Want to try now?
"No," I said.
Wimpy little guy like you, it could build you up.
"I'm officer class," I said. "I don't need building up. I want some 400-pound weight bench pressed. I just find some big stupid ape and tell him to do it for me." He glared at me. I ignored him and looked at the heavy bag. It was a standard piece of gym equipment, not new. I pushed it with my palm and set it swinging gently on its chain. Duke was watching me. Then he was glancing at Paulie. He had picked up on some vibe I hadn't. I pushed the bag again. We had used heavy bags extensively in hand-to-hand combat training. We would be wearing dress uniforms to simulate street clothes, and we used the bags to learn how to kick. I once split a heavy bag with the edge of my heel years ago. The sand dumped right out on the floor. I figured that would impress Paulie. But I wasn't going to try it again. The email thing was hidden in my heel, and I didn't want to damage it. I made an absurd mental note to tell Duffy she should have put it in my left shoe instead. But then she was left-handed. Maybe she had thought she was doing the right thing all along.
"I don't like you,"
Paulie called. He was looking right at me, so I assumed he was talking to me. His eyes were small, his skin glittered. He was a walking chemical imbalance. Exotic compounds were leaking from his pores.
"We should arm wrestle,"
he said. What?
"We should arm wrestle,"
he said again. He came up right next to me, light and quiet on his feet. He towered over me. He practically blotted out the light. He smelled of sharp, acrid sweat. "I don't want to arm wrestle," I said. I saw Duke watching me. Then I glanced at Paulie's hands. They were clenched into fists, but they weren't huge. And steroids don't do anything for a person's hands, unless they exercise them, and most people don't think to do that.
"Pussy,"
he said. I said nothing.
"Pussy,"
he said again. "What's in it for the winner?" I asked.
"Satisfaction,"
he said. Okay.
"Okay, what?"
Okay, let's do it, I said. He seemed surprised, but he moved back to the weights bench fast enough. I took my jacket off and folded it over the exercise bicycle, unbuttoned my right cuff and rolled my sleeve up to my shoulder. My arm looked very thin next to his, but my hand was a shade bigger. My fingers were longer. And what little muscle I had in comparison to him came from pure genetics, not out of some pharmacist's bottle. We knelt down facing each other across the bench and planted our elbows. His forearm was a little longer than mine, which was going to put a kink in his wrist, which was going to help me. We slapped our palms together and gripped. His hand felt cold and damp to me. Duke took up station at the head of the bench like a referee. "Go," he said. I cheated from the first moment. The aim of arm wrestling is to use the strength in your arm and shoulder to rotate your hand downward, taking your opponent's hand with it to the mat. I had no chance of doing that. Not against this guy. No chance at all. It was going to be all I could do to keep my own hand in place. So I didn't even try to win. I just squeezed. A million years of evolution have given us an opposable thumb, which means it can work against the other four fingers like a pincer. I got his knuckles lined up and squeezed them mercilessly. And I have very strong hands. I concentrated on keeping my arm upright, stared into his eyes and squeezed his hand until I felt his knuckles start to crush. Then I squeezed harder. And harder. He didn't give up. He was immensely strong. He kept the pressure on. I was sweating and breathing hard, just trying not to lose. We held it like that for a whole minute, straining and quivering in the silence. I squeezed harder. I let the pain build up in his hand, watched it register in his face. Then I squeezed harder still. That's what gets them. They think it's already got as bad as it's going to get, and then it gets worse, and then worse still. Like a ratchet. Worse and worse. Like there's an infinite universe of agony ahead of them, stepping up and up and up, remorselessly, like a machine. They start concentrating on their own distress. And then the decision starts flickering in their eyes. They know I'm cheating, but they realize they can't do anything about it. They can't look up helplessly and say, "He's hurting me, it's not fair." That makes them the pussy, not me. And they can't face that, so they swallow it. They swallow it, and they start worrying about whether it's going to get any worse. And it is, for sure. There's plenty more to come. There's always more to come. I stared into Paulie's eyes and squeezed harder. Sweat was making his skin slick, so my hand was moving easily over his, tighter and tighter. There were no friction burns to distract him. The pain was all right there in his knuckles. "Enough," Duke called. "It's a tie." I didn't loosen my grip. Paulie didn't back off with the pressure. His arm was as solid as a tree. "I said enough," Duke called. "You assholes have got work to do." I raised my elbow up high so he couldn't surprise me with a last-second effort. He looked away and dragged his arm off the bench. We let go of each other. His hand was marked vivid red and white. The ball of my thumb felt like it was on fire. He pushed himself off his knees and stood up and walked straight out of the room. I heard his heavy tread on the wooden staircase. "That was real stupid," Duke said. "You just made another enemy." I was out of breath. "What, I was supposed to lose?" "It would have been better." "Not my way." "Then you're stupid," he said. "You're head of security," I said. "You should tell him to act his age." "Not that easy." "So get rid of him." "That's not easy either." I stood up slowly, rolled my sleeve down and buttoned my cuff, glanced at my watch. Nearly 7 in the morning. Time ticking away. "What am I doing today?" I asked. "Driving a truck," Duke said. "You can drive a truck, right?" I nodded because I couldn't say no. I'd been driving a truck when I rescued Richard Beck. "I need to shower again," I said, "and I need some clean clothes." "Tell the maid," he said. He was tired. "What am I, your damn valet?" He watched me for a second and then headed for the stairs and left me all alone in the basement. I stood and stretched and panted and shook my hand loose from the wrist to ease the strain. Then I retrieved my jacket and went looking for Teresa Daniel. Theoretically, she could be locked up somewhere down there. But I didn't find her. The basement was a warren of spaces carved and blasted out of the rock. Most of them were self-explanatory. There was a furnace room filled with a roaring boiler and a bunch of pipes. There was a laundry room with a big washing machine sitting high on a wooden table, so it would drain by gravity into a pipe that ran out through the wall at knee height. There were storage areas. There were 2 locked rooms. Their doors were solid. I listened hard, but heard nothing from inside them. I knocked gently and got no response. I headed back upstairs and met Richard Beck and his mother in the ground-floor hallway. Richard had washed his hair and parted it low on the right and swept it sideways so it hung down thickly on the left to hide his missing ear. It looked like the thing old guys do to hide the fact they're going bald on top. The ambivalence was still there in his face. He looked comfortable in the dark safety of his house, but I could see he also felt a little trapped. He looked pleased enough to see me. Not just because I had saved his ass, but maybe because I was a random representation of the outside world, too. "Happy birthday, Mrs. Beck," I said. She smiled at me, like she was flattered that I'd remembered. She looked better than she had the day before. She was easily 10 years older than me, but I might have paid her some attention if we'd met somewhere by chance, like a bar or a club or on a long train ride.
"You'll be with us for a while,"
she said. Then it seemed to dawn on her why I would be with them for a while. I was hiding out there because I had killed a cop. She looked confused and glanced away and moved on through the hallway. Richard went with her and looked back at me once over his shoulder. I found the kitchen again. Paulie wasn't there. Zachary Beck was waiting for me instead.
"What weapons did they have?"
he asked.
"The guys in the Toyota."
"They had Uzis," I said. Stick to the truth, like all good scam artists. "And a grenade."
"Which Uzis?"
"The micros," I said. "The little ones."
"Magazines?"
"The short ones, 20 rounds.
"Are you absolutely sure?"
I nodded.
"You an expert?"
"They were designed by an Israeli army lieutenant," I said. "His name was Uziel Gal. He was a tinkerer. He made all kinds of improvements to the old Czech models 23 and 25 until he had a whole new thing going. This was back in 1949. The original Uzi went into production in 1953. It's franchised to Belgium and Germany. I've seen a few here and there."
And you're absolutely sure these were micro versions with the short mags?
I'm sure.
Okay,
He said, like it meant something to him. Then he walked out of the kitchen and disappeared. I stood there and thought about the urgency of his questions and the wrinkles in Duke's suit. The combination worried me. I found the maid and told her I needed clothes. She showed me a long shopping list and said she was on her way out to the grocery store. I told her I wasn't asking her to go buy me clothes. I told her just to borrow them from somebody. She went red and bobbed her head and said nothing. Then the cook came back from somewhere and took pity on me and fried me some eggs and bacon, and made me some coffee, which put the whole day in a better light. I ate and drank, and then I went up the 2 flights of stairs to my room. The maid had left some clothes in the corridor, neatly folded on the floor. There was a pair of black denim jeans and a black denim shirt, black socks and white underwear. Every item was laundered and neatly pressed. I guess they were Duke's. Beck's or Richard's would have been too small, and in Paulie's I would look like I was wearing a tent. I scooped them up and carried them inside, locked myself in my bathroom, and took my shoe off and checked for email. There was one message. It was from Susan Duffy. It said, "Your location pinpointed by map. We will move up 25 miles south and west of you to motel near I-95. Response from Powell, quote, your eyes only, both DD after 5, 10-2, 10-28, unquote. Progress?" I smiled. Powell still talked the language. Both DD after 5 meant both guys had served 5 years and then been dishonorably discharged. 5 years is way too long for the discharges to have been related to inherent ineptitude or training screw-ups. Those things would have been evident very early. The only way to get fired after 5 years is to be a bad person. And 10-2, 10-28 left no doubt about it. 10-28 was a standard radio check response meaning loud and clear. 10-2 was a standard radio call for ambulance urgently needed. But read together as MP's covert slang, ambulance urgently needed, loud and clear, meant these guys need to be dead, make no mistake about it. Powell had been in the files, and he hadn't liked what he had seen. I found the icon for reply and typed, "No progress yet, stay tuned." Then I hit send now and put the unit back in my shoe. I didn't spend long in the shower, just rinsed the gymnasium sweat off and dressed in the borrowed clothes. I used my own shoes and jacket and the overcoat Susan Duffy had given me. I walked downstairs and found Zachary, Beck, and Duke standing together in the hallway. They both had coats on. Duke had car keys in his hand. He still hadn't showered. He still looked tired and he was scowling. Maybe he didn't like me wearing his clothes. The front door was standing open, and I saw the maid driving past in a dusty old Saab, off to do the household's marketing. Maybe she was going to buy a birthday cake. "Let's go," Beck said, like there was work to be done and not much time to do it in. They led me out through the front door. The metal detector beeped twice, once for each of them, but not for me. Outside, the air was cold and fresh. The sky was bright. Beck's black Cadillac was waiting on the carriage circle. Duke held the rear door, and Beck settled himself in the back. Duke got into the driver's seat. I took the front passenger seat. It seemed appropriate. There was no conversation. Duke started the engine and put the car in gear and accelerated down the driveway. I could see Paulie far ahead in the distance, opening the gate for the maid in the Saab. He was back in his suit. He stood and waited for us, and we swept past him and headed west, away from the sea. I turned round and saw him closing the gate again. We drove the 15 miles inland and turned north on the highway towards Portland. I stared ahead through the windshield and wondered exactly where they were taking me, and what they were going to do with me when they got me there. They took me right to the edge of the port facilities outside the city itself. I could see the tops of ships' superstructures out in the water, and cranes all over the place. There were abandoned containers stacked in weedy lots. There were long, low office buildings. There were trucks moving in and moving out. There were seagulls in the air everywhere. Duke drove through a gate into a small lot made of cracked concrete and patched blacktop. There was nothing in it except for a panel van standing all alone in the center. It was a medium-sized thing, made from a pickup frame with a big boxy body built onto it. The body was wider than the cab and wrapped up over it. It was the kind of thing you find in a rental line. Not the smallest they have to offer, not the largest. There was no writing on it. It was entirely plain, painted blue, with rust streaks here and there. It was old, and it had lived its life in the salt air. "Keys are in the door pocket," Duke said. Beck leaned forward from the back seat and handed me a slip of paper. It had directions on it to some place in New London, Connecticut.
"Drive the truck to this exact address," he said. "It's a parking lot pretty much the same as this one. There'll be an identical truck already there. Keys in the door pocket. You leave this one, you bring the other one back here."
"And don't look inside either one," Duke said.
"And drive slow,"
Beck said.
"Stay legal. Don't attract attention."
"Why?" I said. "What's in them?"
"Rugs,"
Beck said from behind me.
"I'm thinking of you is all. You're a wanted man. Better to keep a low profile. So take your time. Stop for coffee. Act normally."
They said nothing more. I got out of the Cadillac. The air smelled of sea and oil and diesel exhaust and fish. The wind was blowing. There was indistinct industrial noise all around, and the shriek and caw of gulls. I walked over to the blue truck, passed directly behind it, and saw the roller door handle was secured by a little lead seal. I walked on and opened the driver's door, found the keys in the pocket, climbed inside and started the engine, belted myself in and got comfortable, and put the thing in gear and drove out of the lot. I saw Beck and Duke in the Cadillac watching me go, nothing in their faces. I paused at the first turn and made the left and struck out south. Chapter 4. Time ticking away. That's what I was conscious of. This was some kind of trial or test, and it was going to take me at least 10 precious hours to complete it. 10 hours that I didn't have to spare. And the truck was a pig to drive. It was old and bulky, and there was a constant roaring from the engine and a screaming whine from the transmission. The suspension was soft and worn out, and the whole vehicle floated and wallowed. But the rearview mirrors were big solid rectangular things bolted to the doors, and they gave me a pretty good view of anything more than 10 yards behind me. I was on I-95, heading south, and it was quiet. I was pretty sure nobody was tailing me. Pretty sure, but not completely certain. I slowed as much as I dared and squirmed around and put my left foot on the gas pedal and ducked down and pulled off my right shoe, juggled it up into my lap and extracted the email device one-handed. I held it tight against the rim of the steering wheel and drove and typed all at the same time. Urgent. Meet me first I-95 rest area southbound, south of Kennybunk exit. Now. Immediately. Bring soldering iron and lead solder. Radio shack or hardware store. Then I hit send now and dropped the thing on the seat beside me, kicked my foot back into the shoe and got it back on the pedal and straightened up in the seat. Checked the mirrors again. Nothing there. So I did some math. Kennybunk to New London was a distance of maybe 200 miles, maybe a little more. 4 hours at 50 miles an hour. 2 hours 50 minutes at 70, and 70 was probably the best I was going to get out of that particular truck. So I would have a maximum margin of 1 hour and 10 minutes to do whatever I decided I needed to. I drove on. I kept it at a steady 50 in the right lane. Everybody passed me. Nobody stayed behind me. I had no tail. I wasn't sure if that was good or bad. The alternative might be worse. I passed the Kennybunk exit after 29 minutes, saw a rest area sign a mile later. It promised food and gas and restrooms 7 miles ahead. The 7 miles took me 8.5 minutes. Then there was a shallow ramp that swooped right and rose up a slope through a thicket of trees. The view wasn't good. The leaves were small and new, but there were so many of them that I couldn't see much. The rest area itself was invisible to me. I let the truck coast and crested the rise and drove down into a perfectly standard interstate facility. It was just a wide road with diagonal parking slots on both sides and a small huddle of low brick buildings on the right. Beyond the buildings was a gas station. There were maybe a dozen cars parked close to the restrooms. One of them was Susan Duffy's Taurus. It was last in line on the left. She was standing next to it with Elliot at her side. I drove slowly past her and made a wait gesture with my hand and parked 4 slots beyond her. I switched off the engine and sat gratefully in the sudden silence for a moment. I put the email device back in my heel and laced my shoe. Then I tried to look like a normal person. I stretched my arms and opened the door and slid out and stumped around for a moment, like a guy easing his cramped legs and relishing the fresh forest air. I turned a couple of complete circles and scanned the whole area, and then stood still and kept my eyes on the ramp. Nobody came up it. I could hear light traffic out in the highway. It was close by and fairly loud, but the way it was all behind the trees made me feel private and isolated. I counted off 72 seconds, which represents a mile at 50 miles an hour. Nobody came up the ramp, and nobody follows at a distance of more than a mile. So I ran straight over to where Duffy and Elliot were waiting for me. He was in casual clothes and looked a little uneasy in them. She was in worn jeans and the same battered leather jacket I had seen before. She looked spectacular in them. Neither of them wasted any time on greetings, which I guess I was happy about. "Where are you headed?" Elliot asked. "New London, Connecticut," I said. "What's in the truck?" "I don't know."
"No tail,"
Duffy said, like a statement, not a question. "Might be electronic," I said.
"Where would it be?"
"In the back, if they got any sense. Did you get the soldering iron?"
"Not yet,"
she said.
"It's on its way. Why do we need it?"
"There's a lead seal," I said. "We need to be able to remake it." She glanced at the ramp, anxious.
"Hard thing to get hold of at short notice."
"Let's check the parts we can get to," Elliot said, "while we're waiting." We jogged back to the blue truck. I got down on the ground and took a look at the underside. It was all caked in ancient gray mud and streaked with leaking oil and fluid. "It won't be here," I said. "They'd need a chisel to get close to the metal." Elliot found it inside the cab about 15 seconds after he started looking. It was stuck to the foam on the bottom of the passenger's seat with a little dot of hook and loop fastener. It was a tiny bare metal can, a little bigger than a quarter and about half an inch thick. It trailed a thin 8-inch wire that was presumably the transmitting antenna. Elliot closed the whole thing into his fist and backed out of the cab fast and stared at the mouth of the ramp.
"What?"
Duffy asked. "This is weird," he said. "Thing like this has a hearing aid battery, nothing more. Low power, short range. Can't be picked up beyond about 2 miles. So where's the guy tracking it?" The mouth of the ramp was empty. I'd been the last guy up it. We stood there with our eyes watering in the cold wind, staring at nothing. Traffic hissed by behind the trees, but nothing came up the ramp. "How long have you been here now?" Elliot asked. "About 4 minutes," I said. "Maybe 5. "Makes no sense," he said. "That puts the guy maybe 4 or 5 miles behind you, and he can't hear this thing from 4 or 5 miles. "Maybe there's no guy," I said. "Maybe they trust me." "So why put this thing in there?" "Maybe they didn't. Maybe it's been in there for years. Maybe they forgot all about it." "Too many maybes," he said. Duffy spun right and stared at the trees.
"They could have stopped on the highway shoulder," she said. "You know, exactly level with where we are now."
Elliot and I spun to our right and stared too. It made good sense. It was no kind of clever surveillance technique to pull into a rest stop and park right next to your target. "Let's take a look," I said. There was a narrow strip of neat grass, and then an equally narrow area where the highway people had tamed the edge of the woods with planted shrubs and bark chips. Then there were just trees. The highway had mown them down to the east, and the rest area had leveled them to the west, but in between was a 40-foot thicket that could have been growing there since the dawn of time. It was hard work getting through it. There were vines and scratchy brambles and low branches. But it was April. Getting through in July or August might have been impossible. We stopped just before the trees petered out into lower growth. Beyond that was the flat grassy highway shoulder. We eased forward as far as we dared and craned left and right. There was nobody parked there. The shoulder was clear as far as we could see in both directions. Traffic was very light. Whole 5-second intervals went by with no vehicles in view at all. Elliot shrugged like he didn't understand it, and we turned round and forced our way back. "Makes no sense," he said again. "They're short of manpower," I said.
"No, they're on Route 1, Duffy said. "They must be. It runs parallel with I-95 the whole way down the coast, from Portland way down south. It's probably less than 2 miles away most of the time."
We turned east again, like we could see through the trees and spot a car idling on the shoulder of a distant parallel road.
"It's how I'd do it,"
Duffy said. I nodded. It was a very plausible scenario. There would be technical disadvantages. With up to 2 miles of lateral displacement, any slight fore-aft discrepancy due to traffic would make the signal drift in and out of range. But then all they wanted to know was my general direction. "It's possible," I said. "No, it's likely," Elliot said. "Duffy's right. It's pure common sense. They want to stay out of your mirrors as long as they can." I nodded again. "Either way, we have to assume they're there. How far does Route 1 stay close to I-95?
"Forever,"
Duffy said.
"Way farther than New London, Connecticut. They split around Boston, but they come back together."
"Okay," I said. Checked my watch. "I've been here about 9 minutes now, long enough for the bathroom and a cup of coffee. Time to put the electronics back on the road." I told Elliot to put the transmitter in his pocket and drive Duffy's Taurus south at a steady 50 miles an hour. I told him I would catch him in the truck somewhere before New London. I figured I would worry about how to get the transmitter back in the right place later. Elliot took off, and I was left alone with Duffy. We watched her car disappear south, and then swiveled around north and watched the incoming ramp. I had an hour and 1 minute, and I needed the soldering iron. Time ticking away.
"How is it up there?"
Duffy asked. "A nightmare," I said. I told her about the 8-foot granite wall and the razor wire and the gate and the metal detectors on the doors and the room with no inside keyhole. I told her about Paulie.
"Any sign of my agent?"
she asked. "I only just got there," I said.
"She's in that house," she said. "I have to believe that."
I said nothing.
"You need to make some progress," she said. "Every hour you spend there puts you deeper in trouble. And her."
"I know that," I said.
"What's Beck like?"
she asked. "Bent," I said. I told her about the fingerprints on the glass and the way the Maxima had disappeared. Then I told her about the Russian roulette.
"You played?"
6 times, I said, and stared at the ramp. She stared at me.
"You're crazy. 6-1. You should be dead."
I smiled. "You ever played?"
"I wouldn't. I don't like those odds."
"You're like most people. Beck was the same. He thought the odds were 6-1, but they're nearer 600-1, or 6,000. You put a single heavy bullet in a well-made, well-maintained gun like that Anaconda, and it would be a miracle if the cylinder came to rest with the bullet near the top. The momentum, the spin, always carries it to the bottom. Precision mechanism, a little oil, gravity helps you out. I'm not an idiot. Russian roulette is a lot safer than people think, and it was worth the risk to get hired." She was quiet for a spell.
"You got a feeling?"
she asked. "He looks like a rug importer," I said. "There are rugs all over the damn place."
But
he isn't," I said. "I'd bet my pension on it." I asked him about the rugs, and he didn't say much, like he wasn't very interested in them. Most people like to talk about their businesses. Most people, you can't shut them up.
You get a pension?
No, I said. Right then, a gray Taurus identical to Duffy's except for the color burst up over the rise of the ramp. It slowed momentarily while the driver scanned around and then accelerated hard straight towards us. It was the old guy at the wheel, the one I had left in the gutter near the college gate. He slammed to a stop next to my blue truck and opened his door and heaved himself up and out in exactly the same way he had got out of the borrowed police Caprice. He had a big black and red Radio Shack bag in his hand. It was bulky with boxes. He held it up and smiled and stepped forward to shake my hand. He had a fresh shirt on, but his suit was the same. I could see blotches where he had tried to sponge the fake blood out. I could picture him standing at his motel room sink, getting busy with the hand towel. He hadn't been very successful. It looked like he'd been careless with the ketchup at dinner. "They got you running errands already?" he asked. "I don't know what they got me doing," I said. "We got a lead seal problem." He nodded. "I figured. Shopping lists like that, what else could it be?" "You done one before?" "I'm old school," he said. "We did 10 a day once upon a time way back. Truck stops all over the place. We'd be in and out before the guy had even ordered his soup." He squatted down and emptied the Radio Shack bag on the blacktop. He had a soldering iron and a spool of dull solder, and an inverter that would power the iron from his car's cigar lighter. That meant he had to keep his engine running, so he started it up and reversed a little way so that the cord would reach. The seal was basically a drawn lead wire with large tags molded on each end. The tags had been crushed together with some kind of heated device, so they had fused in a large embossed blob. The old guy left the fused ends strictly alone. It was clear he had done this before. He plugged the iron in and let it heat. He tested it by spitting on the end. When he was satisfied, he dabbed the tip on the sleeve of his suit coat and then touched it to the wire where it was thin. The wire melted and parted. He eased the gap wider like opening a tiny handcuff and slipped the seal out of its channel. He ducked into his car and laid it on the dash. I grabbed the door lever and turned it.
"Okay," Duffy said. "So what do we got?"
We had rugs. The door rattled upward, and daylight flooded the load area, and we saw maybe 200 rugs, all neatly rolled and tied with string and standing upright on their ends. They were all different sizes, with the taller rolls at the cab end and the shorter ones at the door end. They stepped down towards us like some kind of ancient basalt rock formation. They were rolled face in, so all we saw were the back surfaces, coarse and dull. The string around them was rough sisal, old and yellowed. There was a strong smell of raw wool and a fainter smell of vegetable dye.
"We should check them,"
Duffy said. There was disappointment in her voice. "How long have we got?" the old guy asked. I checked my watch. 40 minutes, I said. "Better just sample them," he said. We hauled a couple out from the front rank. They were rolled tight, no cardboard tubes. They were just rolled in on themselves and tied tight with the string. One of them had a fringe. It smelled old and musty. The knots in the string were old and flattened. We picked at them with our nails, but we couldn't get them undone.
"They must cut the string," Duffy said. "We can't do that."
"No," the old guy said, "we can't." The string was coarse and looked foreign. I hadn't seen string like that for a long time. It was made from some kind of natural fiber, jute maybe, or hemp. "So what do we do?" the old guy asked. I pulled another rug out, hefted it in my hands. It weighed about what a rug should weigh. I squeezed it. It gave slightly. I rested it end down on the road and punched it in the middle. It yielded a little, exactly how a tightly rolled rug would feel. "They're just rugs," I said.
"Anything under them?"
Duffy asked.
"Maybe those tall ones in back aren't tall at all. Maybe they're resting on something else."
We pulled rugs out one by one and laid them on the road in the order we would have to put them back in. We built ourselves a random zigzag channel through the load space. The tall ones were exactly what they appeared to be. Tall rugs, rolled tight, tied with string, standing upright on their ends. There was nothing hidden. We climbed out of the truck and stood there in the cold, surrounded by a crazy mess of rugs, and looked at each other.
"It's a dummy load," Duffy said. "Beck figured you would find a way in."
"Maybe," I said.
"Or else he just wanted you out of the way."
"Well, he's doing what?"
"Checking you out," she said. "Making sure."
I looked at my watch. "Time to reload. I'm already going to have to drive like a madman."
"I'll come with you," she said. "Until we catch up with Elliot, I mean."
I nodded. "I want you to. We need to talk." We put the rugs back inside, kicking and shoving them until they were neatly arranged in their original positions. Then I pulled the roller door down, and the old guy got to work with the solder. He slipped the broken seal back through its channel and eased the parted ends close together. He heated the iron and bridged the gap with its tip and touched the free end of the solder roll to it. The gap filled with a large silvery blob. It was the wrong color, and it was way too big. It made the wire look like a cartoon drawing of a snake that's just swallowed a rabbit. "Don't worry," he said. He used the tip of the iron like a tiny paintbrush and smoothed the blob thinner and thinner. He flicked the tip occasionally to get rid of the excess. He was very delicate. It took him 3 long minutes, but at the end of them, he had the whole thing looking pretty much like it had before he arrived. He let it cool a little and then blew hard on it. The new silvery color instantly turned to gray. It was as close to an invisible repair as I had ever seen. Certainly it was better than I could have done myself. "Okay," I said, "very good. But you're going to have to do another one. I'm supposed to bring another truck back. We better take a look at that one, too. We'll meet up in the first northbound rest area after Portsmouth, New Hampshire." "When?" "Be there 5 hours from now." Duffy and I left him standing there and headed south as fast as I could get the old truck to move. It wouldn't do much better than 70. It was shaped like a brick, and the wind resistance defeated any attempt to go faster. But 70 was okay. I had a few minutes in hand.
"Did you see his office?"
she asked. "Not yet," I said. "We need to check it out. In fact, we need to check out his whole harbor operation."
"We're working on it,"
she said. She had to talk loud. The engine noise and gearbox whine were twice as bad at 70 as they had been at 50.
"Fortunately, Portland is not too much of a madhouse. It's only the 44th busiest port in the U.S. About 14 million tons of imports a year. That's about 250,000 tons a week. Beck seems to get about 10 of them, 2 or 3 containers."
"Does customs search his stuff?"
"As much as they search anybody's. Their current hit rate is about 2%. If he gets 150 containers a year, maybe 3 of them will be looked at."
"So how's he doing it?"
"He could be playing the odds by limiting the bad stuff to, say, 1 container in 10. That would bring the effective search rate down to 0.2%. He could last years like that."
"He's already lasted years. He must be paying somebody off." She nodded beside me, said nothing. "Can you arrange extra scrutiny?" I asked.
"Not without probable cause," she said. "Don't forget, we're way off the books here. We need some hard evidence, and the possibility of a payoff makes the whole thing a minefield anyway. We might approach the wrong official."
We drove on. The engine roared and the suspension swayed. We were passing everything we saw. Now I was watching the mirrors for cops, not tails. I was guessing that Duffy's DEA papers would take care of any specific legal problems, but I didn't want to lose the time it would take for her to have the conversation.
"How did Beck react?" she asked. "A first impression."
"He was puzzled," I said, "and a little resentful. That was my first impression. You noticed that Richard Beck wasn't guarded at school?"
"Safe environment?"
"Not really. You could take a kid out of a college easy as anything. No guards means no danger. I think the bodyguard thing for the trip home was just some kind of a sop to the fact that the kid is paranoid. I think it was purely an indulgence. I don't think old man Beck can have thought it was really necessary, or he would have provided security at school as well, or kept him out of school altogether."
"So?"
"So I think there was some kind of a done deal somewhere in the past, as a result of the original kidnap maybe, something that guaranteed some kind of stability. Hence no bodyguards in the dorm. Hence Beck's resentment, like somebody had suddenly broken an agreement.
You think?
I nodded at the wheel. He was surprised and puzzled and annoyed. His big question was who.
Obvious question.
But this was a how dare they kind of a question. There was attitude in it, like somebody was out of line. It wasn't just an inquiry, it was an expression of annoyance at somebody.
What did you tell him?
I described the truck. I described your guys. She smiled.
Safe enough?
I shook my head. He's got a guy called Duke, first name unknown, ex-cop, his head of security. I saw him this morning. He'd been up all night. He looked tired and he hadn't showered. His suit coat was all creased low down at the back.
So?
Means he was driving all night. I think he went down there to get a look at the Toyota, to check the rear license plate. Where did you stash it?
We let the state cops take it, to keep the plausibility going. We couldn't take it back to the DEA garage. It'll be in a compound somewhere.
Where will the plate lead?
Hartford, Connecticut, she said. We busted a small-time ecstasy ring.
When?
Last week.
I drove on. The highway was getting busier. Our first mistake, I said. Beck's gonna check it out, and then he's gonna be wondering why some small-time ecstasy dealers from Connecticut are trying to snatch his son. And then he's gonna be wondering how some small-time ecstasy dealers from Connecticut can be trying to snatch his son a week after they all got hauled off to jail.
Shit,
Duffy said. It gets worse, I said. I think Duke got a look at the Lincoln, too. It's got a caved-in front and no window glass left, but it hasn't got any bullet holes in it. And it doesn't look like a real grenade went off inside. That Lincoln is living proof this whole thing was phony baloney.
No, she said. The Lincoln is hidden. It didn't go with the Toyota.
Are you sure? Because the first thing Beck asked me this morning was chapter and verse about the Uzis. It was like he was asking me to damn myself right out of my own mouth. 2 Uzi micros, 20-round mags, 40 shots fired, and not a single mark on the car?
No, she said again. No way. The Lincoln is hidden.
Where?
It's in Boston. It's in our garage. But as far as any paperwork goes, it's in the county morgue building. It's supposed to be a crime scene. The bodyguards are supposed to be plastered all over the inside. We aimed for plausibility. We thought this thing through.
Except for the Toyota's plate. She looked deflated.
But the Lincoln is okay. It's 100 miles away from the Toyota. This guy Duke would have to drive all night.
I think he did drive all night. And why was Beck so uptight about the Uzis? She went quiet.
We have to abort, she said. Because of the Toyota, not because of the Lincoln. The Lincoln's okay.
I checked my watch, checked the road ahead. The van roared on. We would be coming up on Elliott sometime soon. I calculated time and distance.
We have to abort,
she said again. What about your agent?
Getting you killed won't help her.
I thought about Quinn. We'll discuss it later, I said. Right now we stay in business. We passed Elliott after 8 more minutes. His Taurus was sitting rock steady in the inside lane, holding a modest 50. I pulled ahead of him and matched his speed, and he fell in behind. We skirted all the way around Boston and pulled into the first rest area we saw south of the city. The world was a lot busier down there. I sat still with Duffy at my side and watched the ramp for 72 seconds and saw 4 cars follow me in. None of their drivers paid me any attention. A couple of them had passengers. They all did normal rest stop things like standing and yawning by their open doors and looking around and then heading over to the restrooms and the fast food.
Where's the next truck?
Duffy asked. In a lot in New London, I said.
Keys?
In it.
So there'll be people there, too. Nobody leaves a truck alone with the keys in it. They'll be waiting for you. We don't know what they've been told to do. We should consider termination.
I won't walk into a trap, I said. Not my style. And the next truck might have something better in it.
Okay,
she said.
We'll check it in New Hampshire, if you get that far.
You could lend me your Glock. I saw her reach up and touch it under her arm.
How long for?
As long as I need it.
What happened to the Colts?
They took them.
I can't, she said. I can't give up my service weapon.
You're already way off the books. She paused.
Shit,
she said. She took the Glock out of her holster and passed it to me. It was warm from the heat of her body. I held it in my palm and savored the feeling. She dug in her purse and came out with 2 spare magazines. I put them in one pocket and the gun in the other. Thanks, I said.
See you in New Hampshire, she said. We'll check the truck, and then we'll decide.
Okay, I said. Although I had already decided. Elliot walked over and took the transmitter out of his pocket. Duffy got out of his way, and he stuck it back under her seat. Then they went off together, back to the government Taurus. I waited a plausible amount of time and got back on the road. I found New London without any problem. It was a messy old place. I had never been there before, never had a reason to go. It's a Navy town. I think they build submarines there. Or somewhere nearby. Groton, maybe. The directions Beck had given me brought me off the highway early and threaded me through failing industrial areas. There was plenty of old brick, damp and smoke-stained and rotten. I pulled into the side of the road about a mile short of where I guessed the lot would be. Then I made a right and a left and tried to circle round it. I parked at a busted meter and checked Duffy's gun. It was a Glock 19, maybe a year old. It was fully loaded. The spare magazines were full, too. I got out of the truck. I heard booming foghorns way out in the Sound. A ferry was heading in. The wind was scraping trash along the street. A hooker stepped out of a doorway and smiled at me. It's a Navy town. She couldn't smell an Army MP the way her sisters could elsewhere. I turned a corner and got a pretty good partial view of the lot I was headed for. The land sloped down towards the sea, and I had some elevation. I could see the truck waiting for me. It was the twin of the one I was in. Same age, same type, same color. It was sitting there all alone in the exact center of the lot, which was just an empty square made of crushed brick and weeds. Some old building had been bulldozed 2 decades ago, and nothing had been built to replace it. I couldn't see anybody waiting for me, although there were 1,000 dirty windows within range, and theoretically all of them could have been full of watchers. But I didn't feel anything. Feeling is a lot worse than knowing, but sometimes it's all you've got. I stood still until I got cold, and then I walked back to the truck, drove it round the block and into the lot, parked it nose to nose with its twin, pulled the key, and dropped it in the door pocket. Glanced around one last time and got out. I put my hand in my pocket and closed it around Duffy's gun, listened hard. Nothing but grit blowing and the far-off sounds of a run-down city struggling through the day. I was okay, unless somebody was planning to drop me with a long-range rifle shot. And clutching a Glock 19 in my pocket wasn't going to defend against that. The new truck was cold and still. The door was unlocked and the key was right there in the pocket. I racked the seat and fixed the mirrors, dropped the key on the floor like I was clumsy, and checked under the seats. No transmitter. Just a few gum wrappers and dust bunnies. I started the engine, backed away from the truck I had just got out of, and swooped the new one around the lot and aimed it back towards the highway. I didn't see anybody. Nobody came after me. The new truck drove a little better than the old one had. It was a little quieter and a little faster. Maybe it had been around the clock only twice. It reeled in the miles, taking me back north. I stared ahead through the windshield and felt like I could see the lonely house on the rock finger getting bigger and bigger with every minute. It was drawing me in and repelling me simultaneously with equal force. So I just sat there immobile with one hand on the wheel and my eyelids locked open. Rhode Island was quiet. Nobody followed me through it. Massachusetts was mostly a long loop around Boston, and then a sprint through the northeastern bump with the dumps like Lowell on my left and the cute places like Newburyport and Cape Ann and Gloucester far away on my right. No tail. Then came New Hampshire. I-95 sees about 20 miles of it, with Portsmouth as the last stop. I passed it by and watched for rest area signs. I found one just inside the main state line. It told me that Duffy and Elliot and the old guy with the stained suit would be waiting for me 8 miles ahead. It wasn't just Duffy and Elliot and the old guy. They had a DEA canine unit with them. I guess if you give government types enough time to think, they'll come up with something you don't expect. I pulled into an area pretty much identical to the Kennybunk one and saw their 2 Tauruses parked on the end of the row next to a plain van with a spinning ventilator on the roof. I parked 4 slots away from them and went through the cautious routine of waiting and watching, but nobody pulled in after me. I didn't worry about the highway shoulder. The trees made me invisible from the highway. There were trees everywhere. Maine has got a whole lot of trees. That was for damn sure. I got out of the truck, and the old guy pulled his car close and went straight into his thing with the soldering iron. Duffy pulled me out of his way by the elbow.
I made some calls,
she said. She held up her Nokia like she was proving it to me.
Good news and bad news.
Good news first, I said. Cheer me up.
I think the Toyota thing might be okay.
Might be.
It's complicated. We got Beck's shipping schedule from U.S. Customs. All his stuff comes out of Odessa. It's in the Ukraine on the Black Sea.
I know where it is.
Plausible point of origin for rugs. They come north through Turkey from all over. But Odessa is a heroin port from our point of view. Everything that doesn't come here direct from Colombia feeds through Afghanistan and Turkmenistan and across the Caspian and the Caucasus. So if Beck's using Odessa, it means he's a heroin guy. And if he's a heroin guy, it means he doesn't know any ecstasy dealers from Adam. Not in Connecticut, not anywhere. There can't be a relationship, no way. How could there be? It's a completely different part of the business. So he's starting from scratch as far as finding anything out goes. I mean, the Toyota plate will give him a name and an address, sure, but that information won't mean anything to him. It's going to be a few days before he can find out who they are and pick up their trail.
That's the good news?
It's good enough. Trust me, they're in separate worlds. And a few days is all you've got anyway. We can't hold those bodyguards forever.
What's the bad news? She paused a beat.
It's actually not impossible that someone could have got a peek at the Lincoln.
What happened?
Nothing specific. Just that security at the garage maybe wasn't as good as it might have been.
What does that mean?
It means we can't say for sure that something bad didn't happen.
We heard the truck's roller door rattle upward. It banged against its stop, and a second later we heard Elliot calling us urgently. We stepped over there expecting to find something good. We found another transmitter instead. It was the same tiny metal can with the same 8-inch filament antenna. It was glued to the inside of the sheet metal near the loading door about head height.
Great,
Duffy said. The load space was packed with rugs, exactly the same as we had seen before. It could have been the same van. They were rolled tight and tied with rough string and stacked on their ends in descending order of height. Do we check them? The old guy asked. No time, I said. If somebody's on the other end of that transmitter, they'll figure I'm entitled to maybe 10 minutes here, nothing more.
Put the dog in,
Duffy said. A guy I hadn't met opened up the rear of the DEA van and came out with a beagle on a leash. It was a little fat, low-slung thing wearing a working dog harness. It had long ears and an eager expression. I like dogs. Sometimes I think about getting one. It could keep me company. This one ignored me completely. It just let its handler lead it over to the blue truck, and then it waited to be told what to do. The guy lifted it up into the load space and put it down on the staircase of rugs. He clicked his fingers and spoke some kind of a command and took the leash off. The dog scampered up and down and side to side. Its legs were short, and it had a problem making it up and down between the different levels. But it covered every inch, and then came back to where it had started, and stood there with its eyes bright and its tail wagging and its mouth open in an absurd wet smile, like it was saying, "So where's the action?" "Nothing," its handler said. "Legit load," Elliot said. Duffy nodded.
But why is it coming back north? Nobody exports rugs back to Odessa. Why would they?
It was a test, I said. For me. They figured maybe I'd look, maybe I wouldn't.
Fix the seal,
Duffy said. The new guy hauled his beagle out, and Elliot stretched up tall and pulled the door down. The old guy picked up his soldering iron, and Duffy pulled me away again.
Decision?
She said, "What would you do?"
Abort, she said. The Lincoln is the wild card. It could kill you.
I looked over his shoulder and watched the old guy at work. He was already thinning the solder joint. "They bought the story," I said. "Impossible not to. It was a great story."
They might have looked at the Lincoln.
"I can't see why they would have wanted to." The old guy was finishing up. He was bending down, ready to blow on the join, ready to turn the wire dull gray. Duffy put her hand on my arm.
Why was Beck talking about the Uzis?
She asked. "I don't know." "All done," the old guy called.
Decision?
Duffy said. I thought about Quinn. Thought about the way his gaze had traveled across my face. Not fast, not slow. Thought about the 22 scars, like 2 extra eyes up there on the left of his forehead. "I'm going back," I said. "I think it's safe enough. They'd have gone for me this morning if they had any doubts." Duffy said nothing. She didn't argue. She just took her hand off my arm and let me go. Chapter 5. She let me go, but she didn't ask for her gun back. Maybe it was subconscious. Maybe she wanted me to have it. I put it in the back of my waistband. It felt better there than the big Colt had. I hid the spare magazines in my socks. Then I hit the road and was back in the lot near the Portland docks exactly 10 hours after I left it. There was nobody waiting there to meet me, no black Cadillac. I drove right in and parked, dropped the key in the door pocket and slid out. I was tired and slightly deaf after 500 highway miles. It was 6 o'clock in the evening, and the sun was way down behind the city on my left. The air was cold, and dampness was blowing in from the sea. I buttoned my coat and stood still for a minute in case I was being watched. Then I wandered off. I tried to look aimless, but I headed generally north and took a good look at the buildings ahead of me. The lot was bordered by low offices. They looked like trailers without the wheels. They had been cheaply built and badly maintained. They had small, untidy parking lots. The lots were full of mid-range cars. The whole place looked busy and down to earth. Real-world commerce happened there. That was clear. No fancy headquarters, no marble, no sculpture, just a bunch of ordinary people working hard for their money behind unwashed windows lined with broken Venetian blinds. Some of the offices were bumped-out additions built onto the sides of small warehouses. The warehouses were modern prefabricated metal structures. They had concrete loading platforms built up to waist height. They had narrow lots defined by thick concrete posts. The posts had every shade of automotive paint known to man scraped on them. I found Beck's black Cadillac after about 5 minutes. It was parked on a rectangle of cracked blacktop at an angle against the side of a warehouse near an office door. The door looked like it belonged on a house in the suburbs. It was a colonial design made from hardwood. It had never been painted, and it was gray and grainy from the salt air. It had a faded sign screwed to it. Bizarre Bazaar. The script was hand-painted and looked like something from Haight-Ashbury in the 60s. Like it should have been promoting a concert at the Fillmore West, like Bizarre Bazaar was a one-hit wonder opening for Jefferson Airplane or the Grateful Dead. I heard a car approaching and backed off behind the adjacent building and waited. It was a big car, coming slowly. I could hear fat, soft tires dropping into wet potholes. It was a Lincoln Town car, shiny black, identical to the one we had trashed outside the college gate. The two of them had probably come off the line together, nose to tail. It drove slowly past Beck's Cadillac and rounded the corner and parked in back of the warehouse. A guy I hadn't seen before got out of the driver's seat. He stretched and yawned like maybe he had just driven 500 highway miles too. He was medium height and heavy, with close-cropped black hair, lean face, bad skin. He was scowling, like he was frustrated. He looked dangerous. but junior somehow, like he was low down on the totem pole, and like he might be all the more dangerous because of it. He leaned back into the car and came out again carrying a portable radio scanner. It had a long chrome antenna and a mesh-covered speaker that would whine and squawk whenever an appropriate transmitter was within a mile or two of it. He walked around the corner and pushed in through the unpainted door. I stayed where I was, reviewed the whole of the last 10 hours in my head. As far as radio surveillance went, I had stopped 3 times. Each stop had been short enough to be plausible. Visual surveillance would be a different matter entirely. But I was pretty sure there had been no Black Lincoln in my line of sight at any point. I tended to agree with Duffy. The guy in his scanner had been on Route 1. I stood still for a minute. Then I came out into plain sight and walked to the door, pushed it open. There was an immediate right-angle turn to the left. It led to a small open area filled with desks and file cabinets. There were no people in it. None of the desks was occupied. But they had been until very recently, that was clear. They were part of a working office. There were 3 of them, and they were covered with the kind of stuff people leave behind at the end of the day. Half-finished paperwork, rinsed coffee cups, notes to themselves, souvenir mugs filled with pencils, packs of tissues. There were electric heaters on the walls, and the air was very warm, and it smelled faintly of perfume. At the back of the open area was a closed door with low voices behind it. I recognized Beck's and Duke's. They were talking with a third man, who I guessed was the guy with the tracking equipment. I couldn't make out what they were saying, couldn't make out the tone. There was some urgency there, some debate. No raised voices, but they weren't discussing the company picnic. I looked at the stuff on the desks and the walls. There were 2 maps pinned up on boards. One showed the whole world. The Black Sea was more or less in the exact center. Odessa was nestling there to the left of the Crimean Peninsula. There was nothing marked on the paper, but I could trace the route a little tramp steamer would take, through the Bosphorus, through the Aegean Sea, through the Mediterranean, out past Gibraltar, and then full steam across the Atlantic to Portland, Maine. A 2-week voyage, probably, maybe 3. Most ships are pretty slow. The other map showed the United States. Portland itself was obliterated by a worn and greasy stain. I guessed people had put their fingertips on it to span their hands and calculate time and distance. A small person's hand, fully extended, might represent a day's driving. In which case, Portland wasn't the best location for a distribution center. It was a long way from everywhere else. The papers on the desks were incomprehensible to me. At best, I could just about interpret details about dates and loads. I saw some prices listed. Some were high, some were low. Opposite the prices were codes for something. They could have been for rugs. They could have been for something else. But on the surface, the whole place looked exactly like an innocent shipping office. I wondered if Teresa Daniel had worked in it. I listened to the voices some more. Now I was hearing anger and worry. I backed out to the corridor, took the Glock out of my waistband and put it in my pocket with my finger inside the trigger guard. A Glock doesn't have a safety catch. It has a sort of trigger on the trigger. It's a tiny bar that latches back as you squeeze. I put a little pressure on it, felt it give. I wanted to be ready. I figured I would shoot Duke first, then the guy with the radio, then Beck. Beck was probably the slowest, and you always leave the slowest for last. I put my other hand in my pocket, too. A guy with one hand in his pocket looks armed and dangerous. A guy with both hands in his pockets looks relaxed and lazy. No threat. I took a breath and walked back into the room noisily. "Hello?" I called. The back office door opened up fast. The 3 of them crowded together to look out. Beck, Duke, the new guy. No guns. "How did you get in here?" Duke asked. He looked tired. "Door was open," I said. "How did you know which door?" Beck asked. I kept my hands in my pockets. I couldn't say I had seen the painted sign because it was Duffy who had told me the name of his operation, not him. "Your car's parked outside," I said. He nodded. "Okay," he said. He didn't ask about my day. The new guy with the scanner must have described it already. Now he was just standing there, looking straight at me. He was younger than Beck, younger than Duke, younger than me. He was maybe 35. He still looked dangerous. He had flat cheekbones and dull eyes. He was like 100 bad guys I'd busted in the army. "Enjoy the drive?" I asked him. He didn't answer. "I saw you bring the scanner in," I said. "I found the first bug, under the seat." "Why did you look?" he asked. "Habit," I said. "Where was the second?" "In the back," he said. "You didn't stop for lunch." "No money," I said. "Nobody gave me any yet." The guy didn't smile. "Welcome to Maine," he said. "Nobody gives you money here. You earn it." "Okay," I said. "I'm Angel Doll," he said, like he was expecting his name to impress me, but it didn't. "I'm Jack Reacher," I said. "The cop killer," he said, with something in his voice. He looked at me for a long moment and then looked away. I couldn't figure out where he fit in. Beck was the boss and Duke was his head of security, but this junior guy seemed very relaxed about talking right over their heads. "We're in a meeting," Beck said. "You can wait out by the car." He ushered the other two back inside the room and shut the door on me. That in itself told me there was nothing worth hunting for in the secretarial area. So I wandered outside and took a good look at the security system on my way. It was fairly rudimentary but effective. There were contact pads on the door and all the windows. They were small rectangular things. They had wires the size and color of spaghetti tacked all along the baseboards. The wires came together in a metal box mounted on the wall next to a crowded notice board. The notice board was full of yellowed paper. There was all kinds of stuff about employee insurance and fire extinguishers and evacuation points. The alarm box had a keypad and two small lights. There was a red one labeled armed and a green one labeled unarmed. There were no separate zones, no motion sensors. It was crude perimeter defense only. I didn't wait by the car. I walked around a little until I had got a feel for the place. The whole area was a warren of similar operations. There was a convoluted access road for trucks. I guessed it would operate as a one-way system. Containers would be hauled down from the piers to the north and unloaded into the warehouses. Then delivery trucks would be loaded in turn and take off south. Beck's warehouse itself wasn't very private. It was right in the middle of a row of 5. But it didn't have an outside loading dock, no waist-high platform. It had a roller door instead. It was temporarily blocked by Angel Doll's Lincoln, but it was big enough to drive a truck through. Secrecy could be achieved. There was no overall external security. It wasn't like a naval dockyard. There was no wire fencing, no gate, no barriers, no guards and booths. It was just a big, messy 100-acre area full of random buildings and puddles and dark corners. I guess there would be some kind of activity all around the clock. How much, I didn't know, but probably enough to mask some clandestine comings and goings. I was back at the Cadillac and leaning on the fender when the three of them came out. Beck and Duke came first, and Doll hung back in the doorway. I still had my hands in my pockets. I was still ready to go for Duke first. But there was no overt aggression in the way anybody was moving. No wariness. Beck and Duke just walked over towards the car. They looked tired and preoccupied. Doll stayed where he was in the doorway, like he owned the place. "Let's go," Beck said. "No, wait," Doll called. "I need to talk to Reacher first." Beck stopped walking, didn't turn round. "5 minutes," Doll said. "That's all. Then I'll lock up for you." Beck didn't say anything. Neither did Duke. They looked irritated, but they weren't going to object. I kept my hands in my pockets and walked back. Dahl turned and led me through the secretarial pen and into the back office, through another door and into a glass-walled cubicle inside the warehouse itself. I could see a forklift on the warehouse floor and steel racks loaded with rugs. The racks were easily 20 feet high, and the rugs were all tightly rolled and tied with string. The cubicle had a personnel door to the outside and a metal desk with a computer on it. The desk chair was worn out. Dirty yellow foam showed through at every seam. Dahl sat down on it and looked up at me and moved his mouth into the approximate shape of a smile. I stood sideways at the end of the desk and looked down on him. "What?" I said.
"See this computer?" he said. "It's got taps into every department of motor vehicles in the country."
"So?"
"So I can check license plates."
I said nothing. He took a handgun out of his pocket. A neat move, fast and fluid. But then it was a good pocket gun. It was a Soviet-era PSM, which is a small automatic pistol built as smooth and slim as possible so it won't snag on clothing. It uses weird Russian ammunition, which is hard to get. It has a safety catch at the rear of the slide. Dahl's was in the forward position. I couldn't remember whether that represented safe or fire. "What do you want?" I asked him.
"I want to confirm something with you," he said, "before I go public with it and move myself up a rung or two."
There was silence. "How would you do that?" I asked.
"By telling them an extra little thing they don't know about yet," he said. "Maybe I'll even earn myself a nice big bonus, like maybe I'll get the $5,000 they earmarked for you."
I pressed the Glock's trigger lock in my pocket, glanced to my left. I could see all the way through to the back office window. Beck and Duke were standing by the Cadillac. They had their backs to me. They were 40 feet away. Too close.
"I dumped the Maxima for you,"
Dahl said. "Where?"
"Doesn't matter,"
he said. Then he smiled again. "What?" I said again.
"You stole it, right? At random, from a shopping mall."
"So?"
"It had Massachusetts plates," he said. "They were phony. No such number has ever been issued."
Mistakes coming back to haunt me. I said nothing.
"So I checked the VIN,"
he said.
"The vehicle identification number. All cars have 'em. On a little metal plate, top of the dash."
"I know," I said.
"It came back as a Maxima," he said. "So far, so good. But it was registered in New York to a bad boy who was arrested 5 weeks ago. By the government."
I said nothing.
"You want to explain all that?"
he said. I didn't answer.
"Maybe they'll let me waste you myself," he said. "I might enjoy that."
"You think?"
"I've wasted people before," he said,
like he had something to prove. "How many?" I said.
"Enough."
I glanced through the back office window, let go of the Glock, and took my hands out of my pockets, empty. "The New York DMV list must be out of date," I said. "It was an old car. Could have been sold out of state a year ago. You check the authentication code?"
"Where?"
"Top of the screen on the right. It needs to have the right numbers in it to be up to date. I was a military cop. I've been in the New York DMV system more times than you have."
"I hate MPs,"
he said. I watched his gun. "I don't care who you hate," I said. "I'm just telling you I know how those systems work, and that I've made the same mistake more than once." He was quiet for a beat.
"That's bullshit," he said.
Now I smiled. "So go ahead," I said. "Embarrass yourself. No skin off my nose." He sat still for a long moment, Then he swapped the gun from his right hand to his left and got busy with the mouse. He tried to keep one eye on me while he clicked and scrolled. I moved a little, like I was interested in the screen. The New York DMV search page came up. I moved a little more, round behind his shoulder. He entered what must have been the Maxima's original plate number, apparently from memory. He hit Search Now. The screen redrew. I moved again, like I was all set to prove him wrong. "Where?" he asked. "Right there," I said, and started to point at the monitor. But I was pointing with both hands and all 10 fingers, and they didn't make it to the screen. My right hand stopped at his neck. My left took the gun out of his left. It dropped on the floor and sounded exactly like a pound of steel hitting a plywood board covered with linoleum. I kept my eyes on the office window. Beck and Duke still had their backs to me. I got both hands round Dahl's neck and squeezed. He thrashed around wildly, fought back. I shifted my grip. The chair fell over under him. I squeezed harder, watched the window. Beck and Duke were just standing there, their backs to me. Their breath was misting in front of them. Dahl started clawing at my wrists. I squeezed harder still. His tongue came out of his mouth. Then he did the smart thing and gave up on my wrists and reached up behind him and went for my eyes. I pulled my head back and hooked one hand under his jaw and put the other flat against the side of his head, wrenched his jaw hard to the right and smashed his head downward to the left and broke his neck. I stood the chair upright again and pushed it in neatly behind the desk, picked up his gun and ejected the magazine. It was full. 8 bottlenecked 5.45 millimeter Soviet pistol shells. They're roughly the same size as a .22, and they're slow, but they're supposed to hit pretty hard. Soviet security forces were supposed to be happy enough with them. I checked the chamber. There was a round in it. I checked the action. It had been set to fire. I reassembled the whole thing and left it cocked and locked, put it in my left-hand pocket. Then I went through his clothes. He had all the usual stuff. A wallet, a cell phone, a money clip without much money in it, a big bunch of keys. I left it all there. Opened the rear personnel door to the outside and checked the view. Beck and Duke were now hidden from me by the corner of the building. I couldn't see them, they couldn't see me. There was nobody else around. I walked over to Dahl's Lincoln and opened the driver's door, found the trunk release. The latch popped quietly and the lid rose an inch. I went back inside and dragged the body out by the collar, opened the trunk all the way and heaved it inside, latched the lid down gently and closed the driver's door, glanced at my watch. The 5 minutes were up. I would have to finish the garbage disposal later. I walked back through the glass cubicle, through the back office, through the secretarial pen, through the front door and outside. Beck and Duke heard me and turned round. Beck looked cold and annoyed by the delay. I thought, so why stand still for it? Duke was shivering a little, and his eyes were watering, and he was yawning. He looked exactly like a guy who hadn't slept for 36 hours. I thought, I see a triple benefit in that. "I'll drive," I said, "if you want." He hesitated, said nothing. "You know I can drive," I said. "You just had me driving all day. I did what you wanted. Dahl told you all about it." He said nothing. "Was it another test?" I asked. "You found the bug," he said. "Did you think I wouldn't?" "You might have acted different if you hadn't found the bug." "Why would I? I just wanted to get back here fast and safe. I was exposed 10 straight hours. It was no fun for me. I've got more to lose than you, whatever you're into." He said nothing to that. "Your call," I said, like I didn't care. He hesitated a fraction more, and then exhaled and handed me the keys. That was the first benefit. There's something symbolic about handing over a set of keys. It's about trust and inclusion. It moved me closer to the center of their circle, made me less of an outsider. And it was a big bunch of keys. There were house keys and office keys as well as the car keys. Maybe a dozen keys in total. A lot of metal. A big symbol. Beck watched the whole transaction and made no comment about it. Just turned away and settled himself in the back of the car. Duke dumped himself in the passenger seat. I got in the driver's seat and started the engine. Arranged my coat around me so that both of the guns in my pockets were resting in my lap. I was ready to pull them out and use them if a cell phone rang. It was a 50-50 chance that the next call these guys got would be because someone had found Dahl's body. Therefore, the next call these guys got would also be their last. I was happy with odds of 600 or 6,000 to 1, but 50-50 was a little too rich for me. But no phones rang the whole way home. I drove smoothly and gently and found all the right roads. I turned east towards the Atlantic. It was already full dark out there. I came up on the palm-shaped promontory and drove out onto the rock finger and aimed straight for the house. The lights were blazing all along the top of the wall. The razor wire glittered. Paulie was waiting to open the gate. He glared at me as I drove past. I ignored him and hustled up the driveway and stopped on the carriage circle right next to the door. Beck got straight out. Duke shook himself awake and followed him. "Where do I put the car?" I asked. "In the garage, asshole," he said. "Around the side." That was the second benefit. I was going to get 5 minutes alone. I looped all the way around the carriage circle again and headed down the south side of the house. The garage block stood on its own inside a small walled courtyard. It had probably been a stable back when the house was built. It had granite cobblestones in front of it and a vented cupola on the roof to let the smell out. The horse stalls had been knocked together to make 4 garages. The hayloft had been converted into an apartment. I guessed the quiet mechanic lived up there. The garage on the left-hand end had its door open and was standing empty. I drove the Cadillac inside and killed the motor. It was gloomy in there. There were shelves filled with the kind of junk that piles up in a garage. There were oil cans and buckets and old bottles of wax polish. There was an electric tire compressor and a pile of used rags. I put the keys in my pocket and slid out of the seat, listened for the sound of a phone in the house. Nothing. I strolled over and checked the rags. Picked up a thing the size of a hand towel. It was dark with grime and dirt and oil. I used it to wipe an imaginary spot off the Cadillac's front fender. Glanced around. Nobody there. I wrapped Dahl's PSM and Duffy's Glock and her 2 spare magazines in the rag. Put the whole bundle under my coat. It might have been possible to get the guns into the house. Maybe. I could have gone in the back door and let the metal detector beep and looked puzzled for a second and then pulled out the big bunch of keys. I could have held them up like they explained everything. A classic piece of misdirection. It might have worked. Maybe. It would depend on their level of suspicion. But whatever, getting the guns out of the house again would have been very difficult. Assuming there were no panic phone calls any time soon, the chances were I would be leaving with Beck or Duke or both in the normal way, and there was no guarantee I would have the keys again. So I had a choice, take a chance or play it safe. My decision was to play it safe and keep the firepower outside. I walked out of the garage courtyard and wandered round towards the back of the house, stopped at the corner of the courtyard wall, stood still for a second, and then turned 90 degrees and followed the wall out towards the rocks like I wanted to take a look at the ocean. It was still calm. There was a long oily swell coming in from the southeast. The water looked black and infinitely deep. I gazed at it for a moment, and then ducked down and put the wrapped guns in a little dip tight against the wall. There were scrawny weeds growing there. Somebody'd have to trip over them to find them. I strolled back, hunched into my coat, trying to look like a reflective guy getting a couple of minutes' peace. It was quiet. The shorebirds were gone. It was too dark for them. They would be safe in their roosts. I turned round and headed for the back door, went in through the porch and into the kitchen. The metal detector beeped. Duke and the mechanic guy and the cook all turned to look at me. I paused a beat and pulled out the keys, held them up. They looked away. I walked in and dropped the keys on the table in front of Duke. He left them there. The third benefit of Duke's exhaustion unfolded steadily all the way through dinner. He could barely stay awake. He didn't say a word. The kitchen was warm and steamy, and we ate the kind of food that would put anybody to sleep. We had thick soup and steak and potatoes. There was a lot of it. The plates were piled high. The cook was working like a production line. There was a spare plate with a whole portion of everything just sitting untouched on a counter. Maybe somebody was in the habit of eating twice. I ate fast and kept my ears open for the phone. I figured I could grab the car keys and be outside before the first ring finished. Inside the Cadillac before the second. Halfway down the drive before the third. I could smash through the gate. I could run Paulie over. But the phone didn't ring. There was no sound in the house at all, except people chewing. There was no coffee. I was on the point of taking that personally. I like coffee. I drank water instead. It came from the faucet over the sink and tasted like chlorine. The maid came in from the family dining room before I finished my second glass. She walked over to where I was sitting, awkward in her unfashionable shoes. She was shy. She looked Irish, like she'd just come all the way from Connemara to Boston and couldn't find a job down there.
"Mr. Beck wants to see you,"
she said. It was only the second time I had heard her speak. She sounded a little Irish, too. Her cardigan was wrapped tight around her. "Now?" I asked.
"I think so,"
she said. He was waiting for me in the square room with the oak dining table where I'd played Russian roulette for him. "The Toyota was from Hartford, Connecticut," he said. "Angel Doll traced the plate this morning." "No front plates in Connecticut," I said, because I had to say something. "We know the owners," he said. There was silence. I stared straight at him. It took me a fraction of a second just to understand him. "How do you know them?" I asked.
"We have a business relationship."
"In the rug trade?"
"The nature of the relationship needn't concern you."
"Who are they?"
"That needn't concern you either,"
he said. I said nothing.
"But there's a problem," he said. "The people you described aren't the people who own the truck."
"Are you sure?" He nodded.
"You described them as tall and fair. The guys who own the truck are Spanish, small and dark."
"So who were the guys I saw?" I asked, because I had to ask something.
"Two possibilities," he said. "One, maybe somebody stole their truck.
Or,
two, maybe they expanded their personnel."
"Either one is possible," I said. He shook his head.
"Not the first. I called them. There was no answer. So I asked around. They've disappeared. No reason why they should disappear just because someone stole their truck."
"So they expanded their roster." He nodded.
"And decided to bite the hand that feeds them."
I said nothing.
"Are you certain they used Uzis?"
he asked. "That's what I saw," I said.
"Not MP5Ks?"
"No," I said. I looked away. No comparison, not even close. The MP5K is a short Heckler & Koch submachine gun designed early in the 1970s. It has two big fat handles molded from expensive plastic. It looks very futuristic, like a movie prop. Next to it, an Uzi looks like something hammered together by a blind man in his basement. "No question," I said.
"No possibility the kidnap was random?"
he asked. "Nah," I said. "1,000,000 to 1." He nodded again.
"So they've declared war," he said, "and they've gone to ground. They're hiding out somewhere."
"Why would they do that?"
"I have no idea."
There was silence. No sound from the sea. The swells came and went inaudibly. "Are you going to try to find them?" I asked.
"You bet your ass,"
Beck said. Duke was waiting for me in the kitchen. He was angry and impatient. He wanted to take me upstairs and get me locked down for the night. I didn't protest. A locked door with no inside keyhole is a very good alibi. "Tomorrow, 6:30, he said. "Back on duty." I listened hard and heard the lock click and waited for his footsteps to recede. Then I got busy with my shoe. There was a message waiting. It was from Duffy. "Back okay?" I hit reply and typed, "Bring a car 1 mile short of the house. Leave it there with key on seat. Quiet approach. No lights." I hit send. There was a short delay. I guessed she was using a laptop. She would be waiting in her motel room with it plugged in and switched on. It would go, "Bing, you've got mail." She came back with, "Why? When?" I sent, "Don't ask, midnight." There was a long delay. Then she sent, "Okay." I sent, "Retrieve at 6 a.m., stealthy." She replied, "Okay." I sent, "Beck knows the Toyota owners." 90 painful seconds later, she came back with, "How?" I sent, quote, "business relationship," unquote. She asked, "Specifics?" I sent, "Not given." She replied with one simple word, "Shit." I waited. She sent nothing more. She was probably conferring with Elliot. I could picture them, talking fast, not looking at each other, trying to decide. I sent a question. "How many did you arrest in Hartford?" She came back with, "All of them, i.e. 3. I asked, "Are they talking?" She replied, "Not talking at all." I asked, "Lawyers?" She came back with, "No lawyers." It was a very ponderous way to have a conversation, but it gave me plenty of time to think. Lawyers would have been fatal. Beck could have got to their lawyers easily. Sooner or later, it would have occurred to him to check if his buddies had been arrested. I sent, "Can you keep them incommunicado?" She sent, "Yes, 2 or 3 days." I sent, "Do it." There was a long pause. Then she came back with, "What is Beck thinking?" I sent, "That they've declared war and gone to ground." She asked, "What are you going to do?" I sent, "Not sure." She sent, "We'll leave car. Advise use it to pull out." I replied, "Maybe." There was another long pause. Then she sent, "Turn unit off, save battery." I smiled to myself. Duffy was a very practical woman. I lay fully dressed on the bed for 3 hours, listening for a phone. I didn't hear one. I got up just before midnight and rolled the oriental rug back and lay down on the floor with my head against the oak boards and listened. It's the best way to pick up the small sounds inside a building. I could hear the heating system running. I could hear the wind around the house. It was moaning softly. The ocean itself was quiet. The house was still. It was a solid stone structure. No creaking, no cracking, no human activity, no talking, no movement. I guess Duke was sleeping the sleep of the dead. That was the third benefit of his exhaustion. He was the only one I was worried about. He was the only professional. I laced my shoes tight and took off my jacket. I was still dressed in the black denim the maid had supplied. I slid the window all the way up and sat on the sill facing the room. I stared at the door, twisted round, and looked outside. There was a slim sliver of moon, some starlight, a little wind, ragged silver clouds. The air was cold and salty. The ocean was moving slow and steady. I swung my legs out into the night and shuffled sideways. Then I rolled over onto my stomach and scrabbled with my toes until I found a fold in the stone carving where an accent line had been set into the facade. I got my feet set and held the sill with both hands and craned my body outward. Used one hand to pull the window down to within 2 inches of closed. Eased sideways and felt for a drain pipe running down from the roof gutter. I found one about a yard away. It was a fat cast iron pipe, maybe 6 inches in diameter. I got my right palm flat on it. It felt solid, but it felt distant. I'm not an agile person. Put me in the Olympics and I'd be a wrestler or a boxer or a weightlifter, not a gymnast. I brought my right hand back and shuffled sideways with my toes until I was as far to the right as I could get. I jumped my left hand along the sill until it was tight in the corner of the window frame, stretched out with my right, got it hooked around the far side of the pipe. The iron was painted, and it felt cold and a little slick with night dew. I put my thumb in front and my fingers behind, tested my grip, craned out a little more. I was spread-eagled on the wall. I equalized the pressure between my hands and pulled inward, kicked my feet off the ledge and jumped them sideways, one each side of the pipe. Pulled inward again and let go of the sill and brought my left hand over to join my right. Now I had the pipe in both hands. My grip held. My feet were flat on the wall. My ass was sticking right out, 50 feet above the rocks. The wind caught my hair. It was cold. A boxer, not a gymnast. I could hold on there all night, no problem with that. But I wasn't certain how to move myself down. I tensed my arms and pulled myself in towards the wall, slid my hands downward as I did so, 6 inches, slid my feet down a matching distance, let my weight fall backward. That seemed to work. I did it again. I bounced down, 6 inches at a time, wiped each palm in turn to fight the dew. I was sweating, even though it was cold. My right hand hurt from my bout with Paulie. I was still 45 feet above the ground. I inched downward, got myself level with the second floor. It was slow progress, but it was safe. Except that I was putting 250 pounds of shock into an old iron pipe every few seconds. The pipe was probably 100 years old, and iron rusts and rots. It moved a little. I felt it shudder and shake and shiver, and it was slippery. I had to lock my fingers behind it to make sure my grip would hold. My knuckles were scraping on the stone. I bounced down, 6 inches at a time. I developed a rhythm. I would pull close, then fall back and slide my hands down and try to cushion the shock by easing my arms out straight. I let my shoulders take the impact. Then I would be bent at the waist at a tighter angle than before, so I would move my feet down 6 inches and start again. I made it down to the first floor windows. The pipe felt stronger there. Maybe it was anchored in a concrete base. I bounced down, faster. Made it all the way to the ground. Felt the solid rock under my feet and breathed out in relief and stepped away from the wall. Wiped my hands on my pants and stood still and listened. It felt good to be out of the house. The air was like velvet, cold, invigorating. I heard nothing. There were no lights in the windows. I felt the sting of cold on my teeth and realized I was smiling. I glanced up at the hunter's moon, shook myself, and walked quietly away to reclaim the guns. They were still there in the rag and the dip behind the weed stalks. I left Dahl's PSM where it was. I preferred the Glock. I unwrapped it and checked it carefully out of habit. 17 bullets in the gun, 17 in each of the spare magazines. 51 9mm parabellums. If I fired one, I'd probably have to fire them all. By which time, somebody would have won and somebody would have lost. I put the magazines in my pockets and the gun itself in my waistband and tracked all the way around the far side of the garage block for a preliminary distant look at the wall. It was still all lit up. The lights blazed harsh and blue and angry, like a stadium. The lodge was bathed in the glow. The razor wire glittered. The light was a solid bar, 30 yards deep, bright as day, with absolute darkness beyond. The gate stood closed and chained. The whole thing looked like the outer perimeter of a 19th century prison. Or an asylum. I gazed at it until I had figured out how to get past it, and then I headed around inside the cobbled courtyard. The apartment above the garages was dark and quiet. The garage doors were all closed, but none of them had locks. They were big old-fashioned timber things. They had been installed way back before anybody had thought of stealing cars. 4 sets of doors, 4 garages. The left-hand one held the Cadillac. I'd already been in there, so I checked the others, slow and quiet. The second had yet another Lincoln Town Car in it, black, the same as Angel Doll's, the same as the one the bodyguards had used. It was waxed and shiny, and its doors were locked. The third garage was completely empty. Nothing in it at all. It was clean and swept. I could see broom tracks and the dusty oil patches on the floor. There were a few carpet fibers here and there. Whoever had swept up had missed them. They were short and stiff. I couldn't make out the color in the darkness. They looked gray. They looked like they had pulled out of a rug's burlap backing. They meant nothing to me, so I moved on. I found what I wanted in the fourth garage. I opened the doors wide and let in just about enough moonlight to see by. The dusty old Saab the maid had used for her marketing was in there, parked head in close to a workbench. There was a grimy window behind the bench, gray moonlight on the ocean outside. The bench had a vise screwed to it and was covered in tools. The tools were old. Their handles were wood that had darkened with age and oil. I found a bradawl. It was just a blunt steel spike set into a handle. The handle was bulbous, turned from oak. The spike was maybe 2 inches long. I put it into the vise, maybe a 1/4 inch deep, tightened the vise hard, pulled on the handle and bent the spike into a neat right angle, loosened the vise and checked my work, and put it away in my shirt pocket. Then I found a chisel. It was a woodworking item. It had a 1/2 inch blade and a nice ash handle. It was probably 70 years old. I hunted around and found a carborundum whetstone and a rusty can of sharpening fluid, dabbed some fluid on the stone and spread it with the tip of the chisel, worked the steel back and forth until it showed bright. One of the many high schools I went to was an old-fashioned place in Guam where shop was graded by how well you did with the scut work, like sharpening tools. We all scored high. It was the kind of accomplishment we were interested in. That class had the best knives I ever saw. I turned the chisel over and did the other face. I got the edge square and true. It looked like high-grade Pittsburgh steel. I wiped it on my pants. Didn't test the edge on my thumb. I didn't particularly want to bleed. I knew it was razor sharp just by looking at it. I came out into the courtyard and squatted down in the angle of the walls and loaded my pockets. I had the chisel if things needed to stay quiet, and I had the Glock if it was okay to go noisy. Then I scoped out my priorities. The house first, I decided. There was a strong possibility that I would never get another look at it. The outer door to the kitchen porch was locked, but the mechanism was crude. It was a token 3-lever affair. I put the bent spike of the bradawl in like a key and felt for the tumblers. They were big and obvious. It took me less than a minute to get inside. I stopped again and listened carefully. I didn't want to walk in on the cook. Maybe she was up late baking a special pie. Or maybe the Irish girl was in there doing something. But there was only silence. I crossed the porch and knelt down in front of the inner door. Same crude lock, same short time. I backed off a foot and swung the door open. Smelled the kitchen smells. Listened again. The room was cold and deserted. I put the bradawl on the floor in front of me, put the chisel next to it, added the Glock and the spare magazines. I didn't want to set the metal detector off. In the still of the night, it would have sounded like a siren. I slid the bradawl along the floor, tight against the boards, pushed it right through the doorway and into the kitchen, did the same with the chisel, kept it tight against the floor and rolled it all the way inside. Almost all commercial metal detectors have a dead zone right at the bottom. That's because men's dress shoes are made with a steel shank in the sole. It gives the shoe flexibility and strength. Metal detectors are designed to ignore shoes. It makes sense, because otherwise they would beep every time a guy with decent footwear passed through. I slid the Glock through the dead zone and followed it with one magazine at a time. Pushed everything as far inside as I could reach. Then I stood up and walked through the door, closed it quietly behind me, picked up all my gear and reloaded my pockets. Debated taking my shoes off. It's easier to creep around quietly in socks. But if it comes to it, shoes are great weapons. Kick somebody with your shoes on and you disable them. With your shoes off, you break a toe. And they take time to put back on. If I had to get out fast, I didn't want to be running around on the rocks barefoot or climbing the wall. I decided to keep them on and walk carefully. It was a solidly built house, worth the risk. I went to work. First, I searched the kitchen for a flashlight. Didn't find one. Most houses on the end of a long power line spur have outages from time to time, so most people who live in them keep something handy. But the Becks didn't seem to. The best I could find was a box of kitchen matches. I put 3 in my pocket and struck one on the box, using the flickering light to look for the big bunch of keys I'd left on the table. Those keys would have helped me a lot, but they weren't there. Not on the table, not on some hook near the door, not anywhere. I wasn't very surprised. It would have been too good to be true to find them. I blew out the match and found my way in the dark to the head of the basement stairs, crept all the way down and struck another match with my thumbnail at the bottom, followed the tangle of wires on the ceiling back to the breaker box. There was a flashlight on a shelf right next to it. Classic, dumb place to keep a flashlight. If a breaker pops, the box is your destination, not your starting point. The flashlight was a big black mag light the length of a nightstick, 6 D cells inside. We used to use them in the Army. They were guaranteed unbreakable, but we found that depended on what you hit with them and how hard. I lit it up and blew out the match, spat on the burned stub and put it in my pocket, used the flashlight to check the breaker box. It had a gray metal door with 20 circuit breakers inside. None of them was labeled gatehouse. It must have been separately supplied, which made sense. No point in running power all the way to the main house and then running some of it all the way back to the lodge. Better to give the lodge its own tap on the incoming power line. I wasn't surprised, but I was vaguely disappointed. It would have been sweet to be able to turn the wall lights off. I shrugged and closed the box and turned round and went to look at the 2 locked doors I'd found that morning. They weren't locked anymore. First thing you always do before attacking a lock is to check it's not already open. Nothing makes you feel stupider than picking a lock that isn't locked. These weren't. Both doors opened easily with a turn of the handle. The first room was completely empty. It was more or less a perfect cube, maybe 8 feet on a side. I played the flashlight beam all over it. It had rock walls and a cement floor. No windows. It looked like a storeroom. It was immaculately clean, and there was nothing in it. Nothing at all. No carpet fibers, not even trash or dirt. It had been swept and vacuumed probably earlier that day. It was a little dank and damp. Exactly how you would expect a stone cellar to feel. I could smell the distinctive dusty smell of a vacuum cleaner bag. And there was a trace of something else in the air, a faint, tantalizing odor right at the edge of imperceptibility. It was vaguely familiar, rich and papery, something I should know. I stepped right inside the room and shut off the flashlight, closed my eyes and stood in the absolute blackness and concentrated. The smell disappeared. It was like my movements had disturbed the air molecules, and the 1 part in a billion I was interested in had diffused itself into the clammy background of underground granite. I tried hard, but I couldn't get it. So I gave it up. It was like memory. To chase it meant to lose it, and I didn't have time to waste. I switched the flashlight back on and came out into the basement corridor and closed the door quietly behind me. Stood still and listened. I could hear the furnace, nothing else. I tried the next room. It was empty too, but only in the sense that it was currently unoccupied. It had stuff in it. It was a bedroom. It was a little larger than the storeroom. It was maybe 12 by 10. The flashlight beam showed me rock walls, a cement floor, no windows. There was a thin mattress on the floor. It had wrinkled sheets and an old blanket strewn across it. No pillows. It was cold in the room. I could smell stale food, stale perfume, sleep and sweat, and fear. I searched the whole room carefully. It was dirty, but I found nothing of significance until I pulled the mattress aside. Under it, scratched into the cement of the floor, was a single word: justice. It was written all in spidery capital letters. They were uneven and chalky, but they were clear and emphatic. And underneath the letters were numbers, 6 of them, in 3 groups of 2. Month, day, year. Yesterday's date. The letters and the numbers were scratched deeper and wider than marks made with a pin or a nail or the tip of a scissor. I guessed they had been made with the tine of a fork. I put the mattress back in position and took a look at the door. It was solid oak. It was thick and heavy. It had no inside keyhole. Not a bedroom. A prison cell. I stepped outside and closed the door and stood still again and listened hard. Nothing. I spent 15 minutes on the rest of the basement and found nothing at all. Not that I expected to. I wouldn't have been left to run around there that morning if there was anything for a person to find. So I killed the flashlight and crept back up the stairs in the dark. Went back to the kitchen and searched it until I found a big black trash can liner. Then I wanted a towel. Best thing I could find was a worn linen square designed to dry dishes with. I folded both items neatly and jammed them in my pockets. Then I came back out into the hallway and went to look at the parts of the house I hadn't seen before. There were a lot to choose from. The whole place was a warren. I started at the front, where I had first come in the day before. The big oak door was closed tight. I gave it a wide berth because I didn't know how sensitive the metal detector was. Some of them beep when you're a foot away. The floors were solid oak planks covered in rugs. I stepped carefully, but I wasn't too worried about noise. The rugs and the drapes and the paneling would soak up sound. I scouted the whole of the ground floor. Only one place caught my attention. On the north side, next to the room where I had spent the time with Beck, was another locked door. It was opposite the family dining room, across a wide interior hallway. It was the only locked door on the ground floor. Therefore, it was the only room that interested me. Its lock was a big brass item from back when things were manufactured with pride and aplomb. It had all kinds of fancy filigree edges where it was screwed into the wood. The screwheads themselves were rubbed smooth by 150 years of polishing. It was probably original to the house. Some old artisan up in 19th century Portland had probably fashioned it by hand, in between making boat chandlery. It took me about a second and a half to open. The room was a den. Not an office, not a study, not a family room. I covered every inch with the flashlight beam. There was no television in there, no desk, no computer. It was just a room, simply furnished in an old-fashioned style. There were heavy velvet drapes pulled across the window. There was a big armchair padded with buttoned red leather. There was a glass-fronted collector's cabinet, and rugs. They were 3 deep on the floor. I checked my watch. It was nearly 1 o'clock. I'd been on the loose for nearly an hour. I stepped into the room and closed the door quietly. The collector's cabinet was nearly 6 feet tall. It had 2 full-width drawers at the bottom and locked glass doors above them. Behind the glass were 5 Thompson submachine guns. They were the classic drum magazine gangster weapons from the 1920s, the pieces you see in old grainy black-and-white photographs of Al Capone's soldiers. They were displayed alternately facing left and right, resting on custom hardwood pegs that held them exactly level. They were all identical, and they all looked brand new. They looked like they had never been fired, like they had never even been touched. The armchair was set to face the cabinet. There was nothing else of significance in the room. I sat down in the chair and got to wondering why anybody would want to spend time gazing at 5 old grease guns. Then I heard footsteps. A light tread, upstairs, directly over my head. 3 paces, 4, 5. Fast, quiet steps. Not just deference to the time of night. A real attempt at concealment. I got up out of the chair, stood still, turned the flashlight off and put it in my left hand, put the chisel in my right. I heard a door close softly. Then there was silence. I listened hard, focused on every tiny sound. The background rush of the heating system built to a roar in my ears. My breathing was deafening. Nothing from above. Then the footsteps started again. They were heading for the stairs. I locked myself inside the room. I knelt behind the door and tripped the tumblers, 1, 2, and listened to the creak of the staircase. It wasn't Richard coming down. It wasn't a 20-year-old. There was a measured caution in the tread, some kind of stiffness, somebody getting slower and quieter as they approached the bottom. The sound disappeared altogether in the hallway. I pictured someone standing on the thick rugs, surrounded by the drapes and the paneling, looking around, listening hard, maybe heading my way. I picked up the flashlight and the chisel again. The Glock was in my waistband. I had no doubt I could fight my way out of the house, no doubt at all. But approaching an alert Polly over hundreds of yards of open ground and through the stadium lights would be difficult. And a firefight now would bury the mission forever. Quinn would disappear again. There was no sound from the hallway, just a crushing silence. Then I heard the front door open. I heard the rattle of a chain, and a lock springing back, and the click of a latch, and the sucking sound of a copper insulating strip releasing its grip on the edge of the door. A second later, the door closed again. I felt a tiny shudder in the structure of the house as the heavy oak hit the frame. No beep from the metal detector. Whoever had passed through it wasn't carrying a weapon, or even a set of car keys. I waited. Duke was surely fast asleep. And he wasn't the trusting type. I guessed he wouldn't walk around at night without a gun. Neither would Beck. But either one of them might be smart enough just to stand there in the hallway and open and close the door to make me think they had gone out through it, when in fact they hadn't. When in fact they were still standing right there, gun drawn, staring back into the gloom, waiting for me to show myself. I sat down sideways in the red leather chair, took the Glock out of my pants and aimed it left-handed at the door. As soon as they opened it wider than 9mm, I would fire. Until then, I would wait. I was good at waiting. If they thought they were going to wait me out, they had picked the wrong guy. But a whole hour later, there was still absolute silence out in the hallway. No sound of any kind. No vibrations. There was nobody there. Certainly not Duke. He would have fallen asleep by then and hit the deck. Not Beck either. He was an amateur. It takes tremendous skill to keep absolutely still and silent for a whole hour. So the door thing hadn't been a trick. Somebody had gone out unarmed into the night. I knelt down and used the bradawl on the tumblers again, lay full length on the floor and reached up and pulled the door open. A precaution. Anybody waiting for the door to open would have their eyes locked at head height. I would see them before they saw me. But there was nobody waiting. The hallway was empty. I stood upright and locked the door behind me, walked silently down the basement stairs and put the flashlight back in its place. Felt my way back upstairs, crept to the kitchen and slid all my hardware along the floor and out the door into the porch. Locked it behind me and crouched down and picked up all my stuff and checked the view out back. Saw nothing except an empty gray world of moonlit rocks and ocean. I locked the porch door behind me and kept very close to the side of the house. Ducked through deep black shadows and made it back to the courtyard wall. Found the dip in the rock and wrapped the chisel and the bradawl in the rag and left them there. I couldn't take them with me. They would tear the trash bag. I followed the courtyard wall, onward towards the ocean. I aimed to get down on the rocks right behind the garage block to the south, completely out of sight of the house. I made it halfway there. Then I froze. Elizabeth Beck was sitting on the rocks. She was wearing a white bathrobe over a white nightgown. She looked like a ghost or an angel. She had her elbows on her knees, and she was staring into the darkness in the east like a statue. I kept completely still. I was 30 feet away from her. I was dressed all in black, but if she glanced to her left, I would show up against the horizon. And sudden movement would give me away. So I just stood there. The ocean swell lapped in and out, quiet and lazy. It was a peaceful sound, hypnotic motion. She was staring at the water. She must have been cold. There was a slight breeze, and I could see it in her hair. I inched downward like I was trying to melt into the rock, bent my knees and spread my fingers and eased myself down into a crouch. She moved. Just a quizzical turn of her head, like something had suddenly occurred to her. She looked right at me, gave no sign of surprise. She stared directly at me for minute after minute. Her long fingers were laced together. Her pale face was lit by moonlight reflected off the lapping water. Her eyes were open, but clearly she wasn't seeing anything. Or else I was low enough down against the sky for her to think I was a rock or a shadow. She sat like that for maybe 10 more minutes, staring in my direction. She started shivering in the cold. Then she moved her head again, decisively, and looked away from me at the sea to her right. She unlaced her fingers and moved her hands and smoothed her hair back, turned her face up to the sky. She stood up slowly. She was barefoot. She shuddered like she was cold or sad. She held her arms out sideways like a tightrope walker and stepped towards me. The ground was hurting her feet, that was clear. She balanced herself with her arms and tested every step. She came within a yard of me, went right on by, and headed back to the house. I watched her go. The wind caught her robe. Her nightdress flattened against her body. She disappeared behind the courtyard wall. A moment later, I heard the front door open. There was a tiny pause and then a soft clump as it closed. I dropped flat to the ground and rolled onto my back. Stared up at the stars. I lay like that as long as I dared, and then got up and scrambled the final 50 feet to the edge of the sea, shook out the trash bag and stripped off my clothes and packed them neatly into it. I wrapped the Glock inside my shirt with the spare magazines, stuffed my socks into my shoes and packed them on top, and followed them with a small linen towel. Then I tied the bag tight and held it by the neck, slipped into the water, dragging it behind me. The ocean was cold. I had figured it would be. I was on the coast of Maine in April. But this was cold. It was icy. It was jarring and numbing. It took my breath away. Inside a second, I was chilled to the bone. 5 yards offshore, my teeth were chattering, and I was going nowhere, and the salt stung my eyes. I kicked onward until I was 10 yards out, and I could see the wall. It glared with light. I couldn't get through it, couldn't get over it. So I had to go round it, no choice. I reasoned with myself. I had to swim a 1/4 mile. I was strong but not fast, and I was towing a bag, so it would take me maybe 10 minutes, 15 at the absolute maximum. That was all. And nobody dies of exposure in 15 minutes. Nobody. Not me, anyway. Not tonight. I fought the cold and the swell and built a kind of side-stroke rhythm. I towed the bag with my left hand for 10 leg kicks. Then I changed to my right and kicked on. There was a slight current. The tide was coming in. It was helping me. But it was freezing me, too. It was coming in all the way from the Grand Banks. It was Arctic. My skin was dead and slick. My breath was rasping. My heart was thumping. I started to worry about thermal shock. I thought back to books I had read about the Titanic. The people who didn't make it into the lifeboats all died within an hour. But I wasn't going to be in the water for an hour. And there were no actual icebergs around. And my rhythm was working. I was about level with the wall. The light spill stopped well short of me. I was naked and pale from the winter, but I felt invisible. I passed the wall, halfway there. I kicked onward, pounded away, raised my wrist clear of the water, and checked the time. I had been swimming for 6 minutes. I swam for 6 more, trod water and gasped for air, and floated the bag ahead of me and looked back. I was well clear of the wall. I changed direction and headed for the shore. Came up through slick mossy rocks onto a gritty beach. Threw the bag up ahead of me and crawled out of the water on my knees. I stayed on all fours for a whole minute, panting and shivering. My teeth were chattering wildly. I untied the bag, found the towel, rubbed myself furiously. My arms were blue, my clothes snagged on my skin. I got my shoes on and stowed the Glock, folded the bag and the towel and put them wet in my pocket. Then I ran, because I needed to get warm. I ran for nearly 10 minutes before I found the car. It was the old guy's Taurus, gray in the moonlight. It was parked facing away from the house, all set to go, no delay. Duffy was a practical woman, that was for sure. I smiled again. The key was on the seat. I started the motor and eased away slowly, kept the lights off, and didn't touch the brake until I was off the palm-shaped promontory and round the first curve on the road inland. Then I lit up the headlights and turned up the heater and hit the gas hard. I was outside the Portland docks 15 minutes later. I left the Taurus parked on a quiet street a mile short of Beck's warehouse, walked the rest of the way. This was the moment of truth. If Dahl's body had been found, the place would be in an uproar, and I would melt away and never be seen again. If it hadn't, I would live to fight another day. The walk took the best part of 20 minutes. I saw nobody. No cops, no ambulances, no police tape, no medical examiners. No unexplained men in Lincoln town cars. I circled Beck's warehouse itself on a wide radius. I glimpsed it through gaps and alleys. The lights were all on in the office windows. But that was the way I had left it. Dahl's car was still there by the roller door, exactly where I had left it. I walked away from the building and came back towards it from a new angle, from the blind side where there was no window. I took the Glock out, held it hidden low down by my leg. Dahl's car faced me. Beyond it on the left was the personnel door into the warehouse cubicle. Beyond that was the back office. I passed the car and the door and dropped to the floor and crawled under the window, raised my head and looked inside. Nobody there. The secretarial area was empty too. All quiet. I breathed out and put the gun away, retraced my steps to Dahl's car, opened the driver's door and popped the trunk. He was still in there. He hadn't gone anywhere. I took his keys out of his pocket, closed the lid on him again, and carried the keys in through the personnel door, found the right key, and locked it behind me. I was willing to risk 15 minutes. I spent 5 in the warehouse cubicle, 5 in the back office, and 5 in the secretarial area. I wiped everything I touched with the linen towel so I wouldn't leave any prints behind. I found no specific trace of Teresa Daniel or of Quinn. But then there were no names named anywhere. Everything was coded, people and merchandise alike. I came away with only one solid fact. Bizarre Bazaar sold several tens of thousands of individual items every year, to several hundred individual customers, in transactions totaling several tens of millions of dollars. Nothing made clear what the items were or who the customers were. Prices were clustered around 3 levels, some around $50, some around $1,000, and some much more than that. There were no shipping records at all. No FedEx, no UPS, no postal service. Clearly, distribution was handled privately. But an insurance file I found told me that the corporation owned only 2 delivery trucks. I walked back to the warehouse cubicle and shut the computer down, retraced my steps to the entrance hallway, and turned all the lights off as I went, and left everything neat and tidy. I tested Dahl's keys in the front door and found the one that fit and clamped it in my palm. Turned back to the alarm box. Dahl was clearly trusted to lock up, which meant he knew how to set the alarm. I was sure Duke would do it himself from time to time. And Beck, obviously. Probably one or two of the clerks as well. A whole bunch of people. One of them would have a lousy memory. I looked at the notice board next to the box, flipped through the memos where they were pinned 3 deep, found a 4-figure code written on the bottom of a 2-year-old note from the city about new parking regulations. I entered it on the keypad. The red lights started flashing and the box started beeping. I smiled. It never fails. Computer passwords, unlisted numbers, alarm codes. Someone always writes them down. I went out the front door and closed it behind me. The beeping stopped. I locked it and walked around the corner and slid into Dahl's Lincoln. Started it up and drove it away. I left it in a downtown parking garage. It could have been the same one that Susan Duffy had photographed. I wiped everything I had touched and locked it up and put the keys in my pocket. I thought about setting it on fire. It had gas in the tank, and I still had 2 dry kitchen matches. Burning cars is fun, and it would increase the pressure on Beck. But in the end, I just walked away. It was probably the right decision. It would take most of a day for anybody to grow aware of it parked there, most of another day for them to decide to do something about it. Then another day for the cops to respond. They would trace the plate and come up against one of Beck's shell corporations. So they would tow it away, pending further inquiry. They would bust open the trunk for sure, worried about terrorist bombs or because of the smell. But by then, a whole bunch of other deadlines would have been reached, and I would be long gone. I walked back to the Taurus and drove it to within a mile of the house, returned Duffy's compliment by U-turning and leaving it facing the right way for her. Then I went through my previous routine in reverse. I stripped on the gritty beach and packed the garbage bag, waded into the sea. I wasn't keen to do it. It was just as cold. But the tide had turned. It was going my way. Even the ocean was cooperating. I swam the same 12 minutes, looped right round the end of the wall and came ashore behind the garage block. I was shaking with cold and my teeth were chattering again, but I felt good. I dried myself as well as I could on the damp linen rag and dressed fast before I froze, left the Glock and the spare magazines and Dahl's set of keys hidden with the PSM and the chisel and the bradawl, folded the bag and the towel and wedged them under a rock a yard away. Then I headed for my drain pipe. I was still shivering. The climb was easier going up than coming down. I walked my hands up the pipe and my feet up the wall, got level with my window and grabbed the sill with my left hand, jumped my feet across to the stone ledge, brought my right hand over and pushed the window up, hauled myself inside as quietly as I could. The room was cold. The window had been open for hours. I closed it tight and stripped again. My clothes were damp. I laid them out on the radiator and headed for the bathroom. Took a long hot shower. Then I locked myself in there with my shoes. It was exactly 6 in the morning. They would be picking up the Taurus. Probably Elliot and the old guy would be doing it. Probably Duffy would have stayed back at base. I took the email device out and sent, "Duffy?" 90 seconds later, she came back with, "Here, you okay?" I sent, "Fine. Check these names anywhere you can. Inc. with MP Powell. Angel Dahl, POS Associate Pauly, both POS ex-military." She sent, "Will do." Then I sent the question that had been on my mind for 5.5 hours. What is Teresa Daniels' real name? There was the usual 90-second delay, and then she came back with, "Teresa Justice." Chapter 6. No point in going to bed, so I just stood at the window and watched the dawn. It was soon in full flow. The sun came up over the sea. The air was fresh and clear. I could see 50 miles. I watched an Arctic tern coming in from the north. It flew low as close to the shore as it could get. It skimmed the rocks as it passed them. I guessed it was looking for a place to build a nest. The low sun behind it threw shadows as big as vultures. Then it gave up on the search for shelter and looped and wheeled and swooped away over the water and fell vertically into the ocean. It came out a long moment later, and silver droplets of freezing water trailed it back into the sky. It had nothing in its beak, but it flew on like it was happy enough. It was better adapted than me. There wasn't much to see after that. There were a few herring gulls far in the distance. I squinted against the glare and looked for signs of whales or dolphins, and saw nothing. I watched mats of seaweed drift round on circular currents. At 6:15, I heard Duke's footsteps in the corridor and the click of my lock. He didn't come in. He just tramped away again. I turned and faced the door and took a deep breath. Day 13, Thursday. Maybe that was better than day 13 falling on a Friday. I wasn't sure. Whatever. Bring it on. I took another breath and walked out through the door and headed down the stairs. Nothing was the same as the morning before. Duke was fresh and I was tired. Polly wasn't around. I went down to the basement gym and found nobody there. Duke didn't stay for breakfast. He disappeared somewhere. Richard Beck came in to eat in the kitchen. There was just him and me at the table. The mechanic wasn't there. The cook stayed busy at the stove. The Irish girl came in and out from the dining room. She was moving fast. There was a buzz in the air. Something was happening.
Big shipment coming in,
Richard Beck said.
It's always like this. Everybody gets excited about the money they're going to make.
You heading back to school? I asked him.
Sunday,
he said. He didn't seem worried about it, but I was. Sunday was 3 days away. My 5th full day there. The final deadline. Whatever was going to happen would have happened by then. The kid was going to be in the crossfire throughout. You okay with that? I asked.
With going back?
I nodded. After what happened?
We know who did it now, he said. Some assholes from Connecticut. It won't happen again.
You can be that sure? He looked at me like I was nuts.
My dad handles stuff like this all the time. And if it's not done by Sunday, then I'll just stay here until it is.
Does your dad run this whole thing by himself, or does he have a partner?
He runs it all by himself,
he said. His ambivalence was gone. He looked happy to be home, secure and comfortable, proud of his dad. His world had contracted to a barren half-acre of lonely granite, hemmed in by the restless sea and a high stone wall topped by razor wire.
I don't think you really killed that cop, he said.
The kitchen went quiet. I stared at him.
I think you just wounded him, he said. I'm hoping so anyway. You know, maybe he's recovering right now, in the hospital somewhere. That's what I'm thinking. You should try to do the same. Think positive. It's better that way. Then you can have the silver lining without the cloud.
I don't know, I said.
So just pretend, he said. Use the power of positive thinking. Say to yourself, I did a good thing and there was no downside.
Your dad called the police department, I said. I don't think there was any room for doubt.
So just pretend, he said again. That's what I do. Bad things didn't happen unless you choose to recall them.
He had stopped eating, and his left hand was up at the left side of his head. He was smiling brightly, but his subconscious was recalling some bad things right there and then. That was clear. It was recalling them big time. Okay, I said. It was just a flesh wound.
In and out, he said, clean as a whistle.
I said nothing.
Missed everything by a fraction, he said. It was a miracle.
I nodded. It would have been some kind of miracle, that was for damn sure. Shoot somebody in the chest with a soft-nosed .44 Magnum, and you blow a hole in them the size of Rhode Island. Death is generally instantaneous. The heart stops immediately, mostly because it isn't there anymore. I figured the kid hadn't seen anybody shot before. Then I thought, but maybe he has. And maybe he didn't like it very much.
Positive thinking, he said. That's the key. Just assume he's warm and comfortable somewhere making a full recovery.
What's in the shipment? I asked.
Fakes, probably, he said. From Pakistan. We get 200-year-old Persians made there. People are such suckers.
Are they? He looked at me and nodded.
They see what they want to see.
Do they?
All the time.
I looked away. There was no coffee. After a while, you realize that caffeine is addictive. I was irritated and tired.
What are you doing today?
He asked. I don't know, I said.
I'm just going to read, he said. Maybe stroll a little. Walk the shoreline. See what washed up in the night.
Things wash up?
Sometimes. You know, things fall off boats.
I looked at him. Was he telling me something? I had heard of smugglers floating bales of marijuana ashore in isolated places. I guessed the same system would work for heroin. Was he telling me something? Or was he warning me? Did he know about my hidden bundle of hardware? And what was all that stuff about the shot cop? Psychobabble? Or was he playing games with me?
But that's mostly in the summer, he said. It's too cold for boats right now. So I guess I'll stay inside. Maybe I'll paint.
You paint?
I'm an art student, he said. I told you that.
I nodded, stared at the back of the cook's head, like I could induce her to make coffee by telepathy. Then Duke came in. He walked over to where I was sitting, placed one hand on the back of my chair and the other flat on the table. Bent low, like he needed to have a confidential conversation. Your lucky day, asshole, he said. I said nothing. You're driving Mrs. Beck, he said. She wants to go shopping. Where? Wherever, he said. All day? It better be. I nodded. Don't trust the stranger on shipment day. Take the Cadillac, he said. He dropped the keys on the table. Make sure she doesn't rush back. Or don't trust Mrs. Beck on shipment day. Okay, I said. You'll find it very interesting, he said, especially the first part. Gives me a hell of a kick anyway, every single time. I had no idea what he meant, and I didn't waste time speculating about it. I just stared at the empty coffee pot, and Duke left, and a moment later I heard the front door open and close. The metal detector beeped twice. Duke and Beck, guns and keys. Richard got up from the table and wandered out, and I was left alone with the cook. Got any coffee? I asked her.
No,
she said. I sat there until I finally figured that a dutiful chauffeur should be ready and waiting, so I headed out through the back door. The metal detector beeped politely at the keys. The tide was all the way in, and the air was cold and fresh. I could smell salt and seaweed. The swell was gone, and I could hear waves breaking. I walked around to the garage block and started the Cadillac and backed it out. Drove it round to the carriage circle and waited there with the motor running to get the heater going. I was facing north and east, and I could see tiny ships on the horizon heading in and out of Portland. They crawled along just beyond the line where the sky met the water, half hidden, infinitely slow. I wondered if one of them was Beck's, or whether it was in already, all tied up and set for unloading. I wondered whether a customs officer was already walking right past it, eyes front, heading for the next ship in line, a wad of crisp new bills in his pocket. Elizabeth Beck came out of the house 10 minutes later. She was wearing a knee-length plaid skirt and a thin white sweater with a wool coat over it. Her legs were bare, no pantyhose. Her hair was pulled back with a rubber band. She looked cold, and defiant, and resigned, and apprehensive. Like a noblewoman walking to the guillotine. I guessed she was used to having Duke drive her. I guessed she was a little conflicted about riding with the cop killer. I got out and made ready to open the rear door. She walked right past it.
I'll sit in front,
she said. She settled herself in the passenger seat, and I slid back in next to her. Where to? I asked politely. She stared out her window.
We'll talk about that when we're through the gate, she said.
The gate was closed, and Paulie was standing dead center in front of it. He looked bigger than ever. His shoulders and arms looked like he had basketballs stuffed inside his suit. The skin on his face was red with cold. He had been waiting there for us. I stopped the car 6 feet in front of him. He made no move towards the gate. I looked straight at him. He ignored me and tracked round to Elizabeth Beck's window, smiled at her and tapped on the glass with his knuckles and made a winding motion with his hand. She stared straight ahead through the windshield, tried to ignore him. He tapped again. She turned to look at him. He raised his eyebrows, made the winding motion again. She shuddered. It was enough of a definite physical spasm to rock the car on its springs. She stared hard at one of her fingernails and then placed it on the window button and pressed. The glass buzzed down. Paulie squatted with his right forearm on the door frame.
"Good morning," he said.
He leaned in and touched her cheek with the back of his forefinger. She didn't move, just stared straight ahead. He tucked a stray wisp of hair behind her ear.
"I enjoyed our visit last night,"
he said. She shuddered again, like she was deathly cold. He moved his hand, dropped it to her breast, cupped it, squeezed it. She sat still for it. I used the button on my side. Her glass buzzed up. Then it stalled against Paulie's giant arm, and the safety feature kicked in, and it came back down again. I opened my door and slid out, rounded the hood. Paulie was still squatting down. He still had his hand inside the car. It had moved a little lower.
"Back off,"
he said, looking at her, talking to me. I felt like a lumberjack confronting a redwood tree without an axe or a chainsaw. Where do I start? I kicked him in the kidney. It was the kind of kick that would have sent a football out of the stadium and into the parking lot. It would have cracked a utility pole. It would have put most guys in the hospital all by itself. It would have killed some of them. It had about as much effect on Paulie as a polite tap on the shoulder. He didn't even make a noise. He just put both hands on the door frame and slowly pushed himself upright, turned round to face me.
"Relax, Major,"
he said.
"Just my way of saying good morning to the lady."
Then he moved away from the car and looped right round me and unlocked the gate. I watched him. He was very calm. No sign of a reaction. It was like I hadn't touched him at all. I stood still and let the adrenaline drain away. Then I looked at the car, at the trunk, and at the hood. To walk round the trunk would say, "I'm scared of you." So I walked round the hood instead. But I made sure to stay well out of his reach. I had no desire to give some surgeon 6 months' work rebuilding the bones in my face. The closest I got to him was about 5 feet. He made no move on me, just cranked the gate all the way open and stood there patiently waiting to close it again.
"We'll talk about that kick later, okay?"
he called. I didn't reply.
"And don't get the wrong impression, Major,"
he said.
"She likes it."
I got back in the car. Elizabeth Beck had closed her window. She was staring straight ahead, pale and silent and humiliated. I drove through the gate, headed west, watched Paulie in the mirror. He closed the gate and headed back inside the lodge, disappeared from sight.
"I'm sorry you had to see that,"
Elizabeth said quietly. I said nothing.
"And thank you for your intervention,"
she said.
"But it will prove futile, and I'm afraid it will bring you a lot of trouble. He already hates you, you know, and he's not very rational."
I said nothing.
"It's a control thing, of course,"
she said. It was like she was explaining it to herself, not talking to me.
"It's a demonstration of power, that's all it is. There's no actual sex. He can't do it. Too many steroids, I suppose. He just paws me."
I said nothing.
"He makes me undress,"
she said.
"Makes me parade around for him. Paws me. There's no sex. He's impotent."
I said nothing, just drove slow, keeping the car steady and level through the coastal curves.
"It usually lasts about an hour,"
she said. "Have you told your husband?" I asked.
"What could he do?"
Fire the guy.
Not possible, she said.
Why not?
Because Polly doesn't work for my husband.
I glanced at her, recalled telling Duke, "You should get rid of him." Duke had answered, "That's not easy." "So who does he work for?" I said.
Somebody else.
Who? She shook her head. It was like she couldn't speak the name.
It's a control thing,
She said again.
I can't object to what they do to me, just like my husband can't object to what they do to him. Nobody can object to anything, you see. That's the point. You won't be allowed to object to anything either. Duke wouldn't think to object, of course. He's an animal.
I said nothing.
I just thank God I have a son,
She said.
not a daughter.
I said nothing.
Last night was very bad,
She said.
I was hoping he would start leaving me alone, now that I'm getting old.
I glanced at her again. Couldn't think of anything to say.
It was my birthday yesterday.
She said.
That was Polly's present to me.
I said nothing.
I was 50,
She said.
I suppose you don't want to think about a naked 50-year-old parading around.
I didn't know what to say.
But I keep in shape,
She said.
I use the gym when the others aren't around.
I said nothing.
He pages me,
She said.
I have to carry a pager at all times. It buzzed in the middle of the night. Last night. I had to go, right away. It's much worse if I keep him waiting.
I said nothing.
I was on my way back when you saw me,
She said.
out there on the rocks.
I pulled into the side of the road, braked gently and stopped the car, eased the gear shift into park.
I think you work for the government,
She said. I shook my head. You're wrong, I said. I'm just a guy.
Then I'm disappointed.
I'm just a guy, I said again. She said nothing. You shouldn't say stuff like that, I said. I'm in enough trouble already.
Yes,
She said.
they'd kill you.
Well, they'd try, I said. Then I paused. Have you told them what you think?
No,
She said. Well, don't, and you're wrong anyway. She said nothing. There'd be a battle, I said. They'd come for me and I wouldn't go quietly. People would get hurt. Richard, maybe. She stared at me.
Are you bargaining with me?
I shook my head again. I'm warning you, I said. I'm a survivor. She smiled a bitter smile.
You have absolutely no idea,
She said.
Whoever you are, you're in way over your head. You should leave now.
I'm just a guy, I said. I've got nothing to hide from them. The wind rocked the car. I could see nothing but granite and trees. We were miles from the nearest human being.
My husband is a criminal,
She said. I figured that, I said.
He's a hard man,
She said.
He can be violent, and he's always ruthless.
But he's not his own boss, I said.
No,
She said.
he isn't. He's a hard man who literally quakes in front of the person who is his boss.
I said nothing.
There's an expression,
She said.
People ask, why do bad things happen to good people? But in my husband's case, bad things are happening to a bad person. Ironic, isn't it? But they are bad things.
Who does Duke belong to?
My husband.
She said.
But Duke's as bad as Polly in his way. I wouldn't care to choose between them. He was a corrupt cop, and a corrupt federal agent, and a killer. He's been in prison.
Is he the only one?
On my husband's payroll? Well, he had the 2 bodyguards. They were his. Or they were provided for him anyway. But they were killed, of course, outside the college, by the men from Connecticut. So, yes, Duke's the only one now. Apart from the mechanic, of course, but he's just a technician.
How many has the other guy got?
I'm not sure. They seem to come and go.
What exactly are they importing? She looked away.
If you're not a government man, then I guess you wouldn't be interested.
I followed her gaze towards the distant trees. Think, Reacher. This could be an elaborate con game designed to flush me out. They could all be in it together. His gate man's hand on his wife's breast would be a small price for Beck to pay for some crucial information. And I believed in elaborate con games. I had to. I was riding one myself. I'm not a government man, I said.
Then I'm disappointed,
she said again. I put the car in drive, held my foot on the brake. Where to? I asked.
Do you think I care where the hell we go?
You want to get some coffee?
Coffee?
She said.
Sure. Go south. Let's stay well away from Portland today.
I made the turn south onto Route 1, about a mile short of I-95. It was a pleasant old road, like roads used to be. We passed through a place called Old Orchard Beach. It had neat brick sidewalks and Victorian streetlights. There were signs pointing left to a beach. There were faded French flags. I guessed Quebec Canadians had vacationed there before cheap airfares to Florida and the Caribbean had changed their preferences.
Why were you out last night?
Elizabeth Beck asked me. I said nothing.
You can't deny it,
she said.
Did you think I hadn't seen you?
You didn't react, I said.
I was in Paulie mode,
she said.
I've trained myself not to react.
I said nothing.
Your room was locked,
she said. I climbed out the window, I said. I don't like to be locked in.
What did you do then?
I took a stroll, like I thought you were doing.
Then you climbed back in?
I nodded, said nothing.
The wall is your big problem,
she said.
There are the lights and the razor wire, obviously, but there are sensors, too, in the ground. Polly would hear you from 30 yards away.
I was just getting some air, I said.
No sensors under the driveway, she said. They couldn't make them work under the blacktop. But there's a camera on the lodge, and there's a motion alarm on the gate itself. Do you know what an NSV is?
Soviet tank turret machine gun, I said.
Polly's got one,
she said.
He keeps it by the side door. He's been told to use it if he hears the motion alarm.
I breathed in, and then I breathed out. An NSV is more than 5 feet long and weighs more than 55 pounds. It uses cartridges 4.5 inches long and a 1/2 inch wide. It can fire 12 of them in a second. It has no safety mechanism. The combination of Polly and an NSV would be nobody's idea of fun.
But I think you swam,
she said.
I can smell the sea on your shirt, very faintly. You didn't dry yourself properly when you got back.
We passed a sign for a town called Saco. I coasted to the shoulder and stopped again. Cars and trucks whined past us.
You were incredibly lucky,
she said.
There are some bad riptides off the point. Strong undertow. But I expect you went in behind the garages, in which case you missed them by about 10 feet.
I don't work for the government, I said.
Don't you?
Don't you think you're taking a hell of a chance? I said. Let's say I wasn't exactly what I appeared to be, just for the sake of argument. Let's say I was from a rival organization, for instance. Don't you see the risk? You think you'd make it back to the house alive, saying what you're saying? She looked away.
Then I guess that will be the test,
she said.
If you're a government man, you won't kill me. If you're not, you will.
I'm just a guy, I said. You could get me in trouble.
Let's find coffee,
she said.
Saco is a nice town. All the big mill owners lived there way back.
We ended up on an island in the middle of the Saco River. There was an enormous brick building on it that had been a gigantic mill way back in history. Now it was being gentrified into hundreds of offices and stores. We found a glass and chrome coffee shop called Cafe Cafe. Not a great name, a pun in French, I guessed. But the smell alone was worth the trip. I ignored the lattes and the flavored foamy stuff and ordered regular coffee, hot, black, large. Then I turned to Elizabeth Beck. She shook her head.
"You stay," she said. "I've decided to go shopping. Alone. I'll meet you back here in 4 hours."
I said nothing.
"I don't need your permission," she said. "You're just my driver."
"I don't have any money," I said. She gave me $20 from her purse. I paid for the coffee and carried it to a table. She came with me and watched me sit down.
4 hours, she said. "Maybe a little more, but no less. In case there's something you need to do."
"I've got nothing to do," I said. "I'm just your driver." She looked at me, zipped her purse. The space around my table was tight. She twisted a little to get the strap of her purse square on her shoulder, jackknifed slightly to avoid touching the table and spilling my coffee. There was a clunk, like plastic hitting the floor. I looked down. Something had fallen out from under her skirt. She stared at it, and her face slowly turned a deep shade of red. She bent and picked the thing up and clutched it in her hand, fumbled her way onto the chair opposite me like all the strength had gone out of her, like she was utterly humiliated. She was holding a pager. It was a black plastic rectangle a little smaller than my own email device. She stared at it. Her neck was bright red all the way down under her sweater. She spoke in a low, rueful whisper.
"He makes me carry it there," she said. "Inside my underpants. He likes it to have what he calls the appropriate effect when it buzzes. He checks that it's there every time I go through the gate. Normally I take it out and put it in my bag afterwards, but I didn't want to do that, you know. This time, with you watching."
I said nothing. She stood up, blinked twice, and took a breath and swallowed.
4 hours, she said, in case there's something you need to do.
Then she walked away. I watched her go. She turned left outside the door and disappeared. An elaborate con game? It was possible that they could try to set me up with her story. Possible that she could carry a pager in her pants to back it up. Possible that she could contrive to shake it loose at exactly the right moment. All possible. But what wasn't even remotely possible was that she could manufacture a deep red blush right on cue. Nobody can do that. Not even the world's finest actress at the peak of her powers could do that. So Elizabeth Beck was for real. I didn't abandon sensible precautions entirely. They were too deeply ingrained for that. I finished my coffee like an innocent person with all the time in the world. Then I strolled out to the mall's internal sidewalks and turned random lefts and rights until I was sure I was alone. Then I went back to the coffee shop and bought another cup, borrowed their restroom key and locked myself in, sat on the lid of the john and took off my shoe. There was a message waiting from Duffy. Why interest in Teresa Daniels' real name? I ignored it and sent, "Where is your motel?" 90 seconds later she answered, "What did you have for breakfast first day in Boston?" I smiled. Duffy was a practical woman. She was worried my email device had been compromised. She was asking a security question. I sent, "Short stack with egg coffee, $3 tip." I ate it. Any other answer than that, and she would be running for her car. 90 seconds later she came back with, "West side of Route 1, 100 yards south of Kennebunk River." I figured that was about 10 miles away. I sent, "See you in 10 minutes." It took me more like 15 minutes by the time I had got back to the car and fought the traffic where Route 1 bottlenecked through Saco. I kept one eye on the mirror the whole way and saw nothing to worry about. I crossed the river and found a motel on my right. It was a cheerful, bright gray place, pretending to be a string of classic New England salt boxes. It was April and not very busy. I saw the Taurus I'd been a passenger in out of Boston parked next to the end room. It was the only plain sedan I could see. I put the Cadillac 30 yards away behind a wooden shed hiding a big propane tank. No sense in leaving it visible to everybody passing by on Route 1. I walked back and knocked once, and Susan Duffy opened the door fast, and we hugged. We just went straight into it. It took me completely by surprise. I think it took her by surprise, too. We probably wouldn't have done it if we'd thought about it first. But I guess she was anxious, and I was stressed, and it just happened. And it felt real good. She was tall, but she was slight. My hands spanned almost the whole width of her back, and I felt her ribs give a little. She smelled fresh and clean. No perfume, just skin, not long out of the shower.
"What do you know about Teresa?"
she asked. "You alone?" I asked. She nodded.
"The others are in Portland. Customs says Beck's got a boat coming in today."
We let go of each other, moved on into the room. "What are they going to do?" I asked.
"Observation only," she said. "Don't worry. They're good at it. Nobody'll see them."
It was a very generic motel room. One queen bed, a chair, a desk, a TV, a window, a through-the-wall air conditioner. The only things that distinguished it from 100,000 other motel rooms were a blue and gray color scheme and nautical prints on the wall. They gave it a definite New England coastal flavor.
"What do you know about Teresa?"
she asked again. I told her about the name carved into the basement room floor, and the date. Duffy stared at me, then she closed her eyes.
"She's alive,"
she said.
"Thank you."
"Well, she was alive yesterday," I said. She opened her eyes.
"You think she's alive today?"
I nodded. "I think the odds are pretty good. They want her for something. Why keep her alive 9 weeks and kill her now?" Duffy said nothing. "I think they just moved her," I said. "That's all. That's my best guess. The door was locked in the morning. She was gone by the evening."
"You think she's been treated okay?"
I didn't tell her what Polly liked to do with Elizabeth Beck. She already had enough to worry about. "I think she scratched her name with a fork," I said. "And there was a spare plate of steak and potatoes lying around last night, like they took her out in such a hurry they forgot to tell the cook. So I think they were probably feeding her. I think she's a prisoner, plain and simple."
"Where would they have taken her?"
"I think Quinn's got her," I said.
"Why?"
"Because it seems to me what we're looking at here is one organization superimposed over another. Beck's a bad guy for sure, but he's been taken over by a worse guy."
"Like a corporate thing?"
"Exactly," I said, "like a hostile takeover. Quinn's put his staff into Beck's operation. He's riding it like a parasite."
"But why would they move Teresa?"
"A precaution," I said.
"Because of you? How worried are they?"
"A little," I said. "I think they're moving things and hiding things."
"But they haven't confronted you yet."
I nodded. "They're not really sure about me."
"So why are they taking a risk with you?"
"Because I saved the boy." She nodded, went quiet. She looked a little tired. I guessed maybe she hadn't slept at all since I asked her for the car at midnight. She was wearing jeans and a man's Oxford shirt. The shirt was pure white and neatly tucked in. The top 2 buttons were undone. She was wearing boat shoes over bare feet. The room heat was set on high. There was a laptop computer on the desk next to the room phone. The phone was a console thing all covered in fast dial buttons. I checked the number and memorized it. The laptop was plugged through a complex adapter into a data port built into the base of the phone. There was a screensaver playing on it. It showed the Justice Department shield drifting around. Every time it reached the edge of the screen, it would bounce off in a new random direction, like that ancient video tennis game. There was no sound with it.
"Have you seen Quinn yet?"
she asked. I shook my head.
"Know where he operates out of?"
I shook my head again. "I haven't really seen anything, except their books are coded and they don't have enough of a distribution fleet to be moving what they seem to move. Maybe their customers collect."
"That would be insane," she said. "They wouldn't show their customers their base of operations. In fact, we already know they don't. Beck met with the L.A. dealer in a parking garage, remember?
So maybe they rendezvous somewhere neutral for the actual sales, somewhere close by in the Northeast. She nodded.
How did you see their books?
I was in their office last night. That's why I wanted the car.
She moved to the desk and sat down and tapped the laptop's touchpad. The screensaver disappeared. My last email was displayed under it. See you in 10 minutes. She went into the deleted items directory and clicked on a message from Powell, the MP who had sold me out.
We traced those names for you,
she said.
Angel Doll did 8 years in Leavenworth for sexual assault. It should have been life for rape and murder, but the prosecution screwed up. He was a communications technician, raped a female lieutenant colonel, left her to bleed to death from the inside. He's not a very nice guy.
He's a very dead guy, I said. She just looked at me. He checked the Maximus plates, I said. Confronted me. Big error. He was the first casualty.
You killed him?
I nodded. Broke his neck. She said nothing. His choice, I said. He was about to compromise the mission. She was pale. You okay? I said. She looked away.
I wasn't really expecting casualties.
There might be more. Get used to it. She looked back at me, took a breath, nodded.
Okay,
she said. Then she paused.
Sorry about the plates. That was a mistake.
Anything about Paulie? She scrolled down the screen.
Doll had a buddy in Leavenworth called Paul Massarella, a bodybuilder, serving 8 for assault on an officer. His defense counsel pleaded it down on account of steroid rage, tried to blame the Army for not monitoring his intake.
His intake is all over the place now.
You think he's the same Paulie?
Must be. He told me he doesn't like officers. I just kicked him in the kidney. It would have killed you or Elliot. He didn't even notice.
What's he going to do about it?
I hate to think.
You okay with going back?
Beck's wife knows I'm phony. She stared at me.
How?
I shrugged. Maybe she doesn't know. Maybe she just wants me to be. Maybe she's trying to convince herself.
Is she broadcasting it?
Not yet. She saw me out of the house last night.
You can't go back.
I'm not a quitter.
You're not an idiot either. It's out of control now.
I nodded. But it's my decision. She shook her head.
It's our decision, jointly. You're depending on our backup.
We need to get Teresa out of there. We really do, Duffy. It's a hell of a situation for her to be in.
I could send SWAT teams for her. Now you've confirmed she's alive.
We don't know where she is right now.
She's my responsibility.
And Quinn is mine. She said nothing. You can't send SWAT teams, I said. You're off the books. Asking for SWAT teams is the same thing as asking to be fired.
I'm prepared to get fired if it comes to it.
It's not just you, I said. 6 other guys that get fired with you. She said nothing. And I'm going back anyway, I said, because I want Quinn, with you or without you. So you might as well use me.
What did Quinn do to you?
I said nothing. She was quiet for a long moment.
Would Mrs. Beck talk to us?
She said. I don't want to ask her, I said. Asking her is the same thing as confirming her suspicions. I can't be sure exactly where that would lead.
What would you do if you went back?
Get promoted, I said. That's the key. I need to move up into Duke's job. Then I'll be top boy on Beck's side. Then I'll get some kind of official liaison with Quinn's side. That's what I need. I'm working in the dark without it.
We need progress, she said. We need evidence.
I know, I said.
How will you get promoted?
Same way anybody gets promoted, I said. She didn't reply to that. Just switched her email program back to inbox and stood up and stepped away to the window to look at the view. I looked at her. The light behind her was coming right through her shirt. Her hair was swept back and a couple of inches of it was on her collar. It looked like a $500 style to me, but I guessed on a DEA salary she probably did it herself, or got a girlfriend to do it for her. I could picture her in someone's kitchen, on a chair set out in the middle of the floor, an old towel round her neck, interested in how she looked, but not interested enough to spend big bucks in a city salon. Her butt looked spectacular in the jeans. I could see the label on the back, waist 24, leg 32. That made her inseam 5 inches short of mine, which I was prepared to accept. But a waist a whole foot smaller than mine was ridiculous. I carry almost no body fat. All I've got in there are the necessary organs, tight and dense. She must have had miniature versions. I see a waist like that, and all I want to do is span it with my hands and marvel at it, maybe bury my head somewhere a little higher up. I couldn't tell what that might feel like with her unless she turned round. But I suspected it might feel very nice indeed.
How dangerous is it now?
She asked.
Realistic assessment.
Can't tell, I said. Too many variables. Mrs. Beck is running on intuition, that's all. Maybe a little wish fulfillment with it. She's got no hard evidence. In terms of hard evidence, I think I'm holding up okay. So even if Mrs. Beck talks to somebody, it all depends on whether they choose to take a woman's intuition seriously or not.
She saw you out of the house. That's hard evidence.
But of what? That I'm restless?
This guy Dahl was killed while you weren't locked up.
They'll assume I didn't get past the wall. And they won't find Dahl. No way. Not in time.
Why did they move Teresa?
Precaution.
It's out of control now,
she said again. I shrugged, even though she couldn't see the gesture. This kind of thing is always out of control. It's to be expected. Nothing ever works like you predicted. All plans fall apart as soon as the first shot is fired. She went quiet, turned round.
What are you going to do now?
She asked. I paused a beat. The light was still behind her. Very nice indeed. I'm going to take a nap, I said.
How long have you got?
I checked my watch. About 3 hours.
You tired?
I nodded. I was up all night, swimming, mostly.
You swam past the wall?
She said.
Maybe you are an idiot.
Are you tired too? I asked.
Very. I've been working hard for weeks.
So take a nap with me, I said.
Doesn't feel right. Teresa's in danger somewhere.
I can't go yet anyway, I said. Not until Mrs. Beck is ready. She paused a beat.
There's only one bed.
Not a huge problem, I said. You're thin. You won't take up much room.
Wouldn't be right,
she said. We don't have to get in, I said. We could just lie on top.
Right next to each other?
Fully dressed, I said. I'll even keep my shoes on. She said nothing. It's not against the law, I said.
Maybe it is, she said. Some states have weird old statutes. Maine might be one of them.
I've got other Maine statutes to worry about.
Not right this minute.
I smiled. Then I yawned. I sat on the bed and lay down on my back, rolled over on my side and turned away from the middle and jammed my arms up under my head, closed my eyes. I sensed her standing there, minute after minute. Then I felt her lie down next to me. She shuffled around a little. Then she went still. But she was tense. I could feel it. It was coming through the mattress springs. Tiny high-frequency thrills of concern. Don't panic, I said. I'm way too tired. But I wasn't, really. The problem started when she moved slightly and touched my butt with hers. It was a very faint contact, but she might as well have plugged me into a power outlet. I opened my eyes and stared at the wall and tried to figure out whether she was asleep and had moved involuntarily, or whether she had done it on purpose. I spent a couple of minutes thinking it through. But I guess mortal danger is an aphrodisiac, because I found myself erring on the side of optimism. Then I wasn't certain about the required response. What was the correct etiquette? I settled for moving an inch myself and firming up the connection. I figured that'd put the ball back in her court. Now she could struggle with the interpretation. Nothing happened for a whole minute. I was on the point of getting disappointed when she moved again. Now the connection was pretty damn solid. If I didn't weigh 250 pounds, she might have slid me right across the shiny bed cover. I was fairly certain I could feel the rivets on her back pockets. My turn. I disguised it with a sort of sleepy sound and rolled over so we were stacked like spoons and my arm was accidentally touching her shoulder. Her hair was in my face. It was soft and smelled like summer. The cotton of her shirt was crisp. It plunged down to her waist, and then the denim of her jeans swooped back up over her hips. I squinted down. She had taken her shoes off. I could see the soles of her feet. 10 little toes, all in a line. She made a sleepy sound of her own. I was pretty sure it was fake. She nestled backward until she was jammed tight against me from top to bottom. I put my hand on her upper arm. Then I moved it down until it fell off her elbow and came to rest on her waist. The tip of my little finger was under the waistband of her jeans. She made another sound, almost certainly a fake. I held my breath. Her butt was tight against my groin. My heart was thumping. My head was spinning. No way could I resist. No way at all. It was one of those insane hormone-driven moments when I would have risked 8 years in Leavenworth for it. I slid my hand up and forward and cupped her breast. After that, things got completely out of control. She was one of those women who are far more attractive naked than clothed. Not all women are, but she was. She had a body to die for. She had no tan, but her skin was not pale. It was as soft as silk, but it was not translucent. She was very slim, but I couldn't see her bones. She was long and she was lean. She was made for one of those bathing suits that swoop way up at the sides. She had small, firm breasts, perfectly shaped. Her neck was long and slender. She had great ears and ankles and knees and shoulders. She had a little hollow at the base of her throat. It was very slightly damp. She was strong, too. I must have outweighed her by 130 pounds, but she had worn me out. She was young, I guess. She had maybe 10 years on me. She had left me exhausted, which made her smile. She had a great smile. "Remember my hotel room in Boston?" I said. "The way you sat in the chair? I wanted you right then."
I was just sitting on a chair. There wasn't a way to it.
"Don't kid yourself."
Remember the Freedom Trail?
She said.
You told me about the long rod penetrator? I wanted you right then.
I smiled. "It was part of a $1 billion defense contract," I said. "So I'm glad this particular citizen got something out of it."
If Elliot hadn't been with me, I'd have done it right there in the park.
"There was a woman feeding the birds."
We could have gone behind a bush.
"Paul Revere would have seen us," I said.
He rode all night,"
She said. "I'm not Paul Revere," I said. She smiled again. I felt it against my shoulder.
"All done, old guy?"
She asked. I didn't say that exactly.
Danger is an aphrodisiac, isn't it?
She said. I guess it is.
So you admit you're in danger?
I'm in danger of having a heart attack.
You really shouldn't go back,
she said. I'm in danger of not being able to. She sat up on the bed. Gravity had no effect on her perfection.
I'm serious, Reacher,
she said. I smiled at her. I'll be okay. 2 or 3 more days. I'll find Teresa and I'll find Quinn and then I'll get out.
Only if I let you.
I nodded. The 2 bodyguards, I said. She nodded in turn.
That's why you need my end of the operation. You can forget all about the heroic stuff. With you or without you, my ass. We turn those guys loose and you're a dead man 1 phone call later.
Where are they now?
In the first motel back in Massachusetts, where we made the plans. The guys from the Toyota and the college car are sitting on them.
Hard, I hope.
Very.
That's hours away, I said. She shook her head.
By road,
she said.
not by telephone.
You want Teresa back?
Yes,
She said.
but I'm in charge.
You're a control freak, I said.
I don't want anything bad to happen to you is all.
Nothing bad ever happens to me. She leaned down and traced her fingertips over the scars on my body. Chest, stomach, arms, shoulders, forehead.
You've taken a lot of damage for a guy nothing bad ever happens to.
I'm clumsy, I said. I fall over a lot. She stood up and walked to the bathroom, naked, graceful, completely unself-conscious. Hurry back, I called. But she didn't hurry back. She was in the bathroom a long time, and when she came out again, she was wearing a robe. Her face had changed. She looked a little awkward, a little rueful.
We shouldn't have done that,
She said. Why not?
It was unprofessional.
She looked straight at me. I nodded. I guessed it was a little unprofessional. But it was fun, I said.
We shouldn't have.
We're grown-ups. We live in a free country.
It was just taking comfort, because we're both stressed and uptight.
Nothing really wrong with that,
It's going to complicate things.
she said. I shook my head. Not if we don't let it, I said. Doesn't mean we have to get married or anything. We don't owe each other anything because of it.
I wish we hadn't.
I'm glad we did. I think if a thing feels right, you should do it.
That's your philosophy?
I looked away. It's the voice of experience, I said. I once said no when I wanted to say yes, and I lived to regret it. She hugged the robe tight around her.
It did feel good.
She said. For me too, I said.
But we should forget it now. It meant what it meant, nothing more, okay?
Okay, I said.
And you should think hard about going back.
Okay, I said again. I lay on the bed and thought about how it felt to say no when you really wanted to say yes. On balance, saying yes had been better, and I had no regrets. Duffy was quiet. It was like we were just waiting for something to happen. I took a long hot shower and dressed in the bathroom. We were done talking by then. There was nothing left to say. We both knew I was going back. I liked the fact that she didn't really try to stop me. I liked the fact that we were both focused, practical people. I was lacing my shoes when an email came in for her. The laptop went ping like a muffled high-pitched bell, like a microwave when your food is ready. No artificial voice saying, "You've got mail." I came out of the bathroom and she sat down in front of the computer and clicked a button.
Message from my office,
She said.
Records show 11 dubious ex-cops called Duke. I put the request in yesterday. How old is he?
40, maybe, I said. She scrolled through her list.
Southern guy?
She asked.
Northern?
Not Southern, I said.
Choice of 3,
She said. Mrs. Beck said he'd been a federal agent, too. She scrolled some more.
John Chapman Duke.
She said.
He's the only one who went federal afterwards. Started in Minneapolis as a patrolman, and then a detective. Subject of 3 investigations by Internal Affairs, inconclusive, then he joined us.
DEA? I said. Really?
No, I meant the federal government,
She said.
He went to the Treasury Department.
To do what?
Doesn't say. But he was indicted within 3 years. Some kind of corruption, plus suspicion of multiple homicides, no real hard evidence. But he went to prison for 4 years anyway.
Description?
White, about your size?
She said.
The photo makes him look uglier, though.
That's him, I said. She scrolled some more, read the rest of the report.
Take care,
She said.
he sounds like a piece of work.
Don't worry, I said. I thought about kissing her goodbye at the door, but I didn't. I figured she wouldn't want me to. I just ran over to the Cadillac. I was back in the coffee shop and almost at the end of my second cup when Elizabeth Beck appeared. She had nothing to show for her shopping. No purchases, no gaudy bags. I guessed she hadn't actually been inside any stores. She had hung around for 4 long hours to let the government guy do whatever he needed to. I raised my hand. She ignored me and headed straight for the counter, bought herself a tall white coffee and carried it over to my table. I had decided what I was going to tell her. I don't work for the government, I said.
Then I'm disappointed,
she said for the third time. How could I said. I killed a cop, remember?
Yes,
she said. Government people don't do stuff like that.
They might,
she said.
By accident.
But they wouldn't run away afterwards, I said. They would stick around and face the music. She went quiet and stayed quiet for a long time, sipped her coffee slowly.
I've been there maybe 8 or 10 times,
she said.
Where the college is, I mean. They run events for the students' families now and then, and I try to be there at the start and finish of every semester. One summer I even rented a little U-Haul and helped him move his stuff home.
So?
It's a small school,
she said.
But even so, on the first day of the semester it gets very busy. Lots of parents, lots of students, SUVs, cars, vans, traffic everywhere. The family days are even worse. And you know what?
What?
I've never seen a town policeman there. Not once. Certainly not a detective in plain clothes.
I looked out the window to the internal mall sidewalk.
Just a coincidence, I suppose,
she said.
A random Tuesday morning in April, early in the day, nothing much going on, and there's a detective waiting right by the gate, for no very obvious reason.
What's your point? I asked.
That you were terribly unlucky,
she said.
I mean, what were the odds?
I don't work for the government, I said.
You took a shower,
she said.
Washed your hair.
Did I?
I can see it and smell it. Cheap soap, cheap shampoo.
I went to a sauna.
You didn't have any money. I gave you $20. You bought at least 2 cups of coffee. That would leave maybe $14.
It was a cheap sauna.
It must have been,
she said. I'm just a guy, I said.
And I'm disappointed about it.
You sound like you want your husband to get busted.
I do.
He'd go to prison.
He already lives in a prison, and he deserves to. But he'd be freer in a real prison than where he is now. And he wouldn't be there forever.
You could call somebody, I said. You don't need to wait for them to come to you. She shook her head.
That would be suicide. For me and Richard.
Just like it would be if you talked about me like this in front of anybody else. Remember, I wouldn't go quietly. People would get hurt. You and Richard, maybe. She smiled.
Bargaining with me again?
Warning you again, I said. Full disclosure. She nodded.
I know how to keep my mouth shut,
she said, and then she proved it by not saying another word. We finished our coffee in silence and walked back to the car. We didn't talk. I drove her home, north and east, completely unsure whether I was carrying a ticking time bomb with me or turning my back on the only inside help I would ever get. Paulie was waiting behind the gate. He must have been watching from his window and then taken up position as soon as he saw the car in the distance. I slowed and stopped, and he stared out at me. Then he stared at Elizabeth Beck. Give me the pager, I said.
I can't,
she said. Just do it, I said. Paulie unlatched the chain and pushed the gate. Elizabeth unzipped her bag and handed me the pager. I let the car roll forward and buzzed my window down. Stopped level with where Paulie was waiting to shut the gate again. Check this out, I called. I tossed the pager overarm out in front of the car. It was a left-handed throw. It was weak and lacked finesse, but it got the job done. The little black plastic rectangle looped up in the air and landed dead center on the driveway, maybe 20 feet in front of the car. Paulie watched its trajectory and then froze when he realized what it was.
Hey,
he said. He went after it. I went after him. I stamped on the gas and the tires howled and the car jumped forward. I aimed the right-hand corner of the front bumper at the side of his left knee. I got very close, but he was incredibly quick. He scooped the pager off the blacktop and skipped back, and I missed him by a foot. The car shot straight past him. I didn't slow down. Just accelerated away and watched him in the mirror, standing in my wake, staring after me, blue tire smoke drifting all around him. I was severely disappointed. If I had to fight a guy who outweighed me by 200 pounds, I'd have been much happier if he was crippled first. Or at least if he wasn't so damn fast. I stopped on the carriage circle and let Elizabeth Beck out at the front door. Then I put the car away and was heading for the kitchen when Zachary Beck and John Chapman Duke came out looking for me. They were agitated and walking quickly. They were tense and upset. I thought they were going to give me a hard time about Paulie, but they weren't.
"Angel Doll is missing,"
Beck said. I stood still. The wind was blowing in off the ocean. The lazy swell was gone, and the waves were as big and noisy as they had been on the first evening. There was spray in the air.
"He spoke with you last thing," Beck said. "Then he locked up and left, and he hasn't been seen since."
"What'd he want with you?" Duke asked. "I don't know," I said. "You don't know? You were in there 5 minutes." I nodded. He took me back to the warehouse office. And nothing. He was all set to say something, but his cell phone rang. "Who was it?" I shrugged. "How would I know? Some kind of an urgent thing. He talked on the phone the whole 5 minutes. He was wasting my time and yours, so I just gave it up and walked back out." "What was he saying on the phone?" "I didn't listen," I said. "Didn't seem polite."
"Hear any names?"
Beck asked. I turned to him, shook my head. "No names," I said, "but they knew each other. That was clear. Dahl did a lot of listening, I guess. I think he was taking instructions about something."
"About what?"
"No idea," I said.
"Something urgent?"
"I guess so. He seemed to forget all about me. Certainly he didn't try to stop me when I walked away."
"That's all you know?"
"I assumed it was some kind of a plan," I said. "Instructions for the following day, maybe."
"Today?"
I shrugged again. "I'm just guessing. It was a very one-sided conversation." "Terrific," Duke said. "You're a real big help, you know that?" Beck looked out at the ocean.
"So he took an urgent call on his cell and then he locked up and left. That's all you can tell us?"
"I didn't see him lock up," I said, "and I didn't see him leave. He was still on the phone when I came out."
"Obviously he locked up," Beck said, "and obviously he left. Everything was perfectly normal this morning."
I said nothing. Beck turned through 90 degrees and faced east. The wind came off the sea and flattened his clothes against him. His trouser legs flapped like flags. He moved his feet, scuffing the soles of his shoes against the grit like he was trying to get warm.
"We don't need this now," he said. "We really don't need this. We got a big weekend coming up."
I said nothing. They turned round together and headed back to the house and left me there, alone. I was tired, but I wasn't going to get any rest. That was clear. There was bustle in the air, and the routine I had seen on the previous 2 nights was all shot to hell. There was no food in the kitchen, no dinner. The cook wasn't there. I heard people moving in the hallway. Duke came into the kitchen and walked straight past me and went out the back door. He was carrying a blue Nike sports bag. I followed him out and stood and watched from the corner of the house and saw him go into the second garage. 5 minutes later, he backed the black Lincoln out and drove off in it. He had changed the plates. When I had seen it in the middle of the night, it had 6-digit Maine plates on it. Now it was showing a 7-digit New York number. I went back inside and looked for coffee. I found the machine, but I couldn't find any filter papers. I settled for a glass of water instead. I was halfway through drinking it when Beck came in. He was carrying a sports bag, too. The way it hung from its handles and the noise it made when it bumped against his leg told me it was full of heavy metal. Guns, probably. Maybe 2 of them.
"Get the Cadillac," he said. "Right now. Pick me up at the front."
He took the keys out of his pocket and dropped them on the table in front of me. Then he crouched down and unzipped his bag and came out with 2 New York license plates and a screwdriver. Handed them to me.
"Put these on it first,"
he said. I saw guns in the bag. 2 Heckler & Koch MP5Ks, short and fat and black with big bulbous molded handles. futuristic, like movie props. "Where are we going?" I said.
"We're following Duke down to Hartford, Connecticut," he said. "We've got some business there, remember?"
He zipped the bag and stood up and carried it back out into the hallway. I sat still for a second. Then I raised my glass of water and toasted the blank wall in front of me. "Here's to bloody wars and dread diseases," I said to myself. Chapter 7. I left the rest of the water in the kitchen and headed out towards the garage block. Dusk was gathering on the ocean horizon, 100 miles away in the east. The wind was blowing hard and the waves were pounding. I stopped walking and turned a casual circle. Saw nobody else out and about. So I ducked out of sight down the side of the courtyard wall, found my hidden bundle, and laid the phony plates and the screwdriver on the rocks and unwrapped both guns. Duffy's Glock went into my right-hand coat pocket. Dahl's PSM went into my left. I put the spare Glock mags in my socks, stowed the rag and picked up the plates and the screwdriver and backtracked to the courtyard entrance. The mechanic was busy in the third garage, the empty one. He had the doors wide open and was oiling the hinges. The space behind him was even cleaner than when I had seen it in the night. It was immaculate. The floor had been hosed. I could see it drying in patches. I nodded to the guy, and he nodded back. I opened up the left-hand garage, squatted down, and unscrewed the main plate off the Cadillac's trunk lid and replaced it with the New York number. Did the same at the front. Left the old plates and the screwdriver on the floor and got in and fired it up. Backed it out and headed round to the carriage circle. The mechanic watched me go. Beck was waiting there for me. He opened the rear door himself and dropped his sports bag on the back seat. I heard the guns shifting inside. Then he closed the rear door again and slid in the front beside me. "Go," he said. "Use I-95 south as far as Boston." "We need gas," I said. "Okay, first place you see," he said. Paulie was waiting at the gate. His face was all twisted up with anger. He was a problem that wouldn't keep much longer. He glared in at me, turned his head left and right, and kept his eyes on me the whole time he was opening the gate. I ignored him and drove on through. I didn't look back at him. Out of sight, out of mind was the way I wanted to play it as far as he was concerned. The coast road west was completely empty. We were on the highway 12 minutes after we left the house. I was getting used to the way the Cadillac drove. It was a nice car, smooth and quiet. But it was heavy on gas, that was for sure. The needle was getting seriously low. I could almost see it moving. The way I recalled it, the first gas stop was the one south of Kennybunk, the place where I had met Duffy and Elliot on the way down to New London. We reached it within 15 minutes. It felt very familiar to me. I drove past the parking lot where we had broken into the van and headed down to the pumps. Beck said nothing. I got out and filled the tank. It took a long time, 18 gallons. I screwed the cap back on, and Beck buzzed his window down and gave me a wad of cash. "Always buy gas with cash," he said. "Safer that way." I kept the change, which was a little over $15. I figured I was entitled. I hadn't been paid yet. I got back on the road and settled in for the trip. I was tired. Nothing worse than mile after mile a lonely highway when you're tired. Beck was quiet beside me. At first I thought he was just morose, or shy, or inhibited. Then I realized he was nervous. I guessed he wasn't entirely comfortable heading into battle. I was. Especially because I knew for sure we weren't going to find anybody to fight. "How's Richard?" I asked him. "He's fine," he said. "He's got inner strength. He's a good son." "Is he?" I said, because I needed to say something. I needed him to talk to keep me awake. "He's very loyal. A father can't ask for more." Then he went quiet again, and I fought to stay awake. 5 miles. 10. "Have you ever dealt with small-time dope dealers?" he asked me. "No," I said. "There's something unique about them," he said. He didn't say anything more for 20 miles. Then he picked it up again like he had spent the entire time chasing an elusive thought. They're completely dominated by fashion, he said. Are they? I said, like I was interested. I wasn't, but I still needed him to talk. Of course, lab drugs are fashion items anyway, he said. Really, their customers are just as bad as they are. I can't even keep track of the stuff they sell. Some different weird name every week. What's a lab drug? I asked. A drug made in a lab, he said. You know, something manufactured, something chemical. Not the same as something that grows naturally in the ground. Like marijuana. Or heroin, he said. Or cocaine. Those are natural products, organic. They're refined, obviously, but they aren't created in a beaker. I said nothing. Just fought to keep my eyes open. The car was way too warm. You need cold air when you're tired. I bit my bottom lip to stay awake. The fashion thing infects everything they do, he said. Every single thing. Shoes, for instance. These guys were looking for it tonight. Every time I've seen them, they've had different shoes. What, like sneakers? Sure, like they play basketball for a living. One time they've got $200 Reeboks brand new out of the box. Next time I see 'em, Reeboks are completely unacceptable, and it's gotta be Nikes or something. Air this, air that. Or it's suddenly Caterpillar boots or Timberlands. Leather, then Gore-Tex, then leather again. Black, then that yellow color like a work boot. Always with the laces undone. Then it's back to the running shoes again, only this time it's Adidas with the little stripes. $200-300 a pop, for no reason. It's insane. I said nothing, just drove, with my eyelids locked open and my eyeballs stinging. You know why it is? He said. Because of the money. They've got so much money they don't know what to do with it, like jackets. Have you seen the jackets they wear? One week it's got to be North Face, all shiny and puffy, full of goose feathers. Doesn't matter whether it's winter or summer because these guys are only out at night. The next week shiny as yesterday's news. Maybe North Face is still okay, but now it's got to be microfiber. Then it's leather jackets, wool with leather sleeves. Each style lasts about a week. Crazy, I said, because I had to say something. It's the money, he said again. They don't know what to do with it, so they get into change for change's sake. It infects everything. Guns, too, of course. Like these particular guys. They liked Heckler and Koch MP5Ks. Now they have Uzis, according to you. You see what I mean? With these guys, even their weapons are fashion items, the same as their sneakers or their jackets. Or their actual product, which brings everything full circle. Their demands change all the time, in every arena. Cars, even. They like Japanese mostly, which is about fashions coming in from the West Coast, I guess. But one week it's Toyotas, next week it's Hondas, then it's Nissans. The Nissan Maxima was a big favorite 2-3 years ago, like the one you stole. Then it's Lexuses. It's a mania. Watches, too. They're wearing Swatches, then they're wearing Rolexes. They don't see a difference. Complete madness. Of course, being in the market, speaking as a supplier, I'm not complaining. Market obsolescence is what we aim for, but it gets a little rapid at times. Gets hard to keep up. So you're in the market? What's your guess? He said. You thought I was an accountant? I thought you were a rug importer. I am, he said. I import a lot of rugs. Okay. But that's fundamentally a cover, he said. Then he laughed. You think you don't have to take precautions these days, selling athletic shoes to people like that? He kept on laughing. There was a lot of nervous tension in there. I drove on. He calmed down. Looked through the side window, looked through the windshield, started talking again, like it served his own purpose as much as it served mine. Do you ever wear sneakers? He asked. No, I said. Because I'm looking for somebody to explain it to me. There's no rational difference between a Reebok and a Nike, is there? I wouldn't know. I mean, they're probably made in the same factory, out in Vietnam somewhere. They're probably the same shoe until they put the logo on. Maybe, I said. I really wouldn't know. I was never an athlete, never wore that type of footwear. Is there a difference between a Toyota and a Honda? I wouldn't know. Why not? Because I never had a POV. What's a POV? A privately owned vehicle, I said. What the Army would call a Toyota or a Honda, or a Nissan or a Lexus. So what do you know? I know the difference between a Swatch and a Rolex. Okay, what's the difference? There isn't one, I said. They both tell the time. That's no answer. I know the difference between an Uzi and a Heckler and Koch. He turned on his seat. Good. Great. Explain it to me. Why would these guys junk their Heckler and Kochs in favor of Uzis? The Cadillac hummed onward. I shrugged at the wheel, fought a yawn. It was a nonsense question, of course. The Hartford guys hadn't junked their MP5Ks in favor of Uzis. Not in reality. Elliot and Duffy hadn't been aware of Hartford's weapon du jour, and they hadn't been aware that Beck knew anything about Hartford, that's all. So they had given their guys Uzis, probably because they were lying around closest to hand. But theoretically, it was a very good question. An Uzi is a fine, fine weapon. A little heavy, maybe. Not the world's fastest cyclic rate, which might matter to some people. Not much rifling inside the barrel, which compromises accuracy a little bit. On the other hand, it's very reliable, very simple, totally proven, and you can get a 40-round magazine for it. A fine weapon. But any Heckler & Koch MP5 derivative is a better weapon. They fire the same ammunition faster and harder. They're very, very accurate. As accurate as a good rifle in some hands. Very reliable. Flat out better. A great 1970s design up against a great 1950s design. Doesn't hold true in all fields, but with military ordnance, modern is better every time. There's no reason, I said. Makes no sense to me. Exactly, Beck said. It's about fashion. It's an arbitrary whim. It's a compulsion. Keeps everybody in business, but drives everybody nuts, too. His cell phone rang. He juggled it up out of his pocket and answered it by saying his name, short and sharp, and a little nervously. Beck! It sounded like a cough. He listened for a long time, made his caller repeat an address and directions, and then clicked off and put the phone back in his pocket. That was Duke, he said. He made some calls. Our boys aren't anywhere in Hartford, but they're supposed to have some country place a little ways south and east. He figures that's where they're holed up, so that's where we're going. What are we going to do when we get there? Nothing spectacular, Beck said. We don't need to make a big deal out of it. Nothing neat, nothing fancy. Situation like this, I favor just mowing them down. An impression of inevitability, you know, but casual. Like you mess with me, then punishment is definitely swift and certain, but not like I'm in a sweat about it. You lose customers that way. I can replace them. I got people lining up around the block. That's the truly great thing about this business. Supply and demand is tilted way in favor of demand. You gonna do this yourself? He shook his head. That's what you and Duke are for. Me? I thought I was just driving. You already wasted 2 of them. Couple more shouldn't bother you. I turned the heater down a click and worked on keeping my eyes open. Bloody wars, I said to myself. We looped halfway around Boston, and then he told me to strike out south and west on the Mass Pike and then I-84. We did 60 more miles, which took about an hour. He didn't want me to drive too fast. He didn't want to be conspicuous. Phony plates, a bag full of automatic weapons on the back seat. He didn't want the highway patrol to get involved. I could see the sense in that. I drove like an automaton. I hadn't slept in 40 hours. But I wasn't regretting passing up the chance of a nap in Duffy's motel. I was very happy with the way I had spent my time there, even if she wasn't. Next exit, he said. Right then, I-84 was spearing straight through the city of Hartford. There was low cloud, and the city lights made it orange. The exit led to a wide road that narrowed after a mile and headed south and east into open country. There was blackness ahead. There were a few closed country stores, bait and tackle, beer on ice, motorcycle parts, and then nothing at all except the dark shape of trees. Make the next right, he said, 8 minutes later. I turned onto a smaller road. The surface was bad and there were random curves. Darkness everywhere. I had to concentrate. I wasn't looking forward to driving back.
"Keep going,"
he said. We did 8 or 9 more miles. I had no idea where we were.
"Okay," he said. "Pretty soon we should see Duke waiting up ahead."
A mile and a half later, my headlight beams picked out Duke's rear plate. He was parked on the shoulder. His car was canted over where the grade fell away into a ditch.
"Stop behind him."
I pulled up nose to tail with the Lincoln and jammed the selector into park. I wanted to go to sleep. 5 minutes would have made a lot of difference to me. But Duke swung out of his seat as soon as he identified us and hurried round to Beck's window. Beck buzzed the glass down, and Duke squatted and leaned his face inside. "The place is about 2 miles ahead," he said. "Long curved driveway on the left. Not much more than a dirt path. We can make it about halfway up in the cars if we do it quiet and slow, no lights. We'll have to walk the rest of the way." Beck said nothing, just buzzed his window up again. Duke went back to his car. It bounced off the shoulder and straightened up. I followed him through the 2 miles. We killed our lights 100 yards short of the driveway and made the turn. Took it slow. There was some moonlight. The Lincoln ahead of me lurched and rolled as it crawled over ruts. The Cadillac did the same thing, out of phase, up where the Lincoln was down, corkscrewing right where the Lincoln was twisting left. We slowed to a crawl. Used idle speed to inch us closer. Then Duke's brake lights flared bright and he stopped dead. I stopped behind him. Beck twisted round in his seat and hauled the sports bag through the gap between us and unzipped it on his knee. Handed me one of the MP5Ks from it, with 2 spare 30-round magazines.
"Get the job done,"
he said. "You waiting here?" He nodded. I broke the gun down and checked it, put it back together and jacked around into the chamber and clicked the safety on. Then I put the spare mags in my pockets very carefully so they wouldn't rattle against the Glock and the PSM. Eased myself out of the car, stood and breathed the cold night air. It was a relief. It woke me up. I could smell a lake nearby and trees and leaf mold on the ground. I could hear a small waterfall in the distance and the mufflers on the cars ticking gently as they cooled. There was a gentle breeze in the trees. Other than that, there was nothing to hear, just absolute silence. Duke was waiting for me. I could see tension and impatience in the way he was holding himself. He had done this stuff before, that was clear. He looked exactly like a veteran cop before a major bust. Some degree of routine familiarity mixed in with an acute awareness that no 2 situations are ever quite alike. He had his steyr in his hand, with the long 30-round magazine in it. It protruded way down out of the grip, made the gun look bigger and uglier than ever.
"Let's go, asshole,"
he whispered. I stayed 5 feet behind him and walked on the opposite side of the driveway, like an infantryman would. I had to be convincing, like I was worried about presenting a group target. I knew the place was going to be empty, but he didn't. We walked on round a bend and saw the house in front of us. There was a light burning in a window. On a security timer, probably. Duke slowed and stopped.
"See a door?"
he whispered. I peered into the gloom, saw a small porch, pointed at it. "You wait at the entrance," I whispered back. "I'll check the lighted window." He was happy enough to agree to that. We made it to the porch. He stopped there and waited, and I peeled off and looped round towards the window. Dropped to the ground and crawled the last 10 feet in the dirt. Raised my head at the sill and peered inside. There was a low-wattage bulb burning in a table lamp with a yellow plastic shade. There were battered sofas and armchairs, cold ash from an old fire in the hearth, pine paneling on the walls. No people. I crawled backward until the light spill let Duke see me and held 2 forked fingers below my eyes. Standard sniper spotter visual code for IC. Then I held my hand palm out, all my fingers extended. I see 5 people. Then I went into a complicated series of gestures that might have indicated their disposition and their weaponry. I knew Duke wouldn't understand them. I didn't understand them either. As far as I knew, they were entirely meaningless. I'd never been a sniper spotter. But the whole thing looked real good. It looked professional and clandestine and urgent. I crawled back 10 more feet and then stood up and walked quietly back to join him at the door.
"They're out of it,"
I whispered.
"drunk or stoned. We get a good jump, we'll be home and dry."
"Weapons?"
"Plenty, but nothing within reach."
I pointed at the porch.
"Looks like there's going to be a short hallway on the other side. Outer door, inner door, then the hallway. You take left, I'll take right. We'll wait there in the hallway. Take them down when they come out of the room to see what the noise is all about."
"You giving the orders now?"
"I did the recon."
"Just don't screw up, asshole."
"You either."
"I never do," he said.
"Okay,"
I said. "I mean it," he said.
"You get in my way, I'll be more than happy to put you down with the rest of them, no hesitation." "We're on the same side here."
"Are we?" he said. "I think we're about to find out."
"Relax," I said.
He paused, tensed, nodded in the dark.
"I'll hit the outer door, you hit the inner, like leapfrog."
"Okay," I said again. I turned away and smiled, just like a veteran cop. If I hit the inner door, he would leapfrog through it first, and I would go second. And the second guy is the guy who usually gets shot, given normal reaction times from the enemy.
"Safety's off,"
I whispered. I clicked the H&K to single-round fire, and he clicked the catch on his Steyr to the right. I nodded, and he nodded, and kicked in the outer door. I was right there on his shoulder, and slid past him and kicked in the inner door without breaking stride. He slid past me and jumped left, and I followed him and went right. He was good enough. We made a pretty good team. We were crouched in perfect position, even before the shattered doors had stopped swinging on their hinges. He was staring ahead at the entry to the room in front of us. He had the Steyr in a fixed two-handed grip, arms straight out, eyes wide open. He was breathing hard, almost panting, getting himself through a long moment of danger the best way he could. I pulled Angel Doll's PSM out of my pocket, held it left-handed and snicked the safety off, and scrambled across the floor and jammed it in his ear.
"Keep very quiet," I said to him, "and make a choice. I'm going to ask you one question, just one. If you lie or if you refuse to answer, I'm going to shoot you in the head. You understand?"
He held perfectly still. 5 seconds, 6, 8, 10. Stared desperately at the door in front of him.
"Don't worry, asshole,"
I said. "There's nobody here. They were all arrested last week by the government." He was motionless. "You understand what I said before about the question?" He nodded hesitantly, awkwardly, with the gun still jammed hard in his ear.
"You answer it, or I shoot you in the head. Got it?"
He nodded again.
"Okay, here it comes," I said. "You ready?"
He nodded, just once.
"Where's Teresa Daniel?" I asked.
There was a long pause. He turned half towards me. I tracked my hand around to keep the PSM's muzzle in place. Realization dawned slowly in his eyes.
"In your dreams,"
he said. I shot him in the head, just jerked the muzzle out of his ear and fired once left-handed into his right temple. The sound was shattering in the dark. Blood and brain and bone chips hit the far wall. The muzzle flash burned his hair. Then I fired a double tap from the H&K right-handed into the ceiling and fired another from the PSM left-handed into the floor. Switched the H&K to automatic fire and stood up and emptied it point-blank into his body. Picked up his Steyr from where it had fallen and blasted the ceiling with it again and again, 15 fast shots. Bam, 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 half the magazine. The hallway was instantly full of bitter smoke, and chips of wood and plaster were flying everywhere. I switched magazines on the H&K and sprayed the walls all around. The noise was deafening. Spent shell cases were spitting out and bouncing around and raining down everywhere. The H&K clicked empty, and I fired the rest of the PSM's ammo into the hallway wall and kicked open the door to the lighted room and blew up the table lamp with the Steyr. I found a side table and tossed it through the window and used up the second spare magazine for the H&K by spraying the trees in the distance while I fired the Steyr left-handed into the floor until it clicked empty. Then I piled the Steyr and the H&K and the PSM together in my arms and ran for it with my head ringing like a bell. I had fired 128 rounds in about 15 seconds. They had deafened me. They must have sounded like World War III to Beck. I ran straight down the driveway. I was coughing and trailing gun smoke like a cloud. I headed for the cars. Beck had already scrambled across into the Cadillac's driver's seat. He saw me coming and opened his door an inch, faster than using the window. "Ambush," I said. I was out of breath, and I could hear my own voice loud inside my head. "There were at least 8 of them. "Where's Duke?" "Dead. We gotta go. Right now, Beck." He froze for a second. Then he moved. "Take his car," he said. He already had the Cadillac rolling. He jammed his foot down and slammed his door and reversed down the driveway and out of sight. I jumped into the Lincoln, fired it up, stuck the selector in reverse and got one elbow up on the back of the seat and stared through the rear window and hit the gas. We shot out backward onto the road, one after the other, and slewed around and took off again north, side by side, like a stoplight drag race. We howled around the curves and fought the camber and stayed up around 70 miles an hour. Didn't slow until we reached the turn that would take us back towards Hartford. Beck edged ahead of me, and I fell in behind him and followed. He drove 5 fast miles and turned in at a closed package store and parked at the back of the lot. I parked 10 feet from him and just lay back in the seat and let him come to me. I was too tired to get out. He ran around the Cadillac's hood and pulled my door open. "It was an ambush?" he said. I nodded. "They were waiting for us. 8 of them, maybe more. It was a massacre." He said nothing. There was nothing for him to say. I picked up Duke's Steyr from the seat beside me and handed it over. "I recovered it," I said. "Why?" "I thought you might want me to. I thought it might be traceable." He nodded. "It isn't, but that was good thinking." I gave him the H&K, too. He stepped back to the Cadillac, and I watched him zip both pieces into his bag. Then he turned round, clenched both hands, and looked up at the black sky, then at me. "See any faces?" he asked. I shook my head. "Too dark. But we hit one of them. He dropped this." I handed him the PSM. It was like punching him in the gut. He turned pale and put out a hand and steadied himself against the Lincoln's roof. "What?" I said. He looked away. "I don't believe it." "What?" "You hit somebody and he dropped this?" "I think Duke hit him." "You saw it happen?" "Just shapes," I said. "It was dark, lots of muzzle flashes. Duke was firing and he hit a shape, and this was on the floor when I came out."
"This is Angel Doll's gun."
"Are you sure?"
"1,000,000 to 1 it isn't. You know what it is?"
"Never saw one like it."
"It's a special KGB pistol," he said, "from the old Soviet Union, very rare in this country."
Then he stepped away into the darkness of the lot. I closed my eyes. I wanted to sleep. Even 5 seconds would have made a difference. "Reacher," he called. "What evidence did you leave?" I opened my eyes. "Duke's body," I said.
"That won't lead anybody anywhere. Ballistics?"
I smiled in the dark, imagined Hartford PD forensic scientists trying to make sense of the trajectories. Walls, floors, ceilings. They would conclude the hallway had been full of heavily armed disco dancers. "A lot of bullets and shell cases," I said. "Untraceable," he said. He moved deeper into the dark. I closed my eyes again. I had left no fingerprints. No part of me had touched any part of the house except for the soles of my shoes, and I hadn't fired Duffy's Glock. I had heard something about a central registry somewhere that stored data on rifling marks. Maybe her Glock was a part of it, but I hadn't used it. "Reacher," he called, "drive me home." I opened my eyes. "What about this car?" I called back. "Abandon it here." I yawned and forced myself to move and used the tail of my coat to wipe the wheel and all the controls I had touched. The unused Glock nearly fell out of my pocket. Beck didn't notice. He was so preoccupied I could have taken it out and twirled it round my finger like the Sundance Kid and he wouldn't have noticed. I wiped the door handle and then leaned in and pulled the keys and wiped them and tossed them into the scrub at the edge of the lot. "Let's go," Beck said. He was silent until we were 30 miles north and east of Hartford. Then he started talking. He had spent the time getting it all worked out in his mind. "The phone call yesterday," he said. "They were laying their plans. Dahl was working with them all along." "From when?" "From the start." "Doesn't make sense," I said. "Duke went south and got the Toyota's plate number for you. Then you gave it to Dahl and told him to trace it. But why would Dahl tell you the truth about the trace? If they were his buddies, he'd have dead-ended it, surely, led you away from them, left you in the dark." Beck smiled a superior smile. "No," he said, "they were setting up the ambush. That was the point of the phone call. It was good improvisation on their part. The kidnap gambit failed, so they switched tactics. They let Dahl point us in the right direction, so that what happened tonight could happen." I nodded slowly, like I was deferring to his point of view. The best way to clinch a pending promotion is to let them think you're just a little dumber than they are. It had worked for me before, 3 straight times in the military. "Did Dahl actually know what you were planning for tonight?" I asked. "Yes," he said. "We were all discussing it yesterday, in detail, when you saw us talking in the office." "So he set you up?" "Yes," he said again. "He locked up last night and then left Portland and drove all the way down to wait with them. Told them all who was coming and when and why." I said nothing, just thought about Dahl's car. It was about a mile away from Beck's office. I began to wish I had hidden it better. "But there's one big question," Beck said. "Was it just Dahl?" "Or?" He went quiet. Then he shrugged. "Or any of the others that work with him," he said. The ones you don't control, I thought. Quinn's people. "Or all of them together," he said. He started thinking again, another 30-40 miles. He didn't speak another word until we were back on I-95 heading north around Boston. "Duke is dead," he said. "I'm sorry," I said. Here it comes, I thought. "I knew him a long time," he said. I said nothing. "You're going to have to take over," he said. "I need somebody right now, somebody I can trust, and you've done well for me so far." "Promotion?" I said. "You're qualified." "Head of security?" "At least temporarily," he said. "Permanently, if you'd like." "I don't know," I said. "Just remember what I know," he said. "I own you." I was quiet for a mile. "You gonna pay me any time soon?" "You'll get your $5,000 plus what Duke got on top." "I'll need some background," I said. "I can't help you without it." He nodded. "Tomorrow," he said. "We'll talk tomorrow." Then he went quiet again. Next time I looked, he was fast asleep beside me. Some kind of shock reaction. He thought his world was falling apart. I fought to stay awake and keep the car on the road. And I thought back to texts I had read from the British Army in India during the Raj, at the height of their empire. Young subalterns trapped in junior ranks had their own mess. They would dine together in splendid dress uniforms and talk about their chances of promotion. But they had none, unless a superior officer died. Dead men's shoes was the rule. So they would raise their crystal glasses of fine French wine and toast bloody wars and dread diseases, because a casualty further up the chain of command was their only way to get ahead. Brutal, but that's how it's always been in the military. I made it back to the Maine coast purely on autopilot. I couldn't recall a single mile of the drive. I was numb with exhaustion. Every part of me ached. Paulie was slow about opening the gate. I guess we got him out of bed. He made a big point about staring in at me. I dropped back at the front door and put the car in the garage, stashed the Glock and the spare magazines just for safety's sake, and went in through the back door. The metal detector beeped at the car keys. I dropped them on the kitchen table. I was hungry, but I was too tired to eat. I climbed all the stairs and fell down on my bed and went to sleep, fully dressed, overcoat and shoes and all. The weather woke me 6 hours later. Horizontal rain was battering my window. It sounded like gravel on the glass. I rolled off the bed and checked the view. The sky was iron gray and thick with cloud, and the sea was raging. It was laced with angry foam a half-mile out. The waves were swamping the rocks. No birds. It was 9 in the morning, day 14, a Friday. I lay down on the bed again and stared at the ceiling and tracked back 72 hours to the morning of day 11, when Duffy gave me her 7-point plan. 1, 2, and 3, take a lot of care. I was doing okay under that heading. I was still alive, anyway. 4, find Teresa Daniel. No real progress there. 5, nail down some evidence against Beck. I didn't have any. Not a thing. I hadn't even seen him do anything wrong, except maybe operate a vehicle with phony license plates and carry a bag full of submachine guns that were probably illegal in all 4 states he'd been in. 6, find Quinn. No progress there either. 7, get the hell out. That item was going to have to wait. Then Duffy had kissed me on the cheek, left donut sugar on my face. I got up again and locked myself in my bathroom to check for email. My bedroom door wasn't locked anymore. I guessed Richard Beck wouldn't presume to walk in on me. Or his mother. But his father might. He owned me. I was promoted, but I was still walking a tightrope. I sat on the floor and took my shoe off, opened the heel and switched the machine on. You've got mail. It was a message from Duffy. Beck's containers unloaded and trucked to warehouse, not inspected by customs. Total of 5, largest shipment for some time. I hit reply and typed, "Are you maintaining surveillance?" 90 seconds later she answered, "Yes." I sent, "I got promoted." She sent, "Exploit it." I sent, "I enjoyed yesterday." She sent, "Save your battery." I smiled and switched the unit off and put it back in my heel. I needed a shower, but first I needed breakfast, and then I needed to find clean clothes. I unlocked the bathroom and walked through my room and downstairs to the kitchen. The cook was back in business. She was serving toast and tea to the Irish girl and dictating a long shopping list. The Saab keys were on the table. The Cadillac keys weren't. I scratched around and ate everything I could find, and then went looking for Beck. He wasn't around. Neither was Elizabeth or Richard. I went back to the kitchen. "Where's the family?" I asked. The maid looked up and said nothing. She had put a raincoat on, ready to go out shopping.
"Where's Mr. Duke?"
The cook asked. "Indisposed," I said. "I'm replacing him. Where are the Becks?"
"They went out."
"Where to?"
"I don't know."
I looked out at the weather. "Who drove?" The cook looked down at the floor.
"Paulie,"
she said. "When?"
"An hour ago."
"Okay," I said. I was still wearing my coat. I had put it on when I left Duffy's motel, and I hadn't taken it off since. I went straight out the back door and into the gale. The rain was lashing, and it tasted of salt. It was mixed with sea spray. The waves were hitting the rocks like bombs. White foam was bursting 30 feet in the air. I ducked my face into my collar and ran round to the garage block, into the walled courtyard. It was sheltered in there. The first garage was empty. The doors were standing open. The Cadillac was gone. The mechanic was inside the third garage, doing something by himself. The maid ran into the courtyard. I watched her haul open the fourth garage's doors. She was getting soaked. She went in, and a moment later backed the old Saab out. It rocked in the wind. The rain turned the dust on it to a thin film of gray mud that ran down the sides like rivers. She drove away, off to market. I listened to the waves. Started worrying about how high they might be getting. So I hugged the courtyard wall and looped all the way round it to the seaward side, found my little dip in the rocks. The weed stalks around it were wet and bedraggled. The dip was full of water. It was rainwater, not seawater. It was safely above the tide. The waves hadn't reached it. But rainwater was all it was full of. Apart from the water, it was completely empty. No bundle, no rag, no Glock. The spare magazines were gone. Doll's keys were gone. The bradawl was gone. And the chisel was gone. Chapter 8. I came round to the front of the house and faced west and stood in the lashing rain and stared at the high stone wall. Right at that moment I came as close as I ever got to bailing out. It would have been easy. The gate was wide open. I guess the maid had left it that way. She had got out in the rain to open it, and she hadn't wanted to get out again to close it. Paulie wasn't there to do it for her. He was out, driving the Cadillac. So the gate was open and unguarded. The first time I had ever seen it that way. I could have slipped straight through it. But I didn't. I stayed. Time was part of the reason. Beyond the gate was at least 12 miles of empty road before the first significant turning. 12 miles. And there were no cars to use. The Becks were out in the Cadillac and the maid was out in the Saab. We had abandoned the Lincoln in Connecticut. So I would be on foot. 3 hours fast walk. I didn't have 3 hours. Almost certainly the Cadillac would return within 3 hours. And there was nowhere to hide on the road. The shoulders were bare and rocky. It was an exposed situation. Beck would pass me head on. I would be walking. He would be in a car. And he had a gun. And Paulie. I had nothing. Therefore, strategy was part of the reason, too. To be caught in the act of walking away would confirm whatever Beck might think he knew, assuming it was Beck who had discovered the stash. But if I stayed, I had some kind of chance. Staying would imply innocence. I could deflect suspicion onto Duke. I could say it must have been Duke's stash. Beck might find that plausible. Maybe. Duke had enjoyed the freedom to go wherever he wanted, any time of night or day. I had been locked up and supervised the whole time. And Duke wasn't around anymore to deny anything. But I would be right there in Beck's face, talking loud and fast and persuasive. He might buy it. Hope was part of the reason, too. Maybe it wasn't Beck who had found the stash. Maybe it was Richard walking the shoreline. His reaction would be unpredictable. I figured it at 50-50, whether he would approach me or his father first. Maybe it was Elizabeth who had found it. She was familiar with the rocks out there. She knew them well, knew their secrets. I guessed she had spent plenty of time on them for one reason or another. And her reaction would favor me. Probably. The rain was part of the reason for staying, too. It was cold and hard and relentless. I was too tired to road march 3 hours in the rain. I knew it was just weakness, but I couldn't move my feet. I wanted to go back inside the house. I wanted to get warm and eat again and rest. Fear of failure was part of the reason, too. If I walked away now, I would never come back. I knew that. And I had invested 2 weeks. I had made good progress. People were depending on me. I had been beaten many times. But I had never just quit. Not once, not ever. If I quit now, it would eat me up the rest of my days. Jack Reacher, quitter, walked away when the going got tough. I stood there with the rain driving against my back. Time, strategy, hope, the weather, fear of failure. All parts of the reason for staying. All right there on the list. But top of the list was a woman. Not Susan Duffy, not Teresa Daniel. A woman from long ago, from another life. She was called Dominique Cole. I was a captain in the Army when I met her. I was 1 year away from my final promotion to major. I got to my office early one morning and found the usual stack of paperwork on my desk. Most of it was junk. But among it was a copy of an order assigning an E7 Sergeant First Class Cole D.E. to my unit. Back then, we were in a phase where all written references to personnel had to be gender neutral. The name Cole sounded German to me, and I pictured some big ugly guy from Texas or Minnesota. Big red hands, big red face, older than me, maybe 35, with a white wall haircut. Later in the morning, the clerk buzzed through to say the guy was reporting for duty. I made him wait 10 minutes just for the fun of it, and then called him in. But the him was a her, and she wasn't big and ugly. She was wearing a skirt. She was about 29 years old. She wasn't tall, but she was too athletic to be called petite. And she was too pretty to be called athletic. It was like she had been exquisitely molded from the stuff they make the inside of tennis balls out of. There was an elasticity about her, a firmness and a softness all at the same time. She looked sculpted, but she had no hard edges. She stood rigidly at attention in front of my desk and snapped a smart salute. I didn't return it, which was rude of me. I just stared at her for 5 whole seconds. "At ease, Sergeant," I said. She handed me her copy of her orders and her personnel file. We called them service jackets. They contained everything anybody needed to know. I left her standing easy in front of me while I read hers through, which was rude of me, too. But there was no other option. I didn't have a visitor chair. Back then, the Army didn't provide them below the rank of full colonel. She stood completely still, hands clasped behind her back, staring at a point in the air exactly a foot above my head. Her jacket was impressive. She had done a little of everything, and succeeded at it all in spectacular fashion. Expert marksman, specialist in a number of skills, tremendous arrest record, excellent clear-up percentage. She was a good leader and had been promoted fast. She had killed 2 people, one with a firearm, one unarmed, both incidents rated righteous by the subsequent investigating panels. She was a rising star, that was clear. I realized that her transfer represented a substantial compliment to me in some superior's mind. "Glad to have you aboard," I said.
"Sir, thank you, sir,"
she said, with her eyes fixed in space. "I don't do all that shit," I said. "I'm not afraid I'm going to vaporize if you look at me, and I don't really like 1 sir in a sentence, let alone 2, okay?"
"Okay,"
she said. She caught on fast. She never called me sir again, the whole rest of her life. "Want to jump right in at the deep end?" I said. She nodded.
"Sure."
I rattled open a drawer and slid a slim file out and passed it across to her. She didn't look at it, just held it one-handed down by her side and looked at me. "Aberdeen, Maryland," I said, "at the proving grounds. There's a weapons designer acting weird. Confidential tip from a buddy who's worried about espionage, but I think it's more likely blackmail. Could be a long and sensitive investigation."
"No problem,"
she said. She was the reason I didn't walk out through the open and unguarded gate. I went inside instead and took a long hot shower. Nobody likes to risk confrontation when they're wet and naked, but I was way past caring. I guess I was feeling fatalistic. Whatever, bring it on. Then I wrapped up in a towel and went down a flight and found Duke's room, stole another set of his clothes. I dressed in them and put my own shoes and jacket and coat on. Went back to the kitchen to wait. It was warm in there. The way the sea was pounding and the rain was beating on the windows made it feel warmer still. It was like a sanctuary. The cook was in there doing something with a chicken. "Got coffee?" I asked her. She shook her head. "Why not?"
"Caffeine,"
she said. I looked at the back of her head. "Caffeine is the whole point of coffee," I said. "Anyway, tea's got caffeine, and I've seen you make that."
"Tea has tannin,"
she said. "And caffeine," I said.
"So drink tea instead,"
she said. I looked around the room. There was a wooden block standing vertically on a counter with black knife handles protruding at angles. There were bottles and glasses. I guessed under the sink there might be ammonia sprays, maybe some chlorine bleach. Enough improvised weapons for a close-quarters fight. If Beck was even a little inhibited about shooting in a crowded room, I might be okay. I might be able to take him before he took me. All I would need was half a second.
You want coffee? The cook asked. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I said. It is.
All you have to do is ask.
I did ask.
No, you asked me if there was any, she said. Not the same thing.
So will you make me some? Please?
What happened to Mr. Duke?
I paused. Maybe she was planning on marrying him, like in old movies where the cook marries the butler and they retire and live happily ever after. He was killed, I said.
Last night?
I nodded. In an ambush.
Where?
In Connecticut.
Okay,
she said.
I'll make you some coffee.
She set the machine going. I watched where she got everything from. The filter papers were stored in a cupboard next to the paper napkins. The coffee itself was in the freezer. The machine was old and slow. It made a loud, ponderous gulping sound. Combined with the rain lashing on the windows and the waves pounding on the rocks, it meant I didn't hear the Cadillac come back. First I knew, the back door was thrown open, and Elizabeth Beck burst in with Richard crowding after her, and Beck himself bringing up the rear. They were moving with the kind of exhilarated, breathless urgency people show after a short, fast dash through heavy rain.
Hello,
Elizabeth said to me. I nodded, said nothing.
Coffee, Richard said. Great. We went out for breakfast,
Elizabeth said.
Old Orchard Beach. There's a little diner there we like.
Paulie figured we shouldn't wake you, Beck said. He figured you looked pretty tired last night, so he offered to drive us instead. Okay, I said. Thought, did Paulie find my stash? Did he tell them yet? You want coffee? Richard asked me. He was over by the machine, rattling cups in his hand. Black, I said. Thanks. He brought me a cup. Beck was peeling off his coat and shaking water off it onto the floor. Bring it through, he called. We need to talk. He headed out to the hallway and looked back like he expected me to follow him. I took my coffee with me. It was hot and steaming. I could toss it in his face if I had to. He led me towards the square-paneled room we had used before. I was carrying my cup, which slowed me down a little. He got there well ahead of me. When I entered, he was already all the way over by one of the windows with his back to me, looking out at the rain. When he turned round, he had a gun in his hand. I just stood still. I was too far away to use the coffee, maybe 14 feet. It would have looped up and curled and dispersed in the air and probably missed him altogether. The gun was a Beretta M9 Special Edition, which was a civilian Beretta 92 FS all dressed up to look exactly like a standard military-issue M9. It used 9mm parabellum ammunition. It had a 15-round magazine and military dot and post sights. I remembered with bizarre clarity that the retail price had been $861. I had carried an M9 for 13 years. I had fired many thousands of practice rounds with it, and more than a few for real. Most of them had hit their targets because it's an accurate weapon. Most of the targets had been destroyed because it's a powerful weapon. It had served me well. I even remembered the original sales pitch from the ordnance people. It's got manageable recoil and it's easy to strip in the field. They had repeated it like a mantra, over and over again. I guess there were contracts at stake. There was some controversy. Navy SEALs hated it. They claimed they'd had dozens blow up in their faces. They even made up a song about it. No way are you a Navy SEAL until you eat some Italian steel. But the M9 always served me well. It was a fine weapon, in my opinion. Beck's example looked like a brand-new gun. The finish was immaculate, dewy with oil. There was luminescent paint on the sights. It glowed softly in the gloom. I waited. Beck just stood there, holding the gun. Then he moved. He slapped the barrel into his left palm and took his right hand away. Leaned over the oak table and held the thing out to me, butt first, left-handed, politely, like he was a clerk in a store. "Hope you like it," he said. "I thought you might feel at home with it. Duke was into the exotics, like that Steyr he had, but I figured you'd be more comfortable with the Beretta, you know, giving you background." I stepped forward, put my coffee on the table, took the gun from him, ejected the magazine, checked the chamber, worked the action, looked down the barrel. It wasn't spiked. It wasn't a trick. It was a working piece. The parabellums were real. It was brand new. It had never been fired. I slapped it back together and just held it for a moment. It was like shaking hands with an old friend. Then I cocked it and locked it and put it in my pocket. "Thanks," I said. He put his hand in his own pocket and came out with 2 spare magazines. "Take these," he said. He passed them across. I took them. "I'll get you more later," he said. "Okay," I said. "You ever tried laser sights?" I shook my head. "There's a company called Laser Devices," he said. "They do a universal handgun sight that mounts onto the barrel, plus a little flashlight that clips onto the sight. Very cool device." "Gives a little red spot?" He nodded, smiled. "Nobody likes to get lit up with that little red spot, that's for sure." "Expensive?" "Not really," he said. "Couple $100. "How much weight does it add?" 4.5 ounces, he said. "All at the front?" "It helps, actually," he said. "Stops the muzzle kicking upward when you fire. It adds about 13% of the weight of the gun. More with the flashlight, of course, maybe 45 ounces total. Still way less than those anacondas you were using. What were they, 59 ounces? "Unloaded," I said. "More with 6 shells in them. Am I ever going to get them back?" "I put them away somewhere," he said. "I'll get them for you later." "Thanks," I said again. "You want to try the laser?" "I'm happy without it," I said. He nodded again. "Your choice, but I want the best protection I can get." "Don't worry," I said. "I gotta go out now," he said. "Alone. I got an appointment." "You don't want me to drive you?" "This sort of appointment, I have to do them alone. You stay here. We'll talk later. Move into Duke's room, okay? I like my security closer to where I sleep." I put the spare magazines in my other pocket. "Okay," I said. He walked past me into the hallway, back towards the kitchen. It was the kind of mental somersault that can slow you down. Extreme tension, and then extreme puzzlement. I walked to the front of the house and watched from a hallway window. Saw the Cadillac sweep round the carriage circle in the rain and head for the gate. It paused in front of it, and Polly came out of the gatehouse. They must have dropped him there on their way back from breakfast. Beck must have driven the final length of the driveway himself. Or Richard, or Elizabeth. Polly opened the gate. The Cadillac drove through it and away into the rain and the mist. Polly closed the gate. He was wearing a slicker the size of a circus tent. I shook myself and turned back and went to find Richard. He had the kind of guileless eyes that hide nothing. He was still in the kitchen drinking his coffee. "You walked the shoreline this morning?" I asked him. I said it innocently and amiably, like I was just making conversation. If he had anything to hide, I would know. He would go red, look away, stammer, shuffle his feet. But he did none of those things. He was completely relaxed. He looked straight at me. "Are you kidding?" he said. "Seen the weather?" I nodded. "Pretty bad," I said. "I'm quitting college," he said. "Why?" "Because of last night," he said. "The ambush. Those Connecticut guys are still on the loose. Not safe to go back. I'm staying right here for a spell." "You okay with that?" He nodded. "It was mostly a waste of time." I looked away. The law of unintended consequences. I had just short-circuited a kid's education, maybe ruined his life. But then I was about to send his father to jail, or waste him altogether. So I guessed a B.A. didn't matter very much compared to that. I went to find Elizabeth Beck. She would be harder to read. I debated my approach and couldn't come up with anything guaranteed to work. I found her in a parlor tucked into the northwest corner of the house. She was in an armchair. She had a book open on her lap. It was Dr. Zhivago by Boris Pasternak. Paperback. I had seen the movie. I remembered Julie Christie and the music, Lara's theme, train journeys, and a lot of snow. Some girl had made me go.
"It's not you," she said.
"What's not me?"
"You're not the government spy."
I breathed out. She wouldn't say that if she'd found my stash. "Exactly," I said. "Your husband just gave me a gun."
"You're not smart enough to be a government spy."
"Aren't I?" She shook her head.
"Richard was desperate for a cup of coffee just now when we came in."
"So?"
"Do you think he would have been if we'd really been out for breakfast? He could have had all the coffee he wanted.
So where did you go?
We were called to a meeting.
With who? She just shook her head, like she couldn't speak the name.
Paulie didn't offer to drive us, she said. He summoned us. Richard had to wait in the car.
But you went in? She nodded.
They've got a guy called Troy.
Silly name, I said.
But a very smart guy, she said. He's young, and he's very good with computers. I guess he's what they call a hacker.
And?
He just got partial access to one of the government systems in Washington. He found out they put a federal agent in here, undercover. At first they assumed it was you. Then they checked a little further and found out it was a woman, and she's actually been here for weeks.
I stared at her, not understanding. Teresa Daniel was off the books. The government computers knew nothing about her. Then I remembered Duffy's laptop with the Justice Department logo as the screensaver. I remembered the modem wire trailing across the desk, going through the complex adapter, going into the wall, hooking up with all the other computers in the world. Had Duffy been compiling private reports for her own use, for post-action justification?
I hate to think what they're going to do,
Elizabeth said.
To a woman.
She shuddered visibly and looked away. I made it as far as the hallway. Then I stopped dead. There were no cars, and 12 miles of road before I would even begin to get anywhere. 3 hours fast walk. 2 hours running.
Forget it,
Elizabeth called.
Nothing to do with you.
I turned round and stared in at her.
Forget it,
she said again.
They'll be doing it right now. It'll be all over soon.
The second time I ever saw Sergeant First Class Dominique Cole was the third day she worked for me. She was wearing green battle dress pants and a khaki T-shirt. It was very hot. I remember that. We were having some kind of major heat wave. Her arms were tanned. She had the kind of skin that looks dusty in the heat. She wasn't sweating. The T-shirt was great. She had her tapes on it, Cole on the right and U.S. Army on the left, both of them kicked up just a little by the curve of her breasts. She was carrying the file I had given her. It had got a little thicker, padded out with her notes.
I'm going to need a partner,
she said to me. I felt a little guilty. Her third day, and I hadn't even partnered her up. I wondered whether I'd given her a desk, or a locker, or a room to sleep in. You met a guy called Frasconi yet? I said.
Tony? I met him yesterday, but he's a lieutenant.
I shrugged. I don't mind commissioned and non-commissioned working together. There's no regulation against it. If there was, I'd ignore it anyway. You got a problem with it? She shook her head.
But maybe he does.
Frasconi? He won't have a problem.
So will you tell him?
Sure, I said. I made a note for myself on a slip of blank paper. Frasconi, Cole, partners. I underlined it twice so I would remember. Then I pointed at the file she was carrying. What do you got?
Good news and bad news, she said. Bad news is their system for signing out eyes-only paper is all shot to hell. Could be routine inefficiency, but more likely it's been deliberately compromised to conceal stuff that shouldn't be happening.
Who's the guy in question?
A pointy head called Gorofsky. Uncle Sam recruited him right out of MIT. A nice guy by all accounts, supposed to be very smart.
Is he Russian? She shook her head.
Polish, from 1,000,000 years ago. No hint of any ideology.
Was he a Red Sox fan up at MIT?
Why?
They're all weird, I said. Check it.
It's probably blackmail, she said.
So what's the good news? She opened her file.
This thing they're working on is a kind of small missile, basically.
Who are they working with?
Honeywell and the General Defense Corporation.
And?
This missile needs to be slim, so it's going to be sub-caliber. The tanks use 120mm cannons, but the thing is going to be smaller than that.
By how much?
Nobody knows yet, but they're working on the sabot design right now. The sabot is a kind of sleeve that surrounds the thing to make it up to the right diameter.
I know what a sabot is, I said. She ignored me.
It's going to be a discarding sabot, which means it comes apart and falls away immediately after the thing leaves the gun muzzle. They're going to try to figure whether it has to be a metal sabot or whether it could be plastic. Sabot means boot, from the French. It's like the missile starts out wearing a little boot.
I know that, I said. I speak French. My mother was French.
Like sabotage, she said, from old French labor disputes. Originally it meant to smash new industrial equipment by kicking it.
With your boots, I said. She nodded.
Right.
So what's the good news again?
The sabot design isn't going to tell anybody anything, she said. Nothing important anyway. It's just a sabot. So we got plenty of time.
Okay, I said. But make it a priority, with Frasconi. You'll like him.
You want to get a beer later?
Me? She looked right at me.
If all ranks can work together, they should be able to have a beer together, right?
Okay, I said. Dominique Cole looked nothing at all like the photographs I had seen of Teresa Daniel, but it was a blend of both their faces I saw in my head. I left Elizabeth Beck with her book and headed up to my original room. I felt more isolated up there, safer. I locked myself in the bathroom and took my shoe off, opened the heel and fired up the email device. There was a message from Duffy waiting. No activity at warehouse. What are they doing? I ignored it and hit new message and typed, "We lost Teresa Daniel." 4 words, 18 letters, 3 spaces. I stared at them for a long time, put my finger on the send button. But I didn't press it. I went to backspace instead and erased the message. It disappeared from right to left. The little cursor ate it up. I figured I would send it only when I had to, when I knew for sure. I sent, "Possibility your computer is penetrated." There was a long delay, much longer than the usual 90 seconds. I thought she wasn't going to answer. I thought she must be ripping her wires out of the wall. But maybe she was just getting out of the shower or something, because about 4 minutes later she came back with a simple, "Why?" I sent, "Talk of a hacker with partial access to government systems." She sent, "Mainframes or LANs?" I had no idea what she meant. I sent, "Don't know." She asked, "Details?" I sent, "Just talk. Are you keeping a log on your laptop?" She sent, "Hell no." I sent, "Anywhere?" She sent, "Hell no." I sent, "Elliot?" There was another 4-minute delay. Then she came back with, "Don't think so." I asked, "Think or no?" She sent, "Think." I stared at the tiled wall in front of me, breathed out. Elliot had killed Teresa Daniel. It was the only explanation. Then I breathed in. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe he hadn't. I sent, "Are these emails vulnerable?" We had been emailing back and forth furiously for more than 60 hours. She had asked for news of her agent. I had asked for her agent's real name. And I had asked in a way that definitely wasn't gender neutral. Maybe I had killed Teresa Daniel. I held my breath until Duffy came back with, "Our email is encrypted. Technically might be visible as code, but no way is it readable." I breathed out and sent, "Sure?" She sent, "Totally." I sent, "Coded how?" She sent, "NSA billion-dollar project." That cheered me up, but only a little. Some of NSA's billion-dollar projects are in the Washington Post before they're even finished, and communications snafus screw more things up than any other reason in the world. I sent, "Check with Elliot immediately about computer logs." She sent, "Will do." Progress? I typed, "None." Then I deleted it and sent, "Soon." I thought it might make her feel better. I went all the way down to the ground floor hallway. The door to Elizabeth's parlor was standing open. She was still in the armchair. Dr. Zhivago was face down in her lap, and she was staring out the window at the rain. I opened the front door and stepped outside. The metal detector squawked at the Beretta in my pocket. I closed the door behind me and headed straight across the carriage circle and down the driveway. The rain was hard on my back. It ran down my neck, but the wind helped me. It blew me west, straight towards the gatehouse. I felt light on my feet. Coming back again was going to be harder. I would be walking directly into the wind, assuming I was still walking at all. Paulie saw me coming. He must have spent his whole time crouched inside the tiny building, prowling from the front windows to the back windows, watching like a restless animal in its lair. He came out in his slicker. He had to duck his head and turn sideways to get through the door. He stood with his back against the wall of his house, where the eaves were low. But the eaves didn't help him. The rain drove horizontally under them. I could hear it lashing against the slicker, hard and loud and brittle. It drove against his face and ran down it like torrents of sweat. He had no hat. His hair was plastered against his forehead. It was dark with water. I had both hands in my pockets with my shoulders hunched forward and my face ducked into my collar. My right hand was tight around the Beretta. The safety was off. But I didn't want to use it. Using it would require complicated explanations. And he would only be replaced. I didn't want to have him replaced until I was ready to have him replaced. So I didn't want to use the Beretta. But I was prepared to. I stopped 6 feet from him, out of his reach. "We need to talk," I said.
I don't want to talk,
He said. "You want to arm wrestle instead?" His eyes were pale blue, and his pupils were tiny. I guessed his breakfast had been taken entirely in the form of capsules and powder.
Talk about what?
He said. "New situation," I said. He said nothing. "What's your MOS?" I asked. MOS is an Army acronym. The Army loves acronyms. It stands for Military Occupational Specialty. And I use the present tense. What is, not what was. I wanted to put him right back there. Being ex-military is like being a lapsed Catholic. Even though they're way in the back of your mind, the old rituals still exert a powerful pull. Old rituals like obeying an officer.
11 bang bang,
he said, and smiled. Not a great answer. 11 bang bang was grunt slang for 11B, which meant 11 Bravo, infantry, which meant combat arms. Next time I face a 400-pound giant with veins full of meth and steroids, I would prefer it if his MOS had been mechanical maintenance or typewriting, not combat arms, especially a 400-pound giant who doesn't like officers and who had served 8 years in Fort Leavenworth for beating up on one. "Let's go inside," I said. "It's wet out here." I said it with the kind of tone you develop when you get promoted past captain. It's a reasonable tone, almost conversational. It's not the sort of tone you use as a lieutenant. It's a suggestion, but it's an order, too. It's heavy with inclusion. It says, "Hey, we're just a couple of guys here. We don't need to let formalities like rank get in our way, do we?" He looked at me for a long moment. Then he turned and slid sideways through his door, ducked his chin to his chest so he would get through. Inside, the ceiling was about 7 feet high. It felt low to me. His head was almost touching it. I kept my hands in my pockets. Water from his slicker was pooling on the floor. The house stank with a sharp, acrid animal smell, like a mink, and it was filthy. There was a small living room that opened to a kitchen area. Beyond the kitchen was a short hallway with a bathroom off it and a bedroom at the end. That was all. It was smaller than a city apartment, but it was all dressed up to look like a miniature standalone house. There was mess everywhere, unwashed dishes in the sink, used plates and cups and articles of athletic clothing all over the living room. There was an old sofa opposite a new television set. The sofa had been crushed by his bulk. There were pill bottles on shelves, on tables, everywhere. Some of them were vitamins, but not many of them. There was a machine gun in the room, the old Soviet NSV. It belonged on a tank turret. Paulie had it suspended from a chain in the middle of the room. It hung there like a macabre sculpture, like the Alexander Calder thing they put in every new airport terminal. He could stand behind it and swing it through a complete circle. He could fire it through the front window or the back window like they were gun ports. Limited field of fire, but he could cover 40 yards of the road to the west and 40 yards of the driveway to the east. It was fed by a belt that came up out of an open ammunition case placed on the floor. There were maybe 20 more cases stacked against the wall. The cases were dull olive, all covered with Cyrillic letters and red stars. The gun was so big I had to back up against the wall to get round it. I saw 2 telephones. One was probably an outside line. The other was probably an internal phone that reached the house. There were alarm boxes on the wall. One would be for the sensors out in no man's land. The other would be for the motion detector on the gate itself. There was a video monitor showing a milky monochrome picture from the gatepost camera.
"You kicked me,"
he said. I said nothing.
"Then you tried to run me over."
He said. "Warning shots," I said.
"About what?"
"Duke's gone," I said. He nodded.
"I heard."
"So it's me now," I said. "You've got the gate, I've got the house." He nodded again, said nothing. "I look after the Becks now," I said. "I'm responsible for their security. Mr. Beck trusts me. He trusts me so much he gave me a weapon." I was giving him a stare the whole time I was talking, the kind of stare that feels like pressure between the eyes. This would be the moment when the meth and the steroid should kick in and make him grin like an idiot and say,
"Well, he ain't gonna trust you any more when I tell him what I found out there on the rocks, is he? When I tell him you already had a weapon."
He would shuffle and grin and use a sing-song voice. But he said nothing, did nothing, didn't react at all, beyond a slight defocus in his eyes, like he was having trouble computing the implications. "Understand?" I said.
"It used to be Duke and now it's you,"
he said neutrally. It wasn't him who had found my stash. "I'm looking out for their welfare," I said, "including Mrs. Beck's. That game is over now, okay?" He said nothing. I was getting a sore neck from looking up into his eyes. My vertebrae are much more accustomed to looking downward at people. "Okay," I said again.
Or
you and I'll have to go around and around."
"I'd like that."
I shook my head. "You wouldn't like it," I said. "Not one little bit. I'd take you apart piece by piece."
"You think?"
"You ever hit an MP?" I asked. "Back in the service?" He didn't answer, just looked away and stayed quiet. He was probably remembering his arrest. He probably resisted a little and needed to be subdued. So consequently, he probably tripped down some stairs somewhere and suffered a fair amount of damage. Somewhere between the scene of the crime and the holding cell, probably. Purely by accident. That kind of thing happens in certain circumstances. But then the arresting officer probably sent 6 guys to pick him up. I would have sent 8. "And then I'd fire you," I said. His eyes came back, slow and lazy.
"You can't fire me,"
he said.
"I don't work for you, or Beck."
"So who do you work for?"
"Somebody."
"This somebody got a name?" He shook his head.
"No dice,"
he said. I kept my hands in my pockets and eased my way around the machine gun, headed for the door. "We straight now?" I said. He looked at me, said nothing. But he was calm. His morning dosages must have been well balanced. "Mrs. Beck is off limits, right?" I said.
"While you're here,"
he said.
"You won't be here forever."
I hope not, I thought. His telephone rang. The outside line, I guessed. I doubted if Elizabeth or Richard would be calling him from the house. The ring was loud in the silence. He picked it up and said his name. Then he just listened. I heard a trace of a voice in the earpiece, distant and indistinct with plastic peaks and resonances that obscured what was being said. The voice spoke for less than a minute. Then the call was over. He put the phone down and moved his hand quite delicately and used the flat of his palm to set the machine gun swinging gently on its chain. I realized it was a conscious imitation of the thing I had done with the heavy bag down in the gym on our first morning together. He grinned at me.
"I'm watching you,"
He said,
"I'll always be watching you."
I ignored him and opened the door and stepped outside. The rain hit me like a fire hose. I leaned forward and walked straight into it, held my breath, and had a very bad feeling in the small of my back until I was all the way through the 40-yard arc the back window could cover. Then I breathed out. Not Beck, not Elizabeth, not Richard, not Polly. No dice. Dominique Cole said no dice to me the night we had our beer. Something unexpected had come up, and I had to rain-check the first evening, and then she rain-checked my makeup date, so it was about a week before we got together. Maybe 8 days. Sergeants drinking with captains was difficult on post back then because the clubs were rigorously separate, so we went out to a bar in town. It was the usual kind of place, long and low, 8 pool tables, plenty of people, plenty of neon, plenty of jukebox noise, plenty of smoke. It was still very hot. The air conditioners were running flat out and getting nowhere. I was wearing fatigue pants and an old T-shirt because I didn't own any personal clothes. Cole arrived wearing a dress. It was a simple A-line, no sleeves, knee length, black, with little white dots on it. Very small dots, not like big polka dots or anything, a very subtle pattern. "How's Frasconi working out?" I asked her.
"Tony," she said, "he's a nice guy." She didn't say anything more about him. We ordered Rolling Rocks, which suited me because it was my favorite drink that summer. She had to lean very close to talk because of the noise. I enjoyed the proximity. But I wasn't fooling myself. It was the decibel level making her do it, nothing else. And I wasn't going to try anything with her. No formal reason not to. There were rules back then, I guess, but there were no regulations yet. The notion of sexual harassment was slow coming to the Army. But I was already aware of the potential unfairness. Not that there was any way I could help or hurt her career. Her jacket made it plain she was going to make Master Sergeant and then First Sergeant like night follows day. It was only a matter of time. Then came the leap up to E9 status, Sergeant Major. That was hers for the taking, too. After that, she would have a problem. After Sergeant Major came Command Sergeant Major, and there's only one of those in each regiment. After that came Sergeant Major of the Army, and there's only one of those, period. So she would rise and then stop, whatever I said about it. "We have a tactical problem," she said. "Or strategic, maybe."
"Why?"
"The pointy head, Gorovsky. We don't think it's blackmail in the sense that he's got some terrible secret or anything. Looks to us more like straightforward threats against his family. Coercion, rather than blackmail."
"How can you tell?"
"His file is clean as a whistle. He's been background checked to hell and back. That's why they do it. They're trying to avoid the possibility of blackmail."
"Was he a Red Sox fan?" She shook her head.
"Yankees. He's from the Bronx. Went to the High School of Science there."
"Okay," I said. "I like him already."
"But the book says we should bust him right now."
"What's he doing?"
"We've seen him taking papers out of the lab."
"Are they still doing the Sabo?" She nodded.
"But they could publish the Sabo design in Stars and Stripes and it wouldn't tell anybody anything. So the situation isn't critical yet."
"What does he do with the papers?"
"He dead drops them in Baltimore."
"Have you seen who picks them up?" She shook her head.
"No dice,"
she said. "What are you thinking about the pointy head?"
"I don't want to bust him. I think we should get whoever it is off his back and leave him be. He's got 2 baby girls."
"What does Frasconi think?"
"He agrees."
"Does he?" She smiled.
"Well, he will,"
she said.
"But the book says different."
"Forget the book," I said.
"Really?"
"Direct order from me," I said. "I'll put it in writing if you want. Go with your instinct. Trace the chain the whole way to the other end. If we can, we'll keep this Gorovsky guy out of trouble. That's my usual approach with Yankees fans. But don't let it get away from you."
"I won't,"
she said. "Wrap it up before they get done with the Sabo," I said, "or we'll have to think of another approach."
"Okay,"
she said. Then we talked about other things and drank a couple more beers. After an hour, there was something good on the jukebox, and I asked her to dance. For the second time that night, she told me no dice. I thought about that phrase later. Clearly it came from crapshooters' jargon. It must have originally meant foul, like a call, like the dice hadn't been properly rolled. No dice. Like a baseball umpire calling a grounder over the bag. Foul ball. Then much later, it became just another negative, like no way, no how, no chance. But how far back in its etymology was she mining? Had she meant a plain no, or was she calling a foul? I wasn't sure. I was completely soaked when I got back to the house, so I went upstairs and took possession of Duke's room and toweled off and dressed in a fresh set of his clothes. The room was at the front of the house, more or less central. The window gave me a view west all the way along the driveway. The elevation meant I could see over the wall. I saw a Lincoln Town car in the far distance. It was heading straight for us. It was black. It had its headlights on because of the weather. Paulie came out in his slicker and opened the gate well ahead of time so it didn't have to slow down. It came straight through, moving fast. The windshield was wet and smeared, and the wipers were beaten back and forth. Paulie had been expecting it. He had been alerted by the phone call. I watched it approach until it was lost to sight below me. Then I turned away. Duke's room was square and plain, like most of the rooms in the house. It had dark paneling and a big oriental carpet. There was a television set and 2 telephones, external and internal, I guessed. The sheets were clean, and there were no personal items anywhere, except for clothes in the closet. I guessed maybe early in the morning Beck had told the maid about the personnel change. I guessed he had told her to leave the clothes for me. I went back to the window, and about 5 minutes later I saw Beck coming back in the Cadillac. Paulie was ready for him, too. The big car barely had to slow. Paulie swung the gate shut after it. Then he chained it and locked it. The gate was 100 yards from me, but I could make out what he was doing. The Cadillac disappeared from view beneath me and drove around to the garage block. I headed downstairs. I figured since Beck was back, it might be time for lunch. I figured maybe Paulie had chained the gate because he was coming on down to join us. But I was wrong. I made it to the hallway and met Beck coming out of the kitchen. His coat was spotted with rain. He was looking for me. He had a sports bag in his hand. It was the same bag he had carried the guns to Connecticut in. "Job to do," he said. "Right now. You need to catch a tide." "Where?" He moved away, turned his head, and called over his shoulder, "The guy in the Lincoln'll tell you." I went through the kitchen and outside. The metal detector beeped at me. I walked back into the rain and headed for the garage block. But the Lincoln was parked right there on the corner of the house. It had been turned and backed up so its trunk faced the sea. There was a guy in the driver's seat. He was sheltering from the rain, and he was impatient. He was tapping on the wheel with his thumbs. He saw me in the mirror, and the trunk popped, and he opened his door and slid out fast. He looked like somebody had dragged him out of a trailer park and shoved him in a suit. He had a long grain goatee hiding a weak chin. He had a greasy ponytail held together by a pink rubber band. The band was speckled with glitter. It was the kind of thing you see on drugstore carousels, placed low down so little girls'll choose them. He had old acne scars. He had prison tattoos on his neck. He was tall and very thin, like a regular person split lengthwise into 2. "You the new Duke?" he said to me. "Yes," I said. "I'm the new Duke." "I'm Harley," he said. I didn't tell him my name. "So let's do it," he said. "Do what?" He came round and raised the trunk lid all the way. "Garbage disposal," he said. There was a military-issue body bag in the trunk, heavy black rubber, zipped all along its length. I could see by the way it was folded into the space that it held a small person. A woman, probably. "Who is it?" I asked, although I already knew the answer. "The government bitch," he said. "Took us long enough, but we got her in the end." He leaned in and grabbed his end of the bag, clamped both corners in his hands, waited for me. I just stood there, feeling the rain against my neck, listening to it snapping and popping against the rubber. "Gotta catch the tide," he said. "It's gonna turn." I leaned down and took hold of the corners at my end. We glanced at each other to coordinate our efforts and heaved the bag up and out. It wasn't heavy, but it was awkward, and Harley was not strong. We carried it a few steps towards the shore. "Put it down," I said.
Why?
"I want to see," I said. Harley just stood there.
I don't think you do,
he said. "Put it down," I said again. He hesitated a second longer, and then we squatted together and laid the bag on the rocks. The body settled inside with its back arched upward. I stayed squatted down and duck-walked round to the head, found the zipper tag and pulled.
Just look at the face, Harley said. That part's not too bad.
I looked. It was very bad. She had died in extreme agony. That was clear. Her face was blasted with pain. It was still twisted into the shape of her final ghastly scream. But it wasn't Teresa Daniel. It was Beck's maid. Chapter 9. I inched the zipper down a little more until I saw the same mutilation I had seen 10 years previously. Then I stopped, turned my head into the rain and closed my eyes. The water on my face felt like tears.
Let's get on with it,
Harley said. I opened my eyes, stared at the waves, pulled the zipper back up without looking any more, stood slowly and stepped round to the foot of the bag. Harley waited. Then we each grasped our corners and lifted, carried the burden over the rocks. He led me south and east, way out to a place on the shore where two granite shelves met. There was a steep V-shaped cleft between them. It was half full of moving water.
Wait until after the next big wave,
Harley said. It came booming in, and we both ducked our heads away from the spray. The cleft filled to the top, and the tide ran up over the rocks and almost reached our shoes. Then it pulled away again, and the cleft emptied out. Gravel rattled and drained. The surface of the sea was laced with dull gray foam and pitted by the rain.
Okay, put it down,
Harley said. He was out of breath.
Hold your end.
We laid the bag down so the head end was hanging out over the granite shelf and into the cleft. The zipper faced upward. The body was on its back. I held both corners at the foot. The rain plastered my hair to my head and ran into my eyes. It stung. Harley squatted and straddled the bag and humped the head end further out into space. I went with him, inch by inch, small steps on the slippery rocks. The next wave came in and eddied under the bag. It floated up a little. Harley used the temporary buoyancy to slide it a little further into the sea. I moved with it. The wave receded. The cleft drained again. The bag drooped down. The rain thrashed against the stiff rubber. It battered our backs. It was deathly cold. Harley used the next 5 waves to ease the bag out more and more until it was hanging right down into the cleft. I was left holding empty rubber. Gravity had jammed the body tight up against the top of the bag. Harley waited and looked out to sea, and then ducked low and pulled the zip all the way down, scrambled back fast and took a corner from me, held tight. The 7th wave came booming in. We were soaked with its spray. The cleft filled, and the bag filled, and then the big wave receded and sucked the body right out of the bag. It floated motionless for a split second, and then the undertow caught it and took it away. It went straight down, into the depths. I saw long fair hair streaming in the water, and pale skin flashing green and gray, and then it was gone. The cleft foamed red as it drained.
Hell of a riptide here,
Harley said. I said nothing.
The undertow takes 'em right out,
he said.
We've never had one come back anyways. It pulls 'em a mile or two, going down all the way. Then there's sharks out there, I guess. They cruise the coast here, plus all kinds of other creatures. You know, crabs, suckerfish, things like that.
I said nothing.
Never had one come back,
he said again. I glanced at him, and he smiled at me. His mouth was like a caved-in hole above the goatee. He had rotten yellow stumps for teeth. I glanced away again. The next wave came in. It was only a small one, but when it receded, the cleft was washed clean. It was like nothing had happened, like nothing had ever been there. Harley stood up awkwardly and zipped the empty bag. Pink water sluiced out of it and ran over the rocks. He started rolling it up. I glanced back at the house. Beck was standing in the kitchen doorway, alone, watching us. We went back towards the house, soaked with rain and salt water. Beck ducked back into the kitchen. We followed him in. Harley hung around on the edge of the room, like he felt he shouldn't be there. "She was a federal agent?" I said. "No question," Beck said. His sports bag was on the table, in the center, prominent, like a prosecution exhibit in a courtroom. He zipped it open and rummaged inside. "Check this out," he said. He lifted a bundle onto the table, something wrapped in a damp, dirty, oil-stained rag the size of a hand towel. He unfolded it and took out Duffy's Glock 19. "This all was hidden in the car we let her use," he said. "The Saab?" I said, because I had to say something. He nodded. "In the well where the spare tire is, under the trunk floor." He laid the Glock on the table, took the 2 spare magazines out of the rag and laid them next to the gun. Then he put the bent bradawl next to them and the sharpened chisel. And Angel Doll's key ring. I couldn't breathe. "The bradawl is a lockpick, I guess," Beck said. "How does this prove she was federal?" I asked. He picked up the Glock again and turned it round and pointed to the right-hand side of the slide. "Serial number," he said. "We checked with Glock in Austria, by computer. We have access to that kind of thing. This particular gun was sold to the United States government about a year ago, part of a big order from the law enforcement agencies, 17s for the male agents and 19s for the women. So that's how we know she was federal." I stared at the serial number. "Did she deny it?" He nodded. "Of course she did. She said she just found it. Gave us a big song and dance. She blamed you, actually. Said it was your stuff. But then they always deny it, don't they? They're trained to, I guess." I looked away, stared through the window at the sea. Why had she picked it all up? Why hadn't she just left it there? Was it some kind of housekeeping instinct? She didn't want it to get wet, or what? "You look upset," Beck said. And how did she even find it? Why would she even be looking? "You look upset," he said again. I was beyond upset. She had died in agony, and I had done it to her. She probably thought she was doing me a favor by keeping my stuff dry, by keeping it from rusting. She was just a dumb, naive kid from Ireland trying to help me out, and I had killed her as surely as if I had stood there and butchered her myself. "I'm responsible for security," I said. "I should have suspected her." "You're responsible only since last night," Beck said, "so don't beat yourself up over it. You haven't even got your feet under the table yet. It was Duke who should have made her." "But I never would have suspected her," I said. "I thought she was just the maid." "Hey, me too," he said. "Duke also." I looked away again, stared at the sea. It was gray and heaving. I didn't really understand. She found it, but why would she hide it so well? "This is the clincher," Beck said. I looked back in time to see him lifting a pair of shoes out of the bag. They were big, square, clunky items, black, the shoes she'd been wearing every single time I had seen her. "Look at this," he said. He turned the right shoe over and pulled a pin out of the heel with his fingernails. Then he swiveled the heel rubber like a little door and turned the shoe the right way up. He shook it. A small black plastic rectangle clattered out on the table. It landed face down. He turned it over. It was a wireless email device, exactly identical to my own. He passed me the shoe. I took it, stared at it blankly. It was a woman's size 6, made for a small foot, but it had a wide bulbous toe and therefore a wide thick heel to balance it visually, some kind of a clumsy fashion statement. The heel had a rectangular cavity carved out of it, identical to mine. It had been done neatly, it had been done with patience, but not by a machine. It showed the same faint tool marks that mine did. I pictured some guy in a lab somewhere, a line of shoes on a bench in front of him, the smell of new leather, a small arc of wood-carving tools laid out in front of him, curls and slivers of rubber accumulating on the floor around him as he labored. Most government work is surprisingly low-tech. It's not all exploding ballpoint pens and cameras built into watches. A trip to the mall to buy a commercial email device and a pair of plain shoes is about as cutting-edge as most of it gets. "What are you thinking?" Beck asked. I was thinking about how I was feeling. I was on a roller coaster. She was still dead, but I hadn't killed her anymore. The government computers had killed her again. So I was relieved, personally, but I was more than a little angry, too. Like, what the hell was Duffy doing? What the hell was she playing at? It was an absolute rule of procedure that you never put 2 or more people undercover in the same location unless they're aware of each other. That was absolutely basic. She had told me about Teresa Daniel. So why the hell hadn't she told me about this other woman? "Unbelievable," I said. "The battery is dead," he said. He was holding the device in both hands, using both thumbs on it like a video game. "It doesn't work anyway." He passed it to me. I put the shoe down and took it from him, pressed the familiar power button, but the screen stayed dead. "How long was she here?" I asked. 8 weeks, Beck said. "It's hard for us to keep domestic staff. It's lonely here. And there's Polly, you know. And Duke wasn't a very hospitable guy either." "I guess 8 weeks would be a long time for a battery to last." "What would be their procedure now?" he asked. "I don't know," I said. "I was never federal." "In general," he said, "you must have seen stuff like this." I shrugged. "I guess they'd have expected it," I said. "Communications are always the first things to get screwed up. She drops off the radar, they wouldn't worry right away. They'd have no choice but to leave her in the field. I mean, they can't contact her to order her home, can they? So I guess they would trust her to get the battery charged up again as soon as she could." I turned the unit on its edge and pointed to the little socket on the bottom. "Looks like it needs a cell phone charge or something like that." "Would they send people after her?" "Eventually," I said. "I guess." "When?" "I don't know. Not yet, anyway." "We plan to deny she was ever here. Deny we ever saw her. There's no evidence she was ever here." "You better clean her room real good," I said. "There'll be fingerprints and hair and DNA all over the place." "She was recommended to us," he said. "We don't advertise in the paper or anything. Some guys we know in Boston put her in touch." He glanced at me. I thought, some guys in Boston begging for a plea bargain, helping the government any which way they could. I nodded. "Tricky," I said, "because what does that say about them?" He nodded back sourly. He agreed with me. He knew what I was saying. He picked up the big bunch of keys from where they were lying next to the chisel. "I think these are angel dolls," he said. I said nothing. "So it's a 3-way nightmare," he said. "We can tie Doll to the Hartford crew, and we can tie our Boston friends to the feds. Now we can tie Doll to the feds, too, because he gave his keys to the undercover bitch, which means the Hartford crew must be in bed with the feds as well. Doll's dead, thanks to Duke, but I've still got Hartford, Boston, and the government on my back. I'm gonna need you, Reacher." I glanced at Harley. He was looking out the window at the rain. "Was it just Doll?" I asked. Beck nodded. "I've been through all of that. I'm satisfied. It was just Doll. The rest is solid. They're still with me. They were very apologetic about Doll." "Okay," I said. There was silence for a long moment. Then Beck rewrapped my stash in its rag and dumped it back in his bag. He threw the dead email device in after it and piled the maid's shoes on top. They looked sad and empty and forlorn. "I've learned one thing," he said. "I'm going to start searching people's shoes, that's for damn sure. You can bet your life on that." I bet my life on it right there and then. I kept my own shoes on. I got back up to Duke's room and checked his closet. There were 4 pairs in there. Nothing I would have picked out for myself in a store, but they looked reasonable and they were close to the right size. But I left them there. To show up so soon in different shoes would raise a red flag. And if I was going to ditch mine, I was going to ditch them properly. No point leaving them in my room for casual inspection. I would have to get them out of the house. And there was no easy way of doing that right then. Not after the scene in the kitchen. I couldn't just walk downstairs with them in my hands. What was I supposed to say? "What, these? Oh, they're the shoes I was wearing when I arrived. I'm just going out to throw them in the ocean." Like I was suddenly bored with them? So I kept them on. And I still needed them anyway. I was tempted, but I wasn't ready to cut Duffy out. Not just yet. I locked my